You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What up, fools? Today is 8/20/2026. It is 9:50 p.m. Eastern Time. We got some shit. We got some shit. Does Asmongold have a girlfriend? You got a waifu?
I didn't talk shit at all.
You were talking mad shit.
Not
I was
at
sitting there
all.
doing my dailies and Where Winds Me,
No.
and you were just sitting there fucking
No,
just
I did not.
talking a bunch of fucking, just saying anything that you wanted to say. No, I'm getting abused. Fucking, he's so mean. Doesn't pay attention to me. Doesn't care about me.
It's true.
Fucking, like, he's just so awful. Like, he yells at me all the time. He's making me cry.
Yeah.
Like, he's
see?
fucking.
It just sounds like a woman. Doesn't sound like shit talking. It just Sounds like bitches being bitches.
Sitting there like just this awful guy, like I'm gonna release the longer guys, just follow my Twitter, it's gonna happen. Like I already took the photos for proof. Look at this one, look at my legs. See, he
I
did
did
this.
take photos
Yeah,
for proof.
she did. And so like all this, like no, that's what's happening. Yeah, it's only a matter of time, guys.
I have all the proof of him bullying me at the claw machine.
Actually, yeah, we did make a video there. I made a video taking her to Cracker Barrel and Cabela's too. And fuck, there's one other video I did with her, but I forgot what it was. Yep.
Do you want to go eat?
Yes, I want to go. I'm fucking hungry.
Every time I connect my earbuds to my phone, they won't connect to my computer afterwards, so. Oh, that's right. I have to turn the Bluetooth off on my computer, then turn it back on, put both earbuds in the case, then take them out, then hit connect. Yeah. There we go. Well, alright. Well, alright. Alright then.
I might need to do something about my eyes. Okay.
Oh, I can't hear this still. Oh. Sam Greenwood. Thank you for subscribing.
Hey.
Now, okay, now I hear it. Now that the video's over,
I
I hear
talk
it
shit
now.
At all.
If you guys weren't here last night at the end of stream, I found a major revelation. So the other day we were having this debate, and like Pisco and a lot of these lefties, you know, the sweepers, they were trying to tell me that like, you know, people can mean anything by democratic socialism. We don't know what they mean. We have no idea what they're talking about. They could mean that they just want the government to do more stuff. And I was like, well, not the politicians. The politicians are the ones that we think are trying to be like a little subversive with this. And if they're running as a democratic socialist, like, I think we can pretty well guess they know what democratic socialism means. And they're like, well, what do you mean they know what it means? Like, they could just mean something different. Like the government, they could still just mean the government should do more stuff. So I happened upon the bylaws, okay, and it says in the bylaws, members shall be open to every person who subscribes to the principles of the organization. And then it says, for the bylaws, applicants for membership in the organization shall agree with the principles of the organization and pay dues. So they have to agree to the principles of the organization, okay? What are the principles? Well, it says we are socialists because we reject an economic order based on private profit, which is, you know, obviously private businesses. Like private businesses is private profit. Alienated labor, which means that the worker doesn't own the means of production, so they're against, like, obviously they want the workers to own the means of production here. It also says we are socialists because we share a vision of a humane social order based on popular control of resources and production. What is popular control of resources and production? That means the state runs resources and production. This is a central mode, a central committee, if you will. And then it also says economic planning. I wonder who does that. The state. Equitable distribution, so like redistribution. All right, so when we say somebody runs as a DSA member, we are saying they have to agree to these principles in order to be a DSA member, okay? It's not, well, maybe they define it however the hell they want to. Maybe it's, you know, hey, maybe they just mean the government should do more stuff. No. Nope. It is this. This is what they mean. This is what it is. They can't run away from this shit. This is what it is now, okay? Anytime you got somebody who's trying to deny what it means to be a DSA member, you can show them they have to agree to these things in order to be a member. They have to agree with this in order to be a member. So they can't fucking do this shit anymore. This is the nail in the fucking coffin. This is it. This is the nail in the coffin, dude. Because every other time, like, we could go read what's on the DSA website. We can go read what they say. We can go read what they put out. But every time people would say, well, those candidates aren't endorsed by the they're not endorsed by the national DSA. You're looking at the national DSA website. These people are part of charters. They're part of local chapters and charters. So you can't ascribe the national DSA positions to them. Well, according to this, in order to be a member of those local charters, you have to agree to the principles. That is what it says. That is what it say. So that's it. That's it. End of story. There is no more arguing over this. So I explained it up here and I said, like, here's the proof. What do DSA candidates want? People keep playing this game with democratic socialism, saying the DSA politicians may not be real democratic socialists, meaning they want the government to own all major corporations, and they might mean something very different by the term, like the government should do more stuff. Well, here's the proof. According to their website, under DSA Constitution and bylaws, to be a member of a charter, you must agree with the principles of the organization. And what it means to be a socialist is clearly stated as rejecting an economy based on private profit and alienated labor. They want popular control of resources and production. Plus, they want economic planning and equitable distribution. That means companies owned by the state, economic central planning, democratized workplaces, and wealth redistribution. You can think these are good things. Just stop denying DSA politicians agree with this stuff when their agreement is necessary to join in the first place. Then I go on to say, obviously we know the national DSA platform has open borders and abolishing the Senate, but tons of DSA candidates weren't endorsed by the national DSA and blatantly said they disagreed with the platform. Most were only backed by their local DSA chapter. So because of that, everyone acted like we can't ascribe any beliefs to these candidates based on their local chapter membership alone, and can only take what they state out loud. But this proves that local chapter membership does still require some agreement with certain principles, and we can, therefore, ascribe specific beliefs to anyone part of the DSA. And yeah, I mean, even the comments are like, anybody disagreeing with you should be immediately written off as acting in bad faith. They may not be, but they are so blind to their status as socialist fleshlights that they are indistinguishable from intentional sane-washing agents like Mehdi Hassan. But yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of people saying like, well, that's it. There's no arguing with it now. Like, hey, Fivehead, when the DSA says they want to do a thing, clearly you're not meant to believe that they actually want to do that. Also, most, if not all, Democrats already believe the government should do more stuff. Yep. This is a dagger. It is the fucking dagger. This is the nail in the fucking coffin. They cannot argue with the shit anymore. It's on my Twitter if you guys want it. Here's the link. But this is the nail in the fucking coffin. There's no arguing with it at this point. There is no fucking denying this shit at this point. There's no saying, oh, they just mean the government should do more stuff. Nope. Not anymore. You must agree with these principles to be a member. You have to state that you agree with these principles to be a member. So what's a fleshlight? Wait, really? A fleshlight is like it's like a fake vagina. I think they put a light inside to like make it warm up or something like that. I'm not sure what the point of the light is, honestly. That's my assumption of the purpose of the light. Purpose of the light and the like. Somebody the other day, they said in chat, they said they really like the new yellow Red Bull. And I was like, yeah, the tropical one. That one came out years ago. That came out like 8 years ago. Yeah, no, I was apparently there's a totally different yellow one that I did not know about that I got. It's called Sudachi Lime. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly? Stop focusing on my face. Sudaki Lime? Sudachi? How do you say that? Anyways, it is like the can is a bit lighter yellow. You may not be able to tell from the camera, but it is a lighter color yellow than the other yellow Red Bull. It is good. It kind of tastes like Sprite. Panic attack in a bottle for me, though. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet. I just bit your bullet. Bro, Pisco didn't even like my fucking song that I posted. He didn't hit the like button or nothing. I just posted a minute ago. I said I told my mom that I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into making a song for Pisco, and that he didn't even comment, retweet, or even just hit the like button. And she told me this is why I should kill myself. He didn't even fucking hit the like button.
Would you go on Fox News to have a legal commentary on
where the Democrats are negative? Yes, I would. Bullet bit. Yes, I would. Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet, right? You said in a way that negatively affects Democrats. Bullet bit. Bullet. 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 Bullet bit. Bullet. Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet. Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet. Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet. I just bullet bit.
I need to make some edits to it. I need to fix it a little bit. I came up with that very quickly. I made it very, very quickly. But Mantis says banger. Sydney Rock said, wait, this is objectively awesome, irrespective of everything. Irrespective of everything. It's fucking awesome, irrespective of everything. And then, yeah, even Word War Debate commented, said this actually goes pretty hard. Bullet biter, yes or no? So that's one of the things that I need to add. That's one of the things that I need to add, yes or no? That's one of the things that I definitely need to add. Yes or no? We could get like a good like yes or no. Yes, yes, or no, or no.
Communism or capitalism? You know, capitalism actually works.
I don't know. You want to drink piss or eat shit? I don't know. What if we mixed the piss and the shit together and made something nice in the middle? You know what I mean? Like, again, every Western country that has a better quality of life than us has effectively implemented with.
What? To be clear, I love Papa God, okay? Very cool guy. I like him a lot, like his content. You're not mixing together, those other countries are not mixing together communism and capitalism. They're just capitalist countries. A country with like the majority of its country, any country with the majority of its economy to be free enterprise, it's just capitalist. They just have more social programs. But you're not mixing together socialism and capitalism, nor are you mixing together communism and capitalism, but very different things. Very, very different. You're not like, that's not how that works.
Decent healthcare and better protocols, but okay.
Right? Practically. Communism doesn't. Communism was one of those things that only works on paper.
Capitalism is the only thing that works on paper too. What are you talking about?
Sounds great.
See, when he says capitalism only works on paper, he sounds like he's talking about like laissez-faire capitalism or anarcho-capitalism, but that's not. Capitalism has never been that. It's literally never been that thing. Like, whatever it is that he means when he's talking about capitalism only works on paper, whatever he means by that, that has never existed. Like, capitalism does work on and off paper. It works. Capitalism has worked. It has been the most successful economic strategy in the history of the world. Like, at pulling people out of poverty, at distributing wealth efficiently and effectively. Capitalism works on paper and off paper. This is just objectively incorrect.
Where the state is the means of production.
This is the problem, is that like these people are so dumb. These people are incredibly dumb. Like, they don't get it.
It's communism versus socialism. Communism is.
Well, the difference is that the workers would own the means of production, not necessarily the state. But the state would be the central mode of production, and so it'd be very different. The state wouldn't own the means of production necessarily, but they would. It would be like the people would own the means of production through the state generally. But that's socialism. Communism generally does not have a state. Communism, there is no state. So a lot of people, because communist parties were in power in countries like China or Russia, they will call those communist countries, but they didn't have communist economic systems, because if it's a communist economic system, it means there's no government. There's no state. It is a stateless, classless society. That's communism. These are communist parties who are in charge, but they're trying to go through the socialist phase of, getting rid of the capitalists owning the means of production. That is the socialist phase, the vanguard phase. But that's not communism. Communism has never happened in the history of the world. It's never been attempted. It's never happened. There has never been a communist country. It's never existed. Except for maybe like Native Americans before the Europeans got here.
The state owns everything.
I'm gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to pull out the notepad. Here's communism. Here's capitalism. Here's the spectrum. A lot of conservatives think that like we're around this area of capitalism. Like, we're capitalists, guys. Well, we have robust welfare programs that, when implemented, it saved us from the Great Depression. We subsidize farmers. We subsidize oil companies. We collect taxes for schools so people can get a better education. We collect taxes for the police, for the fire department. There is actually some taxes collected for healthcare as well, for some people who can't afford it.
So again, these are social programs he's talking about here, not socialism. Again, the ism means that there is a whole philosophy of thought that you're engaging with there. It is not just social programs. So this is the way that a lot of these people think about it, is they think about it as like a Venn diagram of like, you got socialism and you got capitalism, and you want a mix of both. You want both socialism and you want capitalism. And this is sock up. Capsock or something. I don't know. But that, like, this is the way that these people think about it, but that's not what it is. Socialism is an entire economic theory. It is when, like, you are taking away private ownership from corporations in order for the people to own the means of production. That is socialism. And even if you do it like through the state or through the people, whatever, however you want to do it, the thought is you want by far the majority of the economy to be owned by the people. That's the thought process, right? Whereas capitalism says, well, no, obviously you have to have a mix of private and social enterprise, but we want by far the majority of the economy to be free enterprise. That's capitalism. Both of these, even socialism, will have some room for free enterprise in some areas. Like, they're not going to force some mom and pop shop to let the workers own the means of production when it's like literally impossible for them to do that. So generally, they're going to allow smaller businesses to be free enterprise. There will be some open markets within socialism. The fact that each one of these exists, it's about what are you controlling for? What is it that you're trying to make the thing, the overarching thing? That's socialism. Socialism. Ism means, you know, a philosophy. So you got capitalism and you got socialism. And he thinks this is what's in the middle, when in reality, it's actually like this: socialism, capitalism. Do you want one or the other? Which one do you want? Pick one. That's it. Which one are you controlling for? What are you trying to have as the overarching mode within your economy? Just because you have social programs, so like having police, having schools, that's not socialism. That's not socialism. That's not what it is. It's like the ism, again, that's not a whole philosophy just to have some things paid for by the state. That's not how that works. It's not a whole, it's not a whole system to have a couple of things paid for by the state. That's not how that works.
There's taxes we collect for clean water. We give subsidies to big companies, Elon Musk, to do certain things. We collect taxes for research, for healthcare. Tremendous amounts of things. Your kid going to the football program, taxes are collected for that. School buses, taxes are collected for that. The roads, the bridges, the highways, I don't know if you know this, taxes are collected for all these different things. You can't walk outside of your house and see something that taxes wasn't collected for. Is it perfect? No. They've been doing way too much road work by me, and the police over here, frankly, are overpaid. $200K after 8 years? No, thank you. So we're not really here, right? I mean, if you go bankrupt, there's bankruptcy laws that protect you from dying if you go bankrupt, right? That's not capitalism. We gave huge bailouts to banks that fucked us over tremendously hard, right? So we're not really here. Let's say this is the middle.
When they give bailouts to banks, those bankers are still owning the means of production. They still have control of the capital. Nothing changed there. The state giving them some money does not make it socialism. It definitely doesn't make it communism either.
We're like here. And whether you like this, communism, nobody's advocating for that. The socialism of America is like, what if instead of being here, we were like here? What if we did healthcare? What if we did healthcare? What if we ran healthcare like we do the police and the fire department, which conservatives love? Military, by the way, another example of not capitalism, right? You're redistributing wealth. That's fundamentally what it is. But these guys are so fucking brain broken that they think that what we have now is pure capitalism. So like, capitalism is good, free market. This is really good. That's incredible. Well, what about government-run grocery stores on military bases? Why are you okay with that? That's not capitalism. It makes sense to do, But it's not capital. Oh, I don't have an answer. What about police officers? That's a capitalism. What do you want the fucking Elon Musk to have his own police force so he can do whatever he wants?
He just thinks that, like, as long as a government exists, as long as a government exists at all, that's socialism. That, like, the idea of capitalism has no government whatsoever, because as long as there's a government, you would have to pay taxes in order to pay their salaries, in order for them to do things. And so as long as there's a government whatsoever, that's socialism, which means, according to him, capitalism could never have a government. That doesn't make any sense. Like, this whole thought process does not make sense. The way that people think that just a social program is socialism, which, again, the guy who was talking before, he didn't say socialism, he said communism. He's conflating communism and socialism, but by this thought process, you just literally could not have a government. Pure capitalism can't have a government. Well, I don't know what you mean by pure capitalism. Like, if you mean like anarcho-capitalism, yeah, of course. Like, but that's like a very new thought process. That's not what capitalism ever was before. That was never like the inception of capitalism, was like, hey, anarcho-capitalism, guys, that's what we're looking for. That was never the thought.
These people they don't think about it. They think about everything as like super far left or super far right, but like this is not the reality of the world. Every democratic socialist in America would be considered like moderate in every other Western country.
Communism or capitalism? You know,
having a mixed economy does not mean that it's not capitalist. Having some things for free enterprise, some things are done socially, that does not make it not capitalism or less capitalism. Like, capitalism was invented through many variables: landless peasants, liquid money, markets. Well, correct. It wasn't like, to say it was even invented is kind of a misnomer in and of itself, but yeah, it's kind of the point, is that like the government, there was always a government. There was always a tax, meaning that like even with like the, you know, early philosophers who were like talking about what capitalism could be and what free enterprise is and what markets can be and all of these things, that none of them ever said, like, you know, but you got to get rid of the governments in order for it to be real capitalism. Like, I don't know why anybody says like real capitalism or pure capitalism. Like, that's just kind of a meaningless statement. I just bit your bullet. Jason Watson, the U.S. service member who was arrested on the steps of the U.S. Capitol last month after calling for the impeachment of President Donald Trump, has been detained once again, just days after he criticized the president in an exclusive CNN interview. What the fuck? U.S. airman arrested at the Capitol after calling for Trump's impeachment is detained again. Jason Watson, the U.S. service member who was arrested on the steps of the U.S. Capitol last month after calling for the impeachment of President Trump, has been detained once again, just days after he criticized the president in an exclusive CNN interview. The U.S. Air Force major was ordered into pretrial confinement Tuesday, a U.S. Air Force spokesperson told CNN. As of Wednesday evening, he has not been formally charged, but the spokesperson said the case is still under investigation. Watson is currently being detained at a county facility in Maryland and is on a military hold, according to the public information officer that detained. according to the public information officer for that detention center. It is unclear what charges Watson might be facing. Watson's attorney Chris Mutimer said the airman was arrested while on duty the day after his interview on CNN earlier in the week. Mutimer said Watson was refusing to wear his uniform.
Ring the Lotus tip $10. Disguised face emoji.
Disguised face emoji? What? So is it Ring a Lotus or not? How can we know? How can we know for sure? New Zealand is looking for volunteers to live for free and care for horses. My mom just sent that to me. Bosch is all over that shit? True. While he was at work, he, through counsel, informed his chain of command that he would no longer be wearing his uniform, Mutimer said. Shortly after that, he was told he needed to put his uniform on. Within about 20 minutes, and my understanding is around 3:30, he was then arrested and he was brought to a county jail. Mutimer said on CNN Wednesday evening they are expecting charges related to Article 88, which is contempt towards an officer, or Article 92, which is failure to obey, which would be related potentially to him not putting his uniform back on. He expected this, the attorney said. He expected to be arrested. The Air Force spokesperson said in a statement, military members are required to comply with the Uniform Code of Military Justice and all applicable regulations. The spokesperson added, based on probable cause to support allegations of continued misconduct, Magistrate Watson was ordered into pretrial, or wait, is it magistrate or is it Major? Major Watson was ordered into pretrial confinement on August 18th, 2026. Major Watson is presumed innocent and will be afforded all rights under Rule for Courts Martial 305 as his pretrial confinement is reviewed. CNN asked the Air Force for further details. On Monday, Watson spoke with CNN's Aaron Burnett and criticized Trump, whose impeachment and removal he continues to call for. Quote, "What is happening with President Trump is not normal. He has failed us," Watson said. And not only is he a failure as a president, he is flagrantly violating the Constitution, breaking the law, engaged in rampant corruption, and is killing Americans. And that is unacceptable to me, and it should be unacceptable to all of us. Is it unacceptable to you guys? Do you guys find Donald Trump unacceptable? What do you say? What do you say, Jen?
I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Where do we stand?
Merlin just ignores me.
Well, you've come to the right place. PetSmart.
Where do we stand on this one? Barry? You like him? He's not so bad? He's good content? Trump needs to go bye-bye. Oh, okay. Interesting. Nah.
Capitol after calling for President Trump and Vice President Vance's impeachment and removal from office over the war in Iran and other issues. And tonight is his first television interview since that arrest. And Major Watson, obviously, you have done this after incredible consideration. You've been in the Air Force for 17 years. You're in the Air Force. And you know that by choosing to speak out as you did in uniform, calling for the Commander-in-Chief's impeachment and removal from office, that carries grave consequences, violates the laws governing the U.S. military. But you chose to do it, knowing all of that. Tell me why.
Well, I think the most important thing for all of us to keep in mind is what is happening with President Trump is not normal. He has failed us, and not only is he a failure as president, he is flagrantly violating the Constitution, breaking the law, engaged in rampant corruption, and is killing Americans. And that is unacceptable to me. And it should be unacceptable to all of us.
That kind of, I was just thinking the way that this guy talks, his cadence, his demeanor, it all kind of reminds me of Snowden. And then I thought, oh wait, like he's even doing something kind of similar to Snowden as well. Like he's taking a stand. Taking a stand.
I feel like,
he's sick of it.
Many of us have gotten used to this, and we've normalized to this conduct, and we think that there's nothing that we can do about it. And one of the reasons I chose to use the pseudonym of Just a Nobody was to underscore that you do not have to be somebody special to take action and reject this government. We can all do something about what's happening in our country. And I want to just inspire people and bring the conversation to impeach, convict, remove. And there are organizations out there that I joined with, Removal Coalition with Jessica Denson, and Citizens Impeachment with Kira Havens and John Boniface's Free Speech for People, that are not getting enough attention. And I want to try to spotlight them as much as I can and to inspire Americans to act, because I believe we can defeat this government if we just take a stand.
So, you know, when you talk about that desire to inspire, you know, you're...
Except Snowden had evidence goods. This has his political feels. Wait, what part is just his feels? What part do you not have evidence for?
You're not, of course, a somebody. You are a somebody, right? You're not an anybody. You are a somebody, right? You're a sitting major and in the Air Force. You know, after your arrest, the military had placed you under a gag order. They restricted your movements. You're under investigation as you and I speak, and obviously the consequences you could face for speaking out because you are who you are include court-martial, removal from the Air Force, loss of pay and benefits. I mean, you could even go to prison. And you knew all of that, right? You knew all of that when you made this decision to try to inspire others. How did you go through the thought process?
Wait, where are you on Snowden? He's a traitor. He's a traitor to the country. And he deserves to be put on the firing line.
Process that made you willing to pay the price that this may cost?
Nothing that is worth doing is something that you can do for free. Everything that is worthwhile is going to cost something. It's going to be hard. It's going to require sacrifice. And we are in an incredibly challenging time. And in order for us to get out of this situation, we all have to have courage. So for me to take action, if I don't sacrifice something, if I don't give something up, then it's just words, and words are easy to ignore. So if I don't put myself...
Snowden was based, but because of the legal process, his choices after going to Russia are sus. Maybe, I mean, I think I can be a little bit more empathetic to the fact that, like, I don't know if he had much of a choice at that point, to, like, the only country that was willing to give him asylum, but it doesn't make sense to me to be like, oh, I'm so against the United States and their corruption, but Russia, yeah, you know,
out there in a big way, then it's just noise. And there's plenty of noise that we're all listening to every day. There's plenty of people telling us the obvious truth. but there's no cost being paid. And there's a lot of ways to view that as cynically or skeptically or whatever the case may be, and just dismiss it and say, okay, you're not making any difference. But we just have to be willing to accept that we can change what is happening in our country if we're just willing to pay a price for it. So all that I could do was ask myself, what's the highest price that I'm willing to pay? And this is what I ultimately came up with. And it is absolutely motivated by my oath to the Constitution. But any American can make this choice. Any American can say, this government is intolerable, and I want a better future for my children, and I want to hand them a better country than I inherited. And that is ultimately a huge inspiration for me as well.
If you look up presidents on the political spectrum, they are all pretty close to one another. I totally disagree with that. I totes disagree with that. I think I literally have like a I hate, like, on the phone, it puts everything in the boxes, makes it really easy to just scroll through, but on here, it just puts it all in separate posts. That's kind of fucking annoying. That's kind of fucking annoying. 1-to-1. Make no mistake. Oh, here's a BRB screen I can download. How do I...
So...
Shit. How do I... This is a BRB screen that I made a long time ago. And I lost all of my BRB screens a bit ago because I had it all on an external hard drive. And the external hard drive went down. And so I lost all of my BRB screens. Now, all of them are somewhere that I can get them. I just haven't gone looking for them. But this is, yeah, I've posted all of them in like different places. And so this is one area where I can get it that I... Let me download this real quick.
So that's what it comes down to. So America is the land of, So it's like, what the hell's going on? So I don't know if people understand, So love you too. So yeah. So all right. It's April Fool's Day. So it's like, I mean, that was, and what,
There we go. My favorite part. Right here.
Yeah. well, let's see. We'll go.
Hi, Elon.
So by, so like, so I mean, so then, well, okay, we should, you know, so the reason why it's I mean, it's a big deal. So but I think it's you're welcome.
Yeah, fucking immigrants. Fucking immigrants. Alright, well, I got the download. Well.
This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. This you know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. This was a fork in the road.
Lots of people didn't see the full context of that speech. Well, never mind. It's only showing videos for some reason. It's not showing like a lot of the pictures that I've posted. Yeah, it's literally only showing videos. Wait, so then where the fuck did all my pictures go? Fuck. Yeah, all of my pictures are gone.
Don't even whisper because the birds and mice could hear you. So that's the first thing you hear from your parents, how dangerous what you say is gonna be.
Did you personally see people that you knew get imprisoned because of things that they said?
They just disappear. In my country of America, they take away your job if you do not mourn the supreme leader's favorite YouTuber passing. Donald Trump, Lips of TikTok, Elon Musk, Laura Loomer. They will come for you.
And so this was a common thing.
Yeah.
And you just lived in constant fear.
When Charlie Kirk died, we are all scared to say anything.
Did you see anyone who didn't mourn enough?
I see many of my family get fired. They threaten their lives and say they will hurt them. Some call for war. The conservatives say they celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk, but they don't celebrate. They only say they don't care he died. But when the Conservative Party in power, there is no difference to them.
And people just disappear.
Yeah, my friend Stacy come to work one day. The next day I never see her again. There are deaths all the time. They call the trans murderers and spies. But the conservative responsible for 90% of killing. We know who does it, but they never say sorry.
This is like almost like word for word what she was saying. Just adding in conservative, adding in Charlie Kirk, adding in, you know, the Republican Party. Like, it's like word for word the shit that she was actually saying. Yeah, okay, well, Mantis came on the other day saying that they changed everything. This is gay.
chance.
Okay. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I had a whole spectrum of like presidents posted about like 6 months ago. And it literally says, like, up here at the top, 1,060 photos and videos. And it doesn't show the photos. Oh, it's on videos. Oh, you can change it to photo. Okay. Shit. Well, that would have been good fucking news earlier. Damn it. Also, if you guys are new here, this is my term, okay? I made this up. Start using it. Overton depth perception, all right? It means that when you're too far right or too far left, you think everybody else looks the same because you're too far away from them on the spectrum. So far left people will say all presidents are pretty much the same, that it's a uniparty, they're all pretty much the same. Why? Because they're so far left wing that they can't see that fucking far down. And so everybody starts to blur together and they all look the fucking same. Called Overton depth perception. You can see, like, this would be a normal spectrum right here where you got leftists all the way over here, rightists all the way over here. But to a leftist, it changes very quickly to where the right starts here instead of all the way over here, right? So when we're talking about somebody thinking that all the presidents are pretty much the same thing, they likely struggle with Overton depth perception. Also, she's still a babe. She's a total babe. You guys are all fucking gay if you don't think she's a babe. There you go. There you go. Found it. So we got like Bill Clinton over here, George Bush over here, Barack Obama over here, Donald Trump over here, then Joe Biden over here, then Donald Trump all the way over here. And then it's, I'm just a 90s Democrat. You can see the 90s Democrat all the way over here. So, there you go. I made this. And then said it's too accurate. Because I agree with it a lot. I agree with the thing that I made a lot. New York City mayoral debate in a nutshell. If you could be any flavor of ice cream, what flavor would it be and why? If I could be any flavor of ice cream, I would be, thank you for your answer, but unfortunately we've run out of time and need to move on. That is exactly what it was like the whole fucking time, dude. Okay.
He takes the well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that I have them listed.
Yeah, but
of
like,
course,
can you name one? Because my
listed.
general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like, can you tell me one?
Then let's do the counter.
To the
this
question.
is fair.
Can you name?
Oh my goodness, dude! The fact that this is just. This is so fucking rough.
Evan, since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay.
Incredible to witness Andrew Wilson, who paid Candace Owens $300,000 to engage in that debate, have absolutely no familiarity with the topic at hand. Namely the Tyler Robinson case, the suspect who's accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk. Now, Candace's detractors have basically brushed that moment off as like, no big deal, no biggie. But it is a big deal because prior to that debate, Andrew Wilson declared that there was overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is guilty. Okay, guilty of what? How can one know what Robinson is guilty of if he doesn't know what he's charged with? Because Robinson wasn't simply charged with murder. He's facing trial for a more severe charge of aggravated murder, which could translate to the death penalty if Robinson is convicted. And as you can imagine, the burden of proof required to convict someone of that charge is rather high, rightfully so. So when Wilson says that there's overwhelming evidence to show that Robinson is guilty, well, he should be able to present that evidence. We should be able to see that evidence. And remember, there could be no reasonable doubt. Now, imagine making that claim, offering Candace Owens $300,000 to debate her with that stance, and then say this at the very beginning of an hours-long debate. Take a look.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
I thought that was low. I would have said 90 to 95. I felt like that was ridiculous that he said that. That was lowballing it.
Oof. Look, that was not a great moment for Andrew Wilson. That guy's supposed to be like a amazing debate. Okay, amazing debater. Now, Candace, on the other hand, demonstrated that she's knowledgeable about every nook and cranny of the case, including what I feel is the bare minimum of what Wilson should have known. Take a look.
Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, hang on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay. So murder.
And so just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit.
It is murder, so the charge is still technically the same. The aspects of what you have to meet are technically the same, except I think there's like an added. Is it like a callous and malicious intent? What is the? And the fact that it entails the death penalty. Utah does not traditionally have first-degree murder, murder 1, and second-degree murder labels. Instead, Utah law defines criminal homicide simply as murder, as standard of first-degree felony and aggravated murder, a separate capital felony. Definition: intentionally or knowingly causing the death of another person or causing the death via a depraved indifference to human life. Yeah, so that's the depraved indifference to human life during a certain dangerous acts. Classification: first-degree felony, a minimum prison sentence. So it is. That's just Utah murder. Okay, Utah aggravated murder, intentionally or knowingly causing a death accompanied by specific statutory aggravating factors such as killing a law enforcement officer, murdering multiple people, killing while in jail or prison, or committing a murder during a brutal felony like a rape, kidnapping, or arson. I don't know how any of that would fucking qualify. How does any of that apply to Tyler Robinson? Why don't we just talk about law reforms we want to see instead of trying to understand how murder statutes work? You can talk about that all you want. There's probably a wall close to you. Go talk to the wall about it.
There's nothing going on. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next two charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next two charges are for witness tampering. And the
what's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Now, look, regardless of what you might think about Candace Owens, she's been investigating Charlie Kirk's assassination every single day since it happened. Anyone who follows her show has seen her exclusively present materials that give any rational person the very reasonable doubt that would acquit Tyler Robinson.
No. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I have gone over tons and tons of the shit that Candace Owens has said on her show, and it's mostly pure bullshit and fabrication. So even the if you guys were here the other day when I had a debate with a lady about the Tyler Robinson evidence, you know, where they show she's like, look, if you stretch out the photo, he looks bigger. So it doesn't look like Tyler Robinson anymore. It's like, yeah, if you fucking stretch out the picture, yes, he looks like a larger person. No fucking duh. No fucking duh. Like, that's not how lens correction works. And I was trying to explain this to her, like, so different lenses are bubbled differently, right? They normally have like a round piece on the outside, and how you correct for that roundness of the lens is different depending on the exact shape of the lens. And what they did is just stretch him out wider. That's it. They only stretched him out wider. That's not how that works. You're not correcting anything by just stretching them out wider, because again, it's a bubble. So it's always going to warp you this way, this way, this way, this way. Like, it's stretching you in every direction. And you only stretch it a little bit in those directions and more in each direction and less in other directions, depending on where they are in the frame of the fucking bubble. That's how that works. You can't just take it and widen the picture and be like, whoa, when we stretch him out, he looks wider. Oh my goodness. This looks like a totally different person now. Well, it couldn't be him then. Like, that's literally what they did. Unironically, that's literally what they did. And I saw yesterday, because this is what I was looking for in the conversation, as I was telling them, like, well, no, some of the cars do look warped on the edges, but you can't see enough. I would need to see the original image to actually be able to come to a conclusion here. I saw somebody else come out with the actual original image. They cut off the top of the fucking picture and the sides of the picture and the bottom of the picture, because, again, you can see that those do not look normal anymore. Obviously, because you're not actually lens correcting in that case. You're not actually doing any sort of lens correction there. You're just stretching it out. And so when you stretch it out, you can see the ceiling goes whoop like this. It just whoop, and the floor goes like this. And it's just, you're not doing anything now. You're literally doing nothing. So it's just manipulation. Let me see if we can Let me see if I can find the exact image. I don't want to scroll through this on. Okay, so this is it. So what they did is they stretched out the image a bit. And this is okay, so you can see how at the car here, you see how the windows warp down here? Same with the edge of the top of this car warps down here. Like right at the edge, you can see just in the last inch, it just drops down. Just the same as here. Drops down and then warps out. So they cut off the ceiling and the majority of the floor, because you can see here, it goes up to here, and then it starts going back down here. So they're trying to cut out as much of like the sides of everything so that you can't see how fucking weird everything looks once they do this.
There you go.
And so now that so now that she stretched him out, she's like, look, he looks like a bigger, more muscular guy. Well, that doesn't look like Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson's not this big, muscular guy.
And we will show you this in slow motion so that there is no confusion that we did not edit anything. Here it is in slow-mo.
So watch. Right here, he's bigger, right? Look. Right here, he's bigger.
Okay. Now it's just a need Robinson.
This person even cut out the rest of it. He gets to the bottom of the clip and goes back to being a fucking stick again. He gets to like the bottom corner, and I showed this in the debate that we were having. I showed like he gets back to the fucking corner and goes back to just being an absolute fucking stick.
Kind of a contradiction queen here. So let's go ahead and
that there is
that I'm missing something.
Shit, there was a great fucking debunk video on this that I don't think I saved.
Candace isn't a DNA expert either. Can't
anymore.
Rakita Law's back? I thought he disappeared. I thought he was gone. Yep, there you go. There you go. So, okay, so you see this? You see how this warps up top? You can't just stretch them out then. This is what I'm talking about. You cannot just stretch the person and fix that. That's not how that works. Didn't he go to jail? I think, actually, I probably have the ability to fix this. Sorry, other people might not give a fuck about this, but I just want to see if I have the ability to fix this. I have a bunch of different like lens correctors that I can try and see if any of them fit this lens. But what it'll do is if you actually correct a lens, it'll like, you'll see it'll fold out and then the edges will go like this. Like it'll, or the inverse of that. Like it'll look, it will not be square anymore like this is. Okay. So this is what we're looking at. Okay. So we want to Huh. Maybe it doesn't have it for... For a photo? Let me see. Yeah, I guess they moved a bunch of shit, so... Fuck. I don't know exactly where it is anymore. Because it used to have LUTs on here, and right next to the LUTs you could change... Oh, here it is. Okay, I got it. Lens correction. Okay. The device model... Do you see how all these like change the edges of this and they all stretch it in different directions? He's not right in the middle. So because he's not right in the middle, you can't just stretch it to the sides. You can't just do that. But yeah, it doesn't look like any of these. It doesn't look like any of these fit. I think this is the most normal looking one. Yeah, this is definitely the most normal looking one, but yeah, anyways. That's what it is. Like you're changing for the type of lens that it is, and then adjusting for that. So yeah, you can't just... Oh, there you go. This actually is pretty close. But yeah, anyways, that's the point. Is that yeah, the way that they did this, like that's not how you adjust it. That's not how you correct the lens. They kept calling it a... What was the girl calling it over and over? She kept calling it a compressed video. That's right. She kept saying the video is compressed.
Remember, he stands accused of killing Charlie Kirk by firing a single shot to the neck with a .30-06 rifle, and he allegedly did so from a roof 142 yards away. So look, we're going to show you some of the material that Candace has presented on her show, and luckily, Candace joins us today to walk us through it all. Candace, welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for doing this, especially on such short notice. I was planning on doing this segment totally by myself, but there's just so much, and I know I'm gonna miss things, and you do really know this case like the back of your hand. So I wanna start off by talking about what you covered on your show yesterday, because for me, that was it. At that point, I'm like, I'm gonna talk about this, and I'm gonna give her kudos, because this video footage is very suspicious, and we need answers, and it does cast some doubt on the official narrative surrounding Tyler Robinson and how this assassination allegedly took place. So, you have mentioned on your show repeatedly that less than 4 minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot, Terrell Farnsworth, who runs audio and visual for Turning Point USA, was seen taking down one of the cameras that was like on the set where Charlie was, right? So there's 3 cameras in total, but the one camera behind him, which would capture the back of Charlie's head and the audience viewing him, that's the camera less than 4 minutes after Charlie Kirk was shot. That's the camera that Terrell Farnsworth goes to immediately, takes it down, and then there's video of that moment along with some of the context of what you had to say about the video. So I want to just show the audience that, and then we'll go to the new footage that you presented yesterday. Everyone take a look.
So when the footage began going viral, the clip of Terrell taking down that camera in particular, people online, I think, rightfully speculated that there must have been something really important about that back footage behind Charlie's head specifically. And then people were gaslit. We were told, no, there was nothing unique about that camera. There was nothing unique about that footage in particular. Terrell actually grabbed all of the footage, and he did so because people were stealing and people are evil, which we then said our common sense went, that doesn't really make sense, because if he was worried about people stealing, wouldn't he be concerned with the camera? It was just the SD card that he took out, contrary to what Andrew Colvett.
Yeah, if he's concerned with stealing right after somebody just got murdered, the thing that he would be getting is the SD card, so that if people do steal the cameras, not as big of a deal. They're likely renting the fucking cameras, they can pay for them, whatever. But they do want the evidence to be maintained. They want to make sure that they have the video footage of him being shot, especially from the back, to where they could possibly see where the gunman was. And so that would be the best footage to go get.
Is saying there was something special about that footage behind Charlie's head, and Terrell beelined to it in particular. And he was nervous about that footage in particular.
He was nervous about it. What, did he look around a couple of times? Did he go, or was he what do we mean he was nervous? Are we going to be just doing the most bullshit armchair quarterbacking here?
Because he did not instantly grab all of the SD cards. He grabbed that one, and he did it nervously. Here he is.
Oh, he's looking around.
Here he is.
Oh, look how nervous he is.
He's taking down the camera altogether. If you're worried about theft, take the whole camera. It's pretty small. It's in your hand. He doesn't do that. He takes it apart and he takes the SD card out. And he looks around. He wants to see who's looking at him.
Oh man, yep, he looked around. Yep. He's looking around. He looks like he's nervous. It's not like, there's still a shooter at large that they haven't caught yet, that he's maybe looking around. He's looking to make sure that all the other cameras that he has pointed right at him can't see him. That's what he's doing.
And then
he's so worried that somebody might see him with all of these cameras pointed right at him.
He looks down at it and he walks around, and we had wondered, what did Terrell do when he walked around? He hasn't addressed any other camera there, just that one.
So it's definitely strange that he didn't address any other camera except for the one directly behind Charlie Kirk.
Crazy, dude.
And you actually reached out to him. You knew who he was because of your time with Turning Point USA. You spoke to him on September 18th to ask about it. What did he tell you?
It was the first thing that made me uncomfortable in this case. He
was
basically was saying a bunch of excuses that didn't make any sense. The first thing he said was, he wanted to secure the footage because he didn't want Erica to see Charlie die in 4K. And I said, Terrell, we all just watched Charlie die. Like, they're not saving her from that inevitability because, that's the whole thing. It was a live stream. We all watched this already. It's all over the internet and it's from the front. Why would you grab the back footage if that was your concern? And then he told me,
it's from the front. Why would you grab the back footage? What does that even mean?
That's the whole thing. It was a live stream. We all watched this already. It's all over the internet and it's from the front. Why would you grab the back footage if that?
What does that mean? It's from the front. Why would you grab the back footage? What does that mean? What the fuck does that even mean? If they shot from the front, you would want the footage from the back so you can see where the shooter could have been. Like, what do you mean?
That was your concern. And then he told me that I said, could you just send it to me because I'm not going to show the footage. I just want to see it so I can then defend you on my platform, which was my intention to say, hey guys, like this is the reason he did this. Maybe a police officer told him to grab all the footage. I hadn't put the pieces together yet. And he told me, well, I don't know how to send a file that big. And I said, Terrell, you run an audiovisual company. You know how to send big files. Like you can use WeTransfer, you could use Google. And then he said he was worried that Google was going to hack him. I mean, these are just totally, frankly, bizarre excuses for not showing me the footage. I would have happily gone to him. I would have jumped on a Zoom call. And I was like, hey, you're acting really strange. I told him that. I said, this is all very weird. Like what would Google hack you for the purpose of then showing the footage that we've all seen? Like we're all going to see Charlie die again. Like what kind of a conspiracy is this? And so you fast forward to this preliminary hearing and the testimony of the State Bureau of Investigations. And I find out that actually 8 days prior to him speaking to me, actually on the day that Charlie was assassinated, he sent them Google links. So clearly he wasn't fearful about Google. Clearly he knew how to share a link, as I know he did. So the natural question that I have is, why did he lie to me? Why did he lie to me?
Well, not only that, and this is really important. So he took the SD card out of the camera. You just mentioned that he provided investigators with Google links of the footage. Did he provide
as well
them
as a flash drive, which is what was testified to, which means what happened to the SD cards, right? So the SD cards, if you're saying that you wanted to assist the officers, you just give them the SD cards. They know how to figure out an SD card. You don't have to do anything to help them figure out how to do an SD card. And so if that excuse of I just wanted to secure all the footage was correct, that's what you would have done. But clearly his focus was that back footage because he even steps over another camera, which would have had a good view of people in the audience. If you thought, hey, maybe someone shot him that was in the audience or Velosi Center, I would have grabbed that camera that was behind him facing the audience and the questioners. He steps over that camera and abandons an opportunity to grab that SD card at the same time. And he, nervously looks around, grabs that back one, and then walks around to the back of the tent, as you just showed.
And, I don't want it to be lost on our audience, so I want to reiterate. He never provided, and this is based on the testimony that you can hear for yourselves during the preliminary hearing. He never provided the SD card, the original, SD card to the investigation. He just provided the Google links and a flash drive, which would.
Did they subpoena the SD card? What?
Indicate that there's a possibility of evidence tampering, no?
Well, it depends on if they asked for the whole SD card or if they asked for the fucking file. It depends on what they asked for. That's like, it depends on what they fucking wanted.
I mean, I'm not saying that he did do that, but that there's a possibility for that.
There's certainly a possibility, and what's also interesting to me is like the SBI, they control the case, right? So that's the State Bureau of.
This is so stupid, dude. This is so stupid. Always bringing up these like, there's a possibility. It's a possibility. It's possible, right, guys? Like doing that over and over and over is you're so fucking stupid. Like there's always all sorts of possibilities. It's possible that somebody had killed the guy that they're talking about in that in that video that somebody killed him and then took his skin off and was wearing his skin in that video, and that wasn't actually him. Farrell Farnsworth. It's possible that somebody killed Farrell Farnsworth or Terrell Farnsworth and cut his skin off and wore his skin, and that wasn't actually him. It's possible. Like, you can't tell me it's impossible, right? It's possible that that was actually Tyler Robinson wearing his skin and taking the SD card out. Possible, right? Like, so what? Just over and over pointing out the most random possibilities without any evidence that that's what happened, without any reasonability, without any likelihood. I mean, that's what you would need. You would need likelihood to even bring it up. But to just over and over, well, it's possible. Is it as possible as, you know, like, don't you think they would look for some sort of tampering with the videos? Don't you think they would look for some sort of issue with the footage? Don't you think they would look for these things and then call it out or ask for a different file or then they would ask for the original SD card? Like, don't you think that would be part of the process here?
Investigations. The lead investigators on the case are the SBI. They were on the ground that day. I believe he testified. It was about 1:30 by the time they started saying, okay, this is your job, your job, your job. Your job is to secure the surveillance. Why are you not giving them the SD cards? And the only excuse that we have gotten about where those SD cards are came from Andrew Colvett weeks later. He told the public that the SD cards were given to the FBI. That makes entirely no sense. This is not a federal case. This is a state case. The lead investigators are in the state. Who in the FBI?
The FBI was working with them on the case. The FBI said numerous times that they were working in conjunction with Utah.
Has those SD cards, and when were they given those SD cards? Did Terrell take it back to Arizona and then
Yes. The FBI worked directly alongside Utah state and local police forces to investigate the Tyler Robinson case following the shooting of Charlie Kirk. So,
give it to Kash Patel thereafter? We don't know, but these are questions that anybody who is looking at this case should be rationally asking because Carol had an opportunity.
That's what they should be rationally asking. Candace knows all about the rational asking.
To edit that footage. He did. He just did. And the story that we were told by Andrew Colvett was that he just wanted to secure the footage for the purposes of making sure that nobody stole anything because people are evil. But actually, I don't think his priority was making sure that things weren't stolen because he left those other cameras. He left that other SD card as the one that he stepped over and addressed his computer.
Right.
Like, that's not the first thing. And I want to be clear. This is all happening within 10 minutes of Charlie getting hit. Terrell runs up to a ledge, records a selfie video of himself. As Charlie's being carried to the car, he says, Charlie's dead, which is a stunning thing to say. A stunning thing. Nobody knew that Charlie was dead. Charlie wasn't going to make it. He explains it away. I was close to him. I saw how bad it was. I just, assumed he was dead or whatever. Okay, I'll accept that. Your next step is not to call 911, but to jump down and secure the camera behind his head. Are we allowed to acknowledge that that's strange?
I mean, I'm acknowledging it. I do think that's strange.
Are we allowed? Dude, are we even allowed? Come on. Why are we not even allowed to acknowledge this? Like, they said they're gonna arrest us and kill us if we acknowledge this. So we're not even allowed to do it, dude.
Even more strange is the exclusive footage that you presented on your show just yesterday. So you asked, rightfully, like, what happened immediately after he took the SD card out of the camera? And you managed to find footage of what he did immediately after. So that's what we're gonna take a look at next. Everyone take a look at this video.
Here is what Terrell did thereafter, seen for the first time. Terrell is there. He looks around, again, nervously.
Nervously.
And he puts
my goodness.
The SD card in his pocket.
I would love to know what the difference between looking around normally and looking around nervously is to her. I would love to hear this explanation.
And he zips up. He doesn't run to the other cameras and try to grab the SD card. Instead, what he does is he whips out his phone and he begins texting with someone. And that's what he does. He's texting with someone to say what?
I mean, that's a legitimate question. And think about the dramatic scene that everyone just witnessed. Less than 4 minutes after Charlie Kirk gets shot, he goes for the camera to take the SD card out. Like, I just feel like most people their mind wouldn't go there. I mean, and I could be wrong. Everyone reacts differently, I guess. But I know I wouldn't react that way. My first thought wouldn't be, I gotta get the SD card out of the camera directly behind Charlie Kirk's head. It's just strange.
Which is the least important footage when you consider the shots. It's the least important footage is going to be that footage because traditionally it always just showed kind of what was at Charlie's feet and a little bit of the audience. It's not a great shot of anything, actually. The other two cameras would be more significant if that was your instinct to secure the footage. Why not do all three at the exact same time? Why this one being prioritized? And I also want to raise the most significant part. He violates the crime scene to do it. He pulls the chair that Charlie, according to him, just died in because he knew, he said instantly that Charlie was dead. So he knew it was a crime scene and he drags the chair that Charlie was sitting on that has blood all over it and stands on top of it, stands over the other camera, which has been knocked over, to basically unfasten that camera, to bring it down, take it to the side, doesn't care about all of these expensive cameras that could be stolen. You know, Andrew's story is he was worried about people stealing. Well, okay, let's secure the cameras. And he just takes that SD card out and he's constantly looking both ways. Like, you know, looking both ways as if he is doing something wrong or like he has some sort of a fear. I mean, that's what I see in his body language when I look at that.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I have a huge problem with the fact that he didn't provide the original SD card to the investigators. Like, that's a huge problem.
Yeah, okay. You said.
So let's talk about the crime scene a little bit, because one of the things that I found strange was how quickly the scene was tampered with in a way that would bury potential or possible evidence in order to help indicate, like, and find.
Bro, they do this every fucking time. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I hate them so much. I really do. I hate them so fucking much. They never say what evidence it is that they think is going to be tampered with. They never say, like, we got into a whole big fight about this when we were reviewing Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson, is the fact that all of these people, you know, they kept talking about, oh, well, they stripped the car and they took out the carpet and they cleaned it and they, you know, what, that's evidence tampering. So, okay, what evidence did they tamper with? So, well, they could have found more evidence. They could have done the CSI stuff on the car. What CSI stuff? What evidence? What evidence are they getting from the car? So, well, there was blood in there. There was that's where he was dying in the car. Yeah. So, what evidence should they have gotten from the car? What is it? What is the evidence? Like, tell me, what is the evidence that they would have gotten from the fucking car? That he was bleeding? That it was his blood? Are they not sure if it was him? Maybe it was somebody else? Like, what evidence? What evidence? What are we talking about? What? Maybe somebody choked him in the back of the fucking car? Like, what evidence are we talking about here? Like, what are we looking for? What do you think could have been tampered with? What is the possibility here? It's just the evidence. Yes, the evidence, Tom. It's the fucking evidence. You can't tamper the evidence. What evidence? That was the chair that he just got shot in, and they're letting him stand on it. Whoa. Because it could have been somebody else who got shot there, and they're not sure if it was Charlie Kirk.
Find who actually killed Charlie Kirk. So can you go over some of what you find strange? So there was the whole paving over of that area.
Yes.
What do you know about that?
So what we know, and this is what has been shared by the person who directly put down the pavers. So this is not like, oh, he did an interview, he explained everything. He got a call over the weekend asking him to come in for what was described to him as an emergency paver job that was being done because the FBI and the governor of Utah were requesting it. Now, what we do know about that entire area of that courtyard is it was under FBI control. That came out in the preliminary hearing. They described which zones everybody was in control of. And for whatever reason, our FBI, who should not have been involved in this case at this stage. There's no reason for the FBI to get involved in state crimes. Didn't happen across state lines. They decided, you know, giddy up, we're going down immediately and we are going to be in control of the courtyard. So what he is saying would make sense. The FBI was in control. And on Saturday, they had a team come in and dig out and remove all of the dirt. And then on Sunday, a separate team came in and put down pavers. And they said it was an emergency. It had to happen. And so he basically testified. He went on a podcast, so it wasn't like a official testimony, and explained, I didn't know. I'd never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency that couldn't wait until the next week. And they had him lay down pavers. And in the process, they moved about 12 inches of soil. They wanted 12 inches of dirt removed and to have pavers put down. Well, now moving that dirt to put down pavers makes sense. You have to remove dirt to put down pavers. But what is the emergency? This is a crime scene. Why would you do this? None of that makes any sense. And so it's another thing.
Bro, you need the concrete. You need the concrete. What? You need the concrete. You need the dirt. You can't remove the dirt. It's a fucking crime scene, bro. You're tampering with the dirt. Everybody knows you can't do that. All of the evidence that's gone from the dirt and the pavement. You could have found footprints in the dirt.
Where you go, they literally paved over the crime scene, began paving over the crime scene within 72 hours. It's just an absolute nonsense.
I remember you talking about how the authorities also provided Erica Kirk with material that should have been maintained as part of the investigation. Can you just quickly go over that?
Absolutely. And so in any traditional scenario where there is an unsolved crime, even if there is a solved crime, you're going to keep certain things into evidence until you get to the trial, right? That's just, and of course, every one of Charlie's personal belongings is going to be assumed that it needs to go into evidence.
Right.
And you will recall that there was sort of this moment where the public really first saw Erica, and she's hanging out of the window and she's holding Charlie's St. Michael necklace, his St. Michael pendant, and it's on a chain. Now, there are some people that say that chain actually was not the original one he was wearing. It had been switched, but we do know that that is his St. Michael pendant. She then featured it and discussed how he loved this pendant, and how she would get him a new pendant fixture every year. That's completely crazy. How would you just give that immediately back to Erica and not see that as evidence? And we found it strange that so many people who were there that day had like a personal story about the pendant that made no sense. Namely Frank Turek. He told a story, and his story has shifted somewhat. And he says it's fine. Everyone has different memories. But he says that, when he got to the hospital, they were securing the car. That was another piece of evidence that they got rid of. They towed the car. And
oh no. Oh no, is this Marquette? Marquette's such a fucking idiot, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck did
you just Google that?
My hands are right here. How can I Google? You haven't
Your
seen me
hands were
typing at all.
Googling a minute. No, I didn't argue that. I said that it's a genetic fallacy to conclude that because of the source themselves doing something bad, that therefore the whole proposition or what they're doing or everything else in their ideology is bad. That's the fallacy there. That's why you can't do. It's like a version of an ad hominem. That's like saying individuals acting that way.
That's a good question. Well, for example, we can consider what the Pope has said, right? Has the Pope not, and the Pope's not the only one, but for example, we can see that the Pope has specifically condoned slavery. And this went on to be going through the examples, or if you are, but
Marquette, you do not have to go through any examples. He's on the defense, so you can continue to ask questions.
Okay, well, yeah, the reason I try not to debate religion is because it requires you to lie.
That neither group can demonstrate which one's right or wrong. You would then be admitting that the Bible doesn't clearly teach your position, and so you can't actually refer to Ephesians. So that's another fallacy. It's a nonsense.
For example, I referenced the Dutch Reformed Church. They developed theological defenses of apartheid. You can see scholar Johan Theron on.
I understand your position, but you'll have your 15 minutes to address that on your time.
Yeah.
So I'll just let this play out for 2 more minutes here.
Sure. Go ahead, ask it again.
So Marquette doesn't understand the difference between offensive and defensive positions within a debate. So he keeps going on the fucking defensive, trying to give evidence of something that you're not supposed to be doing that right now.
What I just said, the last thing I said before the time ran out. That's what we're on.
Remind me what it was.
A guy as smart as you, you're a really deep thinker. I would
I mean, why are you bringing insults up? No, I've been
No, I just said a guy as smart as you. You're a really deep thinker. What I'm saying is that you're highly intelligent. You know what I said. You understand perfectly well.
You can't restate it. People do this in debates all the time.
Yeah.
Can you know? You can't restate the question
for the 5th time, huh?
Yeah, fine. For the 10th time, it doesn't matter. Restate it, please. You want me to say that that Christians have done wrong actions? I already admitted that in the opening statement. Yes, they have.
You ready for a question?
Are you
quite has, but hopefully he has some time to stay a little bit longer because this is a great conversation. And we have over 2,000 people in here watching.
You even mentioned Orthodox Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
There are examples of Orthodox Christianity. You look at the Romanian principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia.
Did you just Google that?
My hands are right here. How can I Google? You haven't
Your
seen me
hands
typing
were
at all.
Googling a minute ago. What do you mean? Like you can't Google that?
You haven't seen me typing at all. So anyways, and again, what's that, an ad hominem attack you're referencing?
No,
earlier?
it's a question about the sources and your veracity.
Marquette is so embarrassing, bro.
And wanted it cleaned and resold within 72 hours. I mean, the whole thing is just so crazy that you would tow that car in 48 hours that had Charlie in it and could potentially have some evidence. But he tells a story about the pendant, Frank Turek, where he says
it could potentially have evidence, dude. It's crazy. How could you tow the car? It could potentially have evidence. And they didn't even think about that. The potential for evidence.
He went out to the car and first the FBI wouldn't allow him to get his belongings. And then he said, you know, where's Charlie's pendant? Because I know Erica wants it. And the FBI said, no, you can't have it. And he said, no, I demand it for Erica, and they just gave it to him. Like, that's not really a believable story. And I'm sorry that the FBI said, oh, well, if Erica's emotional and looking for it, here you go. None of it really makes any sense.
Okay, I have so many questions. Okay, for our audience members, let them know who Frank Turek is, because they might not be familiar. Like, what is
so Frank Turek is one of about 20 people who claim that they were Charlie's personal pastor.
Hello Fresh, this is Campbell's soup.
I find that to be
or chunky soup.
Very strange as well. He was with Charlie in the days leading up in Arizona. And for some reason, Charlie needed a rabbi, a priest, and a pastor. I kid you not, in the 48 hours leading up. And they all say that it was because he just wanted to strengthen his debate skills, something that Charlie's been doing for 10 years. He just really wanted to work on his debate skills. Anyway, Frank Turek accompanies Charlie to this event, which is obscure to me that he would be doing that. And then he's kind of filming on his phone, says that he's on FaceTime, rather, is what he says, with his grown adult 35-year-old kids in the middle of a day because they just love Charlie Kirk so much and they want to hear him speak. And mind you, that son that he's referring to, I'm pretty sure, is in the military. And the shot happens and Frank Turek jumps into the back of the car to accompany Charlie to the hospital. And he did a media blitz thereafter and told a lot of stories about what he did in the car and spoke about this necklace that Charlie was wearing and how it was just sitting on his backpack when he was at the car. And the Fed said to him, oh, there it is. What do you mean, oh, there it is? How did the Feds know that Charlie was wearing a necklace? There it is. Why were they looking for Charlie's necklace? These are all sorts of unanswered questions that we are asking. Like, why were the Feds?
Yeah, this is important stuff. This is so weird. How did they even know he was wearing a necklace? That is so weird. This is really, because all of the possibilities that this could lead to. I mean, think about all of the answers that we could get from finding out how they knew he was wearing a necklace and why they said, oh, there it is. I mean, that's suspicious, dude. That's suspicious. That is weird behavior. We all know what that means. Oh.
Looking for it? Why were you looking for it? Why did Erica want it? Why couldn't this have gone into evidence first and been returned to her at a later date? And I'm told by police officers the usual process is they take everything and then the attorney general of the state has to sign off if you want anything personal back. For some reason, they violated all of that for Erica, allegedly. We did see her holding it the very same day. So
what I also don't understand.
Yeah, he could have been strangled with the necklace. Yeah, maybe somebody came up behind him and pulled on his neck really hard with the necklace and strangled him to death. And we're all just assuming he got shot. They didn't even check the evidence.
And there might be a reasonable explanation. You would know better than me because you've done so many of these types of events alongside Charlie. After Charlie is allegedly shot, why is he being transported to the hospital in an SUV as opposed to an ambulance? Like, doesn't Turning Point USA usually have like an ambulance nearby in case something happens?
Every single event that I have done has had an ambulance on the side. This is brand new. I mean, everything that day was brand new. I showed how I even texted, like, Terrell didn't come to the events. Terrell didn't sit to the side of us. All of that started, and I describe it as sort of boiling the frog. Ironically, the one time, the one semester, so to speak, that I did not go on tour with Charlie, everything changed. Then I have him up on a platform. They have him wearing this double mic. They have this camera behind his head. We never had cameras behind our head. You can go back and find the footage. I mean, I have toured with Charlie from 2019 until spring of 2024. I really appreciate how many tour stops I've done with Charlie. And so I was able to immediately look at the situation and go, what is this? What is all of this? Why is Terrell there? My first question.
Yeah, I was immediately able to look at the stuff and immediately go, what is this as well? I can do that really fast. As soon as I saw, what is this? I was so, oh my goodness, dude. How fast I can see something sometimes and then say, what is this? What is this? You guys wouldn't believe it. You would not believe how fast I can do that sometimes. It is. You'd be impressed. You'd be amazed.
I was able to immediately look at the situation and go, what is this? What is all of this? Why is Terrell there? My first
What
question.
is all of this?
What is Terrell doing here? He does the big events. He's the CEO of the audiovisual company. This is like a chump change event. I've done UVU with Charlie before, literally have done that exact school. You can go find the footage. What are we doing here? And Terrell said to me on the phone, we were trying something new. He kept saying that.
But were you asking why is Terrell there? I was. No, I literally asked why is everybody there? She hasn't even asked that question. I thought, why is literally anybody here? Why is everybody here? Why would people even be? What does it mean to be? What does it mean to be here and not there? What does there and here even mean? Technically, it's all the Earth. We're all on the same place, the same planet. How do we really decipher one from the other? How do we actually come to a conclusion on these terms? Linguistically, philosophically, I asked all of these questions. I haven't heard her ask them once. What do you mean by mean? See? Did she ask? The evidence. All of the fucking evidence. For what do you mean by mean? It could have been in the car. It could have been in the necklace. It could have been on the SD card. Who's asking these questions? Who's even asking these questions? Not her. I did. I asked those questions. And I asked them faster than she did. Immediately. So fast. I asked those questions.
We were trying something new. What was new that you were trying? He said we wanted immediate, feedback back to the ops back home so we could cut clips the fastest. Like someone's racing to beat Turning Point at cutting.
Yeah. Why would anybody ever try to cut clips faster than other people? Like, are you part of some sort of organization where you guys race each other to cut clips? And why did you use the term cut? You know, somebody just died. And you think it's appropriate to use the term cut in that moment. Did the cops even ask these questions? Did Kash Patel even think to ask? Why would you use the word cut? Lacerated clips, yeah. Who does that?
These clips. And so it makes me uncomfortable that there were so many admitted by Terrell new fixtures immediately as they got me out of the picture, putting pressure on Charlie regarding Tucker Carlson as well as me following my firing from the Daily Wire. And then a year later, Charlie's dead. That doesn't sit right with me. That just.
I was thinking the same thing. She got fired from the Daily Wire. And then a year later, Charlie's dead. Like, how do you explain that? I quit my job 2 years before that. I quit my job 2 years later, Charlie's dead. How do you explain that? How How do you, you guys think we're stupid? You guys think we're stupid? How do you can't explain that.
Doesn't sit right with me. And again, you can look at every piece of this objectively and go, there's a lot of things that don't make sense. And why do we have Turning Point unwilling to offer information that could help make it?
You can look at a lot of things subjectively and say that doesn't make sense. I totally agree with her here. She is right on the fucking nose. You can look at a lot of things subjectively and say that doesn't make sense. That is so true.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's the part of this that's so strange to me, Candace, because it's usually the same group of people who are like, oh, there's nothing to see here when it comes to the Epstein files. Usually people who defend Israel's undue influence over our government and the wars that we fight on their behalf. It's always the same group of people who are not only hounding you and just trying to make you out to be crazy, while, by the way, totally ignoring your arguments, never engaging in the substance of what you're saying. They just try to defame you. Okay.
I've noticed this too. I've said this before. It's the same people who believe in 9/11. It's the same people who believe, that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. It's the same people who believe that we did the moon landing. It's the same people who believe the earth isn't flat. It's always the same usual suspects every time. It's always the same group of people. Like, who's not going to find that suspicious? Who's not going to find that suspicious? Do you know how many times, like every time I find out that somebody lied, I swear, and I'm not even kidding, okay? I'm not even joking about this. This is actually real. Seriously, I know we've been memeing, but for real, every single time I find out somebody's lying, it actually turns out that at 100% of them think it's good to eat and drink water. And if you ask them, they would recommend it. Like for you to live, for you to stay alive, for like sustenance. They would say you should eat food, drink water, breathe air. All of the same people who believe that stuff, the people who lie also believe those things. It's always 100% of the time. There's never been a single time I've caught somebody lying and they didn't also believe those things. How do you explain that?
It is what it is. But what's strange to me is, don't you want these questions answered? Like, don't you want to get to the bottom of what actually happened that day? Very likely that Tyler Robinson is involved in some way. Is he the only person involved?
And I've been saying that.
You have been saying that. Yes, you have been saying that. Yeah.
Like
don't you want these questions answered? Like, don't you want to get to the bottom of what actually happened that day? Very likely that Tyler Robinson is involved in some way. Is he the only person involved?
And I've been saying that.
You have been saying that. Yes, you have been saying that. Yeah.
Like I've never.
Like I keep the amount that I've thought about what happened to Tyler Robinson's butthole in that relationship that he was in, because the other guy, they both have penises. The amount that I really think about his butthole and like how just torn it might be, how many like scratches and scars and shit like that. Like I ask these questions and everybody like gets gross. Oh, you can't ask that, Tom. You can't ask that. Why are you guys so afraid of the truth? Why do you guys not want to get to the truth? It's always the same people who are like, why would you ask that? Why? You shouldn't even ask those questions. I'm not even allowed to ask what's going on with Tyler's butthole. What's going on with Lance's butthole? It's a little weird. They attack me, the person who's trying to get to the truth, the person who actually is trying to find answers. They're attacking me for this. Coincidence? I think not.
said I think he's completely innocent. I say I do not believe he fired a shot and killed Charlie Kirk. So for what is being brought against him, I think he is innocent of. Could he be an accessory to murder? Was he burying clothes and hiding it, taking instruction from his boyfriend? I know he was around campus that day. I was told by a Robinson family member that he did not step foot on campus that day. And so, yeah, I feel like it's not like we're being crazy here. We're asking Turning Point to help assist us. And the most disturbing part of all of this for me is that his wife is not telling the public the truth about so many things that she could easily.
Yeah, why won't Turning Point just give all of the shit over to this random YouTuber who has no experience in investigations and no brains whatsoever, has obviously been a conspiracy theorist for a long time, seems dead set on blaming literally everything on the Jews. Why won't they just like hand it over to her? Like she's the obvious person to give that stuff to. That's how it normally works, right? Normally a crime gets committed, you give it over to Candace Owens. That's how that works. That's part of the process. Why would you try to stop that?
Tell the truth about. And this is not some widow that went home and is averse to publicity. If she was like, I don't care, I'm not getting involved, my focus is my children, and I'm camera shy, so to speak, you'd be like, okay, well, that's just who she is. Well, no, she's on tours. She's Shabbat and she's Shalom and she's talking to everybody. That you can't keep her away. She went right into the office that week and led a call giggling about emojis. How are you out of bed? I'm sorry. Like, are you trying to tell us that it's not reasonable for us to expect you to mourn longer than 72 hours? The world who did not know him mourned longer. People who did not like Charlie Kirk mourned longer, and just because it was so traumatizing. I think everyone felt less safe after Charlie got hit. And you watched it. I felt this like suddenly so insecure to go outside. She sits down with Jesse Waters and she says, he's like, were you scared? She's like, no, God's got me. He's like, have you lost sleep? She's like, no. Are you taking any medicine? I don't need any medicine. It's great. It's like, okay, you're Superwoman, I guess, or something. I don't like it. It doesn't feel right to me. And I have a right to form an opinion on Erica based on her public actions.
Well, one of the actions that honestly made me,
I'm not gonna lie, I was afraid to go outside at the time. I got so many fucking death threats from conservatives around that time. Like I got so many DMs, so many fucking comments, so many people in the chat, like just replies on Twitter. Like at that time I was just getting flooded with fucking death threats from conservatives. And it was literally the same thing over and over, where they were like, yeah, they were saying that they were going to civil war. They said it was time for fucking war. They were all posting their fucking like gifs of people putting on fucking war paint and like, oh yeah, look at us, we can post gifs of people putting guns into holsters and putting on camouflage outfits. Oh, I know you guys are scared now. We posting those fucking GIFs. We're posting those GIFs all over Twitter. Well, like seriously, like it's just like so much fucking shit that at the time I was like, yeah, I don't want to fucking go outside. Fuck this shit. Not the GIF. I'm telling you, dude. Like seriously, the amount of people who were posting pictures of Erica Kirk. And they would have they would have the face of like, oh man, y'all fucked up now. Look, I don't want to be the person on the other side of those eyes. Oh, y'all fucked up so bad. Oh, y'all are in so much trouble now. Oh, it's on.
A lot more critical of Erica Kirk came up in the context of your debate with Andrew Wilson, because he opened the debate by reading an alleged text message that Charlie Kirk sent. And just to kind of sum it up, and I'm not reading it verbatim, I want the audience to know that, Charlie Kirk communicated in that alleged text message that he wanted the security to be bolstered because he's worried about someone on the left trying to kill him, which is strange because that was allegedly a text message that Turning Point USA, it could have only been one person, Erica Kirk, because she's the one with his phone. She provided that to Andrew Wilson. Okay, first of all, why are we hearing about this now? Okay.
Right.
Why are we hearing about this now? If that text message is real, if it really does exist, wouldn't you want to put that out immediately? Because she has 100% backed the theory that Tyler Robinson was the one who shot and killed Charlie.
Wait, did he not put out the text message yet? He didn't put it out? Wait, is that real? He said right at the beginning, he read this fucking text message. He's like, this is new information that I've got for you. And she's like, can you show that to me? He's like, no, I'll post it myself.
Charlie Kirk, and that he was motivated by Charlie Kirk's views on the transgender community, right? That this was motivated by left-wing hatred of Charlie Kirk. Okay, wouldn't you want to release that text message immediately then? She didn't.
Right,
she
proves
waited.
your point.
So there's that. But also, Candace, I recall Erica Kirk saying in an interview that he sent no text messages saying that he feared for his life. Now, that was in the context of people speculating that he was in fear of Israel coming after him. And so she's like, no, I have his phone. He never texted anything about being in fear of getting killed. Okay, well, what changed? Because now all of a sudden there's this text message that alleges that he was afraid of someone on the left trying to kill him. I don't know. That inconsistency is really weird to me and shows a little bit of dishonesty that's gonna make people question anything that is gonna be claimed moving forward. But I wanna keep going because there's so much to get to. We're not gonna get to all of it, but I do think this is like the super important stuff. Now there's the 30-06. I'm not a ballistics expert. And so I had no choice but to kind of defer to what the experts were saying. Most experts were saying, you get shot in the neck with a 30-06, there's no way that there isn't an exit wound, okay? There's no way that you don't like blow someone's head off with that. And then you have like a few people who come out and they're like, no, it could happen, totally. I mean, it's totally possible that the bullet wouldn't, there wouldn't be an exit wound. Okay, I don't know. I'm not the expert. I don't know what to believe. Then you have Robert O'Neill. If you're unfamiliar with Robert O'Neill, he's the guy, the Navy SEAL who killed Osama bin Laden. So he's a bit of a ballistics expert, okay? He's been kind of sounding the alarm about the allegations in the official narrative. And I just want to show the audience a little piece of what he had to say on Piers Morgan.
So where'd that bullet come from? You don't bleed like, and I've shot guys closer than the camera was. And an entry wound doesn't look like that, an exit wound does. Why did his shirt move the way it did? When I've shot people, their shirts didn't move like that. And then the initial reaction was, well, he was obviously wearing body armor and it was deflection. One, no, he wasn't wearing body armor. And two, it doesn't deflect like that off of body armor. Why was his shirt moving from right to left? Why were people being interviewed saying, yeah.
He's so fucking stupid, dude. He's so dumb. He's absolutely fucking retarded. Like Andrew actually had a good comeback to this where he said, he's like, so what, did he record himself doing this and he was able to watch the footage back every time he shot somebody? He was able to watch it back. He was shooting people. He wasn't a sniper, so he wasn't shooting people with a sniper, but even if he did, like what is he recording it and watching it back to see if their shirts moved? Like what the fuck is he talking about?
They came from my left to right, from his right to left, immediately shut down. And then did they tear the crime scene down immediately?
If you were dismantling this precise rifle, how long would it take you to do it?
A 30-06, well, it's going to take several minutes. I can't even remember I grew up, my first rifle was a 30-06 in Montana, and I can't remember the last time I took it apart. I could take the bolt out, clean that off, but in order to break it down to the point where you can even walk with a limp, it's going to take a solid 5 minutes, I would.
Literally, everybody I've heard talk about this said like 2 seconds. Like I've heard so many people say less than 2 seconds. What the fuck? How is this the first guy who say, oh, it'll take 5 minutes? Obviously 5 minutes. Everybody else like less than 2 seconds. It's literally boom, boom, you're done. Like over.
Would guess.
Okay, so I wanted you to comment on what he had to say about dismantling the weapon, because I don't think people are really paying attention to the absurdity of the claim regarding the weapon used and how Tyler Robinson allegedly dismantled it.
Well, so we are to believe that he stuck the weapon into his pants and it was a part, okay? So he presumably had one part in his backpack and then had the weapon in his pants, but it was disassembled. And then he gets onto the rooftop and takes out a screwdriver, and they don't have footage of this, but they want you to assume that when he ducks down, he then spends time reassembling the rifle. Now, I have done a minimal amount of hunting. Yes, I have shot and killed animals. When you do that, the part that he didn't even get to is the scope, which is needed to look through.
Okay. So here's one video. 30-06 disassembly. I timed how fast I could take down a bolt action 30-06. The video is only 3.5 minutes long, and it seems like he's taking his time here. So,
when you guys ask
I don't know. 5 minutes. So just to be clear, the way that he's doing this obviously could take a lot longer. You could have one of those like electric screwdrivers where literally you just put it in and push it and it just bzz, that's it, like done. Bzz, bzz, like he's manually screw driving it. But I do think Tyler was found with a screwdriver. I just don't know what kind of screwdriver he had. But I'm saying that like other people, yes, when they're talking about doing this, they said it'd take like 2 seconds. So I would assume that they had like electric screwdrivers in order to do that. But
okay, there you go. I'll try to put the timestamp a little.
Approximately 43 seconds. He didn't even look like he was trying to move quickly either. Like he didn't look like he was trying to rush it. So approximately 43 seconds. Takes the other guy 5 minutes, takes this guy 43 seconds. Brilliant.
Below there. Now, will this fit in a regular sized backpack? No, maybe a longer backpack. Would that fit down a person's pants? Sure.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
So there are many different makes and models of 30-06. So this is not going to take down exactly the way the suspects did. So just need to be aware of that. Now, yes, I have had this apart before, but it just goes to show you how often I shoot this, which isn't very often. I have had it apart before for cleaning, whatnot. For some reason, I thought that for this model, you needed a barrel vise, but no, I was incorrect there. So I'll admit when I'm mistaken. So there you go.
Well, there's when Tyler jumps off the roof, there is shit sticking out of his bag as well. There is something. It looks like the not the barrel. The what do you call it? Fuck. I'm blanking on the name of this part, but the stock. I think it looks like it's the stock that's sticking out of his bag.
So do you think the suspect had time, or the guy they have now, do you think he had time to do what I just did and jump off the roof, put it all into a backpack or down his pants or whatever theory it is that your narrative that you're following? But do you think it's the guy they have now, or is it somebody else? Let me know in the comments. And if you want to see all the 30-06 videos I have in this little series.
5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. So he starts screwdriver at 8 seconds. Yeah, 8 seconds. Yeah, like 42 seconds. What did he say? 48?
Would that fit down a person's pants? Now.
Oh yeah, 43 seconds. Okay, yeah.
Will this fit in a regular sized backpack? You want to see reassembly? go. And just so you
So, if you Google it, it says a 30-06 is a cartridge caliber, not a specific rifle model. 30-06 hunting military rifles, Mauser, blah, blah, blah. It takes about 5 to 15 seconds for a basic field strip, removing the bolt 2 to 5 minutes to separate the barreled action from the stock using tools, and up to 30 minutes for a complete detail strip.
So I'm up here on the roof with my 30-06, and just recently I made a quick video just showing how simple a 20-yard shot can be. And I was just showing how simple a 20-yard shot can be.
So yeah, again, from everything that I've seen from somebody who just has like basic basic training with snipers, that like this is not a super hard shot. This is not something that was super difficult where they keep doing this like, oh, it's not possible, dude. It's not even possible. Use that 120 yards. There's no way he could do that. Like, I don't know, man. Like from everything that I hear, it's not only is it not like all that hard, but on top of that, he is not somebody who's never used a gun before. He's somebody who has like a lot of experience with guns and bragged about what a good shot he was with a sniper. So like,
And I was inundated.
Felix 954 tipped $5. We wouldn't have got in this mess if only Charlie Kissel said bullet bit.
True. True.
Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet. Bullet bit.
Yep.
Harold, I was inundated with viewers who requested to see me take down my rifle on top of the roof. So here we are. So I thought about the best way to do this. I thought I could show you guys how quickly, how easily this can be stripped, taken down. I can hide it in my pants. Get down off the roof, we'd go in the woods. I would reassemble the rifle, put it nicely onto a towel so the authorities could find it. And then I would take my casings and I would scribble some rhetoric of some sort on there, kind of like the last guy. That isn't weird, is it? That 2 guys in a row? No, that doesn't. It's like a club now, right? Now there's one problem with that. I can't bring my barrel vise up here. Now, in all seriousness, you might ask, do you believe in the official narrative? Well, no, probably not. It's pretty full of holes. In fact, it's so full of holes, probably has just as many holes as this 30-06 has put into things over the years. Now, as far as that shot goes, I was just simply showing how easy it is to make a 200-yard shot. And I said very little, that's all I did. But it's amazing how people can take just a simple video like that and just project their own their own thoughts, whether
Wait, I thought he was going to disassemble it. What the fuck? It says 30-aught bolt action, fast assembly on a roof, fast disassembly on a roof. He doesn't. What the fuck? And he doesn't do it? Okay, whatever. Whatever.
You have to take the bolt out of a brand new Savage Axis. First thing you want to do, remove the clip, make sure there's nothing in the chamber. Next thing you want to do, close your bolt, take take your gun off of safety, put your gun on fire. That's why you want to make sure nothing's in the bolt, because you are going to pull the trigger. Go and open the bolt, pull it all the way back. See this little button here? This little lever? You're going to press down and pull the trigger at the same time. Once the lever's all the way down. The lever won't go all the way down without trigger pull. Go halfway, you pull the trigger, it'll go fully down, you're able to remove the bolt. Now, you're going to repeat the process, put the bolt back in. And slide the bolt partially in. You're going to press down on the lever, pull the trigger at the same time.
There are aftermarket accessories that would allow you to break this gun down. He selected a bolt action because this is typically the choice for long-range sniper. A bolt action looks like this. It has very few moving pieces. When you put the bolt forward and engage around, it locks in place. And because nothing happens after you pull the trigger except the click, the amount of gas pressure in the barrel remains consistent. And that's why this type of gun is preferred for long-range shots.
And it doesn't expel the cartridge either, which I learned. So he took that cartridge with him, and it was found inside the gun, according to some reports, along with some others in a magazine. How quickly, if it is broken down, because it doesn't look like he's jumping with a long rifle tucked in his leg. It looks like it's got to be in that backpack. So how quickly could he break it down if he needed to break it down?
A second or two.
What?
Literally just push a button and wrap it around, push another button and wrap it back. They're designed to be able to be.
Okay, so this isn't the one that you have to screw drive. This is, I would assume you only need the screwdriver for the scope, but for the bolt and everything, you literally just do what we saw in the second video. Or in the third video.
Put into full length mode or compact mode extremely quickly.
Well, that would make perfect sense. Given what we've now seen, Stephen, I think a lot of that video is brand new since we called you earlier today. Now we're seeing him running to the edge of the building, jumping off that building. He's holding onto the backpack as he's jumping and landing with the backpack. Most of us would drop whatever heavy thing we have so that it makes the landing less painful. But he jumps with that backpack. Does that make you think that he did break the rifle down and that he did put it in the backpack?
Not necessarily. With all the things going on in his mind, he's probably not thinking about what's the best way to land here. He's thinking about getting away. There's no danger of the gun going off if he were to have dropped it, because what's in the chamber is still the expended cartridge, the empty brass. So he could smash that gun as hard as he wants. It's not going to go off again.
But what do you make of him dropping off? He would not have put that gun.
Yeah, you can see right there. We went over this a couple days ago, but you can see right there, there's shit sticking out of that, and it's not a shadow. Like we checked, it's not a fucking shadow. You can see shit sticking out of his bag right there.
But what do you make of him dropping off? I mean, he would not have put that gun in his pants and done this jump, but I don't see a gun in his hands.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's in the bag that he's carrying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you're right. He had to have. And just to be clear, it's a long gun. He would have had to break it down, correct? It wouldn't have fit in a backpack that size put together.
Yeah, that's correct. It's hard to see if that's really the same backpack that we saw in the shots. To me, it looks more like a duffel bag of 36 to 40 inches. So he could have had the uncompacted weapon in there as well.
Yep.
Through, you would have to you'd have to zero the scope, meaning you'd have to fire a bullet to make the scope work again. Like think of it like as a compass. You have to zero it to make it work again. So he didn't fire a bullet to test. You can't. If you took it apart, the scope would just be completely messed up. A 30-06. I mean, it would decapitate you. There's no other way to say it. Even if you tried to pass the idea that there was some miracle and he had a steel neck, there's actually a YouTuber named Valhalla who.
Couldn't he literally have just gone to a shooting range and tested the distance? Like, couldn't he have just gone to a shooting range ahead of time and just tested the distance, and then that's that?
It was like, hey, let's actually pretend he had a steel neck. Let's take it at face value. And he shot from that distance a piece of steel. And it went through. Okay, wow. So even...
No, you don't. That's not how a rifle is sighted in. She's dumb as fuck. What? Why is she talking about the first cold shot? I don't know. I don't understand what the fuck she's talking about. I thought she was talking about like aiming it down. But I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Even if Charlie had a steel neck, it would have gone through. There are people who have replicated this experiment and I cannot get this to happen. I've done this 500 times. I'm not saying one way or the other what happened. I'm just stating that this did not happen. And even Turning Point USA, when they introduced that, they say it was a miracle. Now, the only time when they first acknowledged that didn't go through, and this is why I do think that part of the reason they removed that footage was because it was never supposed to see the light of day. And we were supposed to assume that it went through because everyone would have made that assumption. And Terrell showed me the footage.
Okay, okay. Tell us what you
That's how this started. When he called me after on the 18th, and I was like, "You're acting really weird. Like you're just acting weird. Everything you're saying is weird, Terrell. What is going on? Like help me help you." The next day he called me.
Some shots are just easy. So like, what was it? How far was it? It was like 120 yards, right? Because the other guy kept saying he was testing 200 yards, but I thought it was a 120-yard shot. Yeah, 142 yards, 130 meters. Okay. So really, so for 142 yards, you wouldn't have to like set the scope for that? No shooting range offers that indoors at least. Right, that's what I'm saying, is you could have gone to like a shooting range or somewhere and I'm saying like set the scope for that distance. He had the whole torso? Sure, but he didn't hit the whole torso. he hit the neck. Do you think it was just a lucky shot that he happened to hit him in the neck and that he was aiming for the torso, or do you think he was aiming for the neck and that it was an easy shot to hit the neck? Like what?
On the 19th, and he said, "Okay, I'll just show you the footage on FaceTime." And thank goodness someone on my team said, "Candace, just screen record the conversation. You just don't know, just screen record the conversation." And I did. And when I looked at it, I was then even more shocked at the fact that Terrell wouldn't show this footage because there was no gore. It was the cleanest footage. We already saw him get hit by the front. So I'm going, why are you not showing this footage? It didn't go through. There's no blood. Charlie goes down to the side. What is happening here? And immediately after that, my husband gets a phone call from the COO of Turning Point USA. And they're like, did Candace record the footage? Did Candace record the footage? And I learned, and I will say allegedly here, that the reason that they were asking was because the feds were freaking out about the fact that I shared on my show that I had seen the footage. And they were saying, you need to find out if she recorded it. Okay. And I wouldn't answer because I'm going, why does it matter? One way or the other, why does it actually matter? And this is why it matters, because it proved that it didn't go through. So the next day they like panicked and they just, on the same day, they panicked and they sent out a tweet. Andrew sends out this tweet and says, "Oh, we just now kind of wanted to announce to the world this miracle happened and Charlie ate health."
She's so fucking stupid, bro. She acts like these people from TPUSA are the experts. This is how she treats everything, okay? So she says some guy from TPUSA sent out a tweet saying that God gave him strong bones and that's why the bullet didn't go through. This is how fucking Christians talk, dude. This is just how they talk. This is it. This is how they fucking talk about everything. God gave him the fucking spirit of, Goliath with the strong bones, and like, this is how they talk. This is what they do. She's never met fucking Christians before, apparently. I don't know, but this is how they talk about everything. If it was the coroner who came out and said this, yeah, now that would make sense that she makes such a big deal about that. And, just, oh, why would you say it? That's so stupid. Like, strong bones from God. Like, but when it's just some person from TPUSA saying this, he's not the fucking expert here. He's just talking out his fucking ass. Like, why she keeps treating them like they are the experts? It's so stupid.
Healthy, and the surgeon said it's because he's got strong bones and he eats salad, and I guess he's Popeye the Sailor Man or something. And
he's so strong that the bullet doesn't even like push his body backwards.
Like that is 2,000 pounds of force coming at you. Okay, like.
They're so stupid. They're so stupid. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. This is like walking into a spider web. And then Candace Owens and Anna Kasparian will sit there afterwards and be like, we're supposed to just believe you just walked through a spider web? Spider webs that are stronger than steel? Oh, are you just walking through steel? Are you just walking through steel doors now? I need to hire you. You just walk through through safes and just go into the bank. Just walk through the safe door and just go grab all the money. That must be amazing. You must not have to work for a living. You can walk through things that are stronger than steel. Like that. Oh my goodness. I hate them so much, dude. These people. Women, I'm starting to get on board with Andrew Wilson. Women should not have the right to vote. This is selling me on patriarchy. Okay, I'm sold. Women should not have the right to vote. That's it. I'm done. I'm done. These women, they've convinced me.
Like, didn't blow him backwards. Even if you said it didn't go through, he'd be decapitated by the front. And I do want to say this, Anna, because I think people have
decapitated. When? When have you ever heard of somebody being decapitated by a bullet? Like, one bullet. When have you ever heard of somebody being decapitated by one bullet? When have you ever heard of this? There's so many fucking court cases. We've gone over this before. There's so many court cases that you can go over where people have been hit the same fucking bullet and didn't in the same place, and it didn't do anything. Like, it just hit the fucking bone and ricocheted down in the body. That there's so many fucking cases where you can find the same exact thing.
Forgotten this most crucial element. I did not suspect Turning Point USA at all. So on that day, I was one of the people that was on the phone talking to Andrew Colvett when they were in the hospital. Andrew Colvett told me that Charlie had virtually no neck left, okay? And strangely, that same thing was told to Tucker Carlson, because the only people I spoke to that day were Andrew Colvett and Tucker Carlson. And like, I was like crying on the phone, like, what's going on, all of this stuff. And then my husband was told separately. So 3 different people communicated to us that Charlie basically had no neck left, okay? And when I run that back in my head, I realized that that was the intention, was to say that it went through and it like ate his entire neck until I.
Bro, okay. Think about this for a second. Just everybody think for just a moment, okay? Just think about this for just a fucking second. You're in the car with somebody who just got shot in the fucking throat, okay? And there's a big old gash there. There's it only has to be like that big, okay? Only has to be like that big. And you got fucking like your esophagus and everything's coming out of your fucking. And you got blood just everywhere, and it looks like the skin is probably all torn and like stretched down at the longer that you go, and they like all you can see is just blood and like shit coming out of their fucking neck, to where it probably looks like they have no neck left because shit's coming out this fucking hole now, right? That's probably what it looks like when somebody is bleeding sometimes. And you can see like their guts and crap coming out. It looks like their whole side was ripped open. That's what it looks like. It looks like their whole side was just ripped open. But instead, it's like a small hole where shit's just coming out. Like blood pressure is pushing stuff out this hole. And you got like guts and intestines and crap coming out, to where now it like all you see is just blood and guts there, to where it looks like the whole side is ripped open. But that's not what's happening. It's not the whole side isn't ripped open. It's a small hole where shit's coming out of it now. It's almost definitely what's happening with the fucking neck, where you have all of these like tendons and vertebrae and all sorts of crap right there. Like, there's so much shit right there.
I saw the footage, and then until I had a source who dealt with Charlie's body and said that's simply not true. Charlie really just had a small wound, and I know it looked bad from the front, but it happened to hit his carotid artery, which was completely blasted out, whatever it was that hit him, and that's why the blood looked really bad. But Charlie looked good. He looked good in the casket.
Yes. Yes, as she said, it's blown out. There's shit coming out. Yes, in the middle of it, when it's happening, and there's blood, and it's gushing and everything. Yes, of course, in that moment, yeah, it's gonna look. But in the casket, it's just a little hole. What? It's crazy that they thought that once they cleaned it up and put makeup on it and patched it all up and everything, he looked fine. So suspicious. They were trying to run with that narrative that the bullet went all the way through. They were trying to convince us of that. But once we saw him in the casket, we knew. We all knew that couldn't be true, that his whole neck got blown off. Once we saw the video where you just see a little hole squirt blood out of nowhere, we all thought he was decapitated. He had to have been decapitated. We all thought that. And so they thought, yeah, we can run with that narrative because everybody's going to think from the video that he was decapitated. There's no neck left. It's gone. His head is literally hanging on by fucking skin while we're rushing him to the hospital. His head's just off to the side, hanging by the skin.
That's insane. Yeah.
So I revisit that, okay? I revisit that and I go, were they trying to establish a narrative that I accidentally, this is their anger at me. They're so angry at me. I don't know where it's coming from. And I accidentally ruined this idea that the 30-06 went through. Tara was supposed to take the footage. Again, I am being a conspiracy theorist, I guess. I'm saying all.
A conspiracy theorist? Yeah, that's good. A conspiracy theorist. That's, yeah, that fits.
Supposed to take the footage. Again, I am being a conspiracy theorist, I guess. I'm saying all this allegedly in my opinion, but also in my experience of what happened that day, what I was told, and what I have since learned is completely untrue. I'm so bothered by it all.
Yeah. And increasingly with like.
I'm bothered by it too. I'm very bothered by this, okay? Are you guys bothered? Are we all bothered? I'm bothered. Look how bothered I am. You guys bothered? Make that make sense. TPUSA.
Like the case that you're making, and I want to be clear with the audience about something else as well, because I think a lot of people are putting words in your mouth, and I think that's unfair to you, right? So, for instance, people are.
Yeah, it's allegedly her opinion, dude. You don't want to get in trouble in court for saying that's your opinion. It could turn out you were wrong, and it wasn't your opinion. So you can't. You got to make sure you're careful with your language. It is allegedly her opinion.
Are accusing you of accusing Erica Kirk of killing Charlie Kirk, but you have accused Erica Kirk of being complicit in perpetuating this narrative that's kind of being forced upon us about like, this is what happened, this is what Tyler Robinson was motivated by. Ignore all of the material and evidence that really does cast doubt on the official narrative. And I want to show one other thing real quick. During the preliminary hearing, this is like so shocking, and the fact that it's not getting any pickup in legacy media boggles the mind, or maybe it doesn't. During the preliminary hearing, some of the evidence that was so overwhelming, as the influencers said after attending the hearing and sharing their thoughts on it. One piece of evidence was the image that allegedly showed Tyler Robinson. But that image was manipulated. The courtroom saw a manipulated image. So let me show the audience what I'm talking about. All right, let's go to this graphic. At the top, you're gonna see the
I hate these people so fucking much, dude. They're so fucking stupid. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. They're so dumb. If you were here, we went over this a little bit earlier. Candace Owens took this image and realized that, like, with security cameras, they have different lenses on them. Like, the lenses are kind of bubbled on the outside. And so different lenses on different cameras are bubbled in different ways. So there's something called like a fisheye lens. If you ever watch like what is it? I'm blanking on the name. What's the old like white rappers? What was their... The Beastie Boys? Yeah, the Beastie Boys. You ever watch like Beastie Boys rap videos where like, oh, like, and they, you know, they're throwing their hands in the fucking camera over and over, and it's all like bubbled up. That's a fisheye lens, I guess. But like, in order to fix that, you can't just stretch the image out, right? That wouldn't work. You can't just stretch it out because the image is being stretched on the sides all the way around. So you would have to stretch and condense in different places all the way around in order to fix the image. And there's literally like there's shit in order to do this. But in this, you can see from the top, you see how the roof goes up and then back down, right? Well, this is where the middle of the image is, right here. This is where the roof peaks, is here, okay? If you go, when he's off to the side, and you just stretch him to the sides, well, that doesn't do it. You're not helping. See how the top of the cars, they slant down in the back? See how everything goes up and then down, up and then down, all the way back, all the way up, and then down. So you can't just stretch to the sides and then be like, well, oh man, whoa, he's buff now. When we stretch him wider, he looks buff. That's crazy. So it must have been a different person then. They're not even... Nobody's even talking about this. The fact that you can stretch him out and make him look wider. No one's even talking about this. How is nobody talking about this? Did they not? No, nobody realized that you can just stretch an image wider and then you'll make the person wider? How did this is fucked up. How did they not even bring this up in the court hearing? How did they not even mention this? This is crazy. You can't just stretch the image side to side, which is all they did. That's all they did, is they literally just stretched it to the sides and then said, look, he's wider.
Unmanipulated image of who is supposed to be
not a manipulated image. That's how security cameras work. But in their edit, they cut out the top, they cut out the bottom, they cut out the sides of the cars so that you couldn't see how everything is warped. They cut it all out. They just cut here, they cut here, they cut here. So they cut everything out so you can't see that everything's still so warped.
Tyler Robinson. The bottom image is what the court saw during the preliminary hearing, which is obviously a manipulated image. I mean, and you can tell it's manipulated.
It's not manipulated. That's how fucking security cameras work.
Based on the cars that are distorted in the background.
They're not, okay. The reason that they do this is so that cameras can see farther. That's why they do this. They want the cameras to see farther. They want them to see in more directions. So they condense everything a bit so that they're able to kind of see more. That's the point of it. That's why the lens is bubbled the way that it is so that they can see more things. It's not manipulated. That's how it works.
Now, as we all know, Tyler Robinson is a very skinny guy, okay? Let's take a look at the next image, side by side of Tyler Robinson on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side is the unmanipulated image that was shown.
No, not unmanipulated. Not unmanipulated. What do you mean unmanipulated? That's not unmanipulated. You just stretched it out. You're the one who manipulated it. Look at this. Look, he's skinny here. Skinny arms. Skinny. And then, oh, whoa, what? When we stretch that part of the image, he's wide. And then we can cut off all the fucking other cars so you can't see how warped they are. Where you can kind of see in this one how the Jeep is warped and it goes down on the side, but you don't see the roof anymore. You don't see the wider image of this to where you can see like how warped everything is. They cut everything else out so that you can't tell.
There you go. And we will show you this in slow motion.
Huh. There you go. Look how skinny he is here. And then, oh, he gets wider. Oh, he's getting wider. And then he gets skinnier again. We went over on
Edit slow mo.
We went over another one where like you do see that when he gets to the corner, he's like a stick again. As soon as he gets to like right here, he's a fucking stick again. Yeah, I don't remember which one. Which video we watched.
Okay, we all know. And we will show this, which has so. There you go. This is in slow motion. She should. It was okay. We all know.
All right. Anyways.
That was not shown in court. The manipulated image was shown in court, but this is the unmanipulated image, which obviously shows a guy who doesn't look like Tyler Robinson and doesn't have the body type.
Why does she keep calling it unmanipulated image? Why does she keep saying
that Tyler Robinson has?
Right.
So, why? All we can do is speculate why, right? But
why does she keep saying unmanipulated image? Does she think that that was the original footage? Does she think that's the original footage? Is that what she thinks? She thinks the original footage has less in it somehow.
Okay, we all know.
Somehow the unmanipulated footage. See, they say this photo has been stretched vertically to make this person look thinner. Again, that's just how it works, but it obviously hasn't been stretched because you can see that it's just warped from the lens. But anyways, how is it that this image has more on the screen, but then hers, the unmanipulated image has less on the screen? How is that? How is it that, because when we say unmanipulated, you mean like the original, right? This is the original one. How is it that the original has less on the screen than this one? How is that possible? They're so fucking retarded.
How is that allowed? How is that okay? And why is no one talking about this?
These are the questions that we have that should be answered. Definitively, they changed the aspect ratio. Now, we don't know if the courts did that. Did the sheriff's office do that? Did the SBI do that? I'm told that the courts cannot do that. I got some tips from people saying we absolutely could not be, we would not be allowed to do this. We can't touch anything. This would have been given to the courts, which would demonstrate that someone policing, whether it's the SBI or the sheriff's office or the federal FBI, if they're the ones that are getting their hands in this, have decided to change the aspect ratio to also degrade the images that we are seeing. It makes no sense. Once they showed the footage, the surveillance footage during the preliminary hearing, you then go to yourself, okay, they started grabbing this footage according to the preliminary hearing by 1:30. They were on the ground. They all had their roles. Kash Patel, this is a manhunt. Why didn't you release the footage, the clearer footage, which you showed at court, immediately to help people find Tyler Robinson or find Charlie's killer? Why didn't they release more? They had more. They had access.
Okay, see this? This is what cameras look like. This is what they fucking look like. This is what security cameras that need to grab a large amount of space. This is what they fucking look like. This is it. Okay? You see the date and the time in the corner. This is not manipulated. This is just what security cameras look like. Oh, they tried to make this person look skinnier. Oh, they tried to make him look skinnier. Why did they do that? Oh, you can tell they stretched the image out to make him look skinnier.
Access to more, but they sort of held on to this, released something extremely blurry, and now they're changing the aspect ratio, and simultaneously they're taking influencers to court to tell us that the evidence is so overwhelming, but they can't show us one clear image of Tyler Robinson on campus. Does that make sense? This is your time. It's a preliminary hearing. You can establish, you're trying to establish probable cause to move forward. Drop a clear photo of him and say, here you go.
Yeah.
There's Tyler Robinson. I would have immediately said, oh, well, there it is. There is Tyler Robinson. I can't even meaningfully say that.
She would have said that. She would have said, there it is. She wouldn't have gone and manipulated an image and then called it the unmanipulated image and then put that out instead. She wouldn't have done that. She wouldn't have done that. Also, there was, if you guys don't know, we had the day that I reviewed Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson, I had a debate with some girl, and she was talking about the fact that we saw, so Tyler Robinson is right-handed. We saw footage of him putting earbuds in his ear. That's supposedly Tyler Robinson at UVU. He's putting earbuds in his ear with his left hand, but he's right-handed. He's right-handed, and he put an earbud in his ear with his left hand. I was like, wait, are you serious? She's like, yeah, I know, I'm serious. He did. I promise, he did. Like, who does that? I was like, did he put it in his left ear? She's like, yeah. Yeah, he put it in his left ear with his left hand. I was like, who the fuck puts an earbud in like this? Like, I can barely get my arm across enough to do that. Like, I would have to, like, who the fuck does this? Like, my muscles and my, like, arm can't, like, my pec hits my biceps and I can't get farther than this. Like, I literally cannot get farther than this across my own fucking body. And she thinks it's weird that he would just do that. She literally asked me, I told her, I said, I always put my left earbud in with my left hand. She goes, show me you do it. She starts laughing. Like, I'm not even kidding. I might clip this into a video and show her doing this, but I swear. She's like, show me. Yeah, right. Show me. Do it. Show everybody. I was like, okay. I'm right-handed, and then I put my earbud in with my left hand. I don't, what is that? Am I special? Am I different? Am I special because I can do this, guys?
I think.
Okay, smart guy. If Tyler is left-handed, why does he shake people's hands with his yeah, they said he was right-handed, but I saw he was driving with his left hand on the driving wheel the other day. You want me to believe that guy's right-handed? Come on. A right-handed person would never put their left hand on the steering wheel. Come on.
There's a Tyler Robinson. That's a standard white guy with brown hair.
Yeah.
Who's wearing a cap. That's the best I can do.
Yeah. And one
of the other Tyler Robinson. It could not be.
We're out of time. Out of time. We got $10 to go on the goal. We got to get the monies. If you want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat through Stream Elements. Otherwise, I'm gonna leave.
Tyler Robinson.
This is insane. Honestly, it's crazy. Okay, so there's more.
Crazy,
the other thing that came out during the preliminary hearing was Lance Twiggs's testimony, which is super important. So Lance Twiggs is allegedly Tyler Robinson's furry lover, who he loves so much that he felt motivated to gun down Charlie Kirk over his views on transgenderism. Okay, so if you are that obsessed with and motivated to harm people based on a political view, you would discuss that political view at least once or twice. Now, the question is, Lance Twiggs was asked during the hearing whether or not he and Tyler Robinson discussed politics.
The fact that you guys think that being trans is just a political view is mind-boggling. This is the same thing. The girl who jumped on, she kept saying, well, I'm supposed to believe that Tyler Robinson went and killed Charlie Kirk for a movement. He went and murdered Charlie Kirk for a political movement that he's not even part of and that he never talks about. Like, what? What do you just, like, he's not part, he doesn't have to be part of a movement. He doesn't have to be, like, it doesn't have to be a political ideology.
Aram Sound tipped $10. Candace's eyes are so far apart they look like they're trying to get away from her face. Also Tom be bald.
True, that's sexist. You should not judge a woman by her looks. That's fucked up. You would never do that to a man. You would never talk about a man being cross-eyed. That's fucked up. Disavow. Well, I totally forgot what I was talking about now. Yeah, somebody. So, oh yeah. So like somebody can just be like trans and listen to somebody else talk about the fact that that person's transness is ruining the fucking country, that they're gonna come rape your kids, that they're grooming your kids, that like they can listen to somebody say a bunch of fucking horrible evil shit about your partner, and you can just be offended by it without politics ever being involved. Like you don't have, it doesn't have to be political. It doesn't have to be about the whole LGBTQIAA. Like, it doesn't have to be. You can just say, "Oh, this person, like, they feel like a woman and they want to transition, and this guy acts like there's some threat to literally everybody else because of this." And that's that. No politics involved. Like, nothing.
And I thought that his answer was strange, considering what Robinson is accused of doing and what the motive was. Take a look.
Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work cars, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did he ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really.
No, not.
Again, they're making it like very broad. Did you ever talk about gender identity issues or LGBTQ rights? Like, that's just such a fucking stupid thing that you're gonna take from that. Oh no, not really. Oh no, not really. Wow. Oh, the whole fucking narrative is falling apart, isn't it? The whole thing comes crumbling down. Everybody, like, it is true that people see trans people as a political pawn. That's what they see them as. They are a political thing. They're not a person. They're not an identity. They're not a being. They are a political pawn. They are just politics. They are there because of politics. It's so fucking disgusting. Your poll just asked me. Apologies. It does that sometimes. Hope it didn't put an eye out or anything. Poll just asked me if I joined your Discord. But I don't join a lot of Discords because they are insane spaces. Is yours safe? What do you mean by safe? You should probably take, if you're worried about that sort of thing, you'd probably take that as a no. But I'm still interested in what you mean by safe.
Not really. I just think, I don't know. This is subjective, obviously. I think that's strange. I think that's super strange.
But it also, it should make you angry because Republicans, neocons, took this immediately and said, this is an open and shut case. It was a political assassination based on the views of Charlie Kirk. And it's because people in the LGBTQ community are crazy. And they did this absent any evidence. Absent any evidence, nothing had been confirmed. Funny that they always accuse me of going on vibes. That's fundamentally what they did. Right? This narrative was set by a bunch of people who needed it to be true. And now they're being presented with evidence from the person that we are to assume is the closest to him, his boyfriend, who's saying, oh no, he never talked to me about Charlie Kirk. I guess the first time he heard about it was in a text message after he had killed Charlie Kirk. He didn't speak to me about LGBTQ issues and he didn't talk to me about politics. And then suddenly he's killing a political figure that he never talked about to honor me. I mean, none of that makes.
Okay, so just so you guys know, Lance, and they talked about Lance transitioning in shit. Let's see. What is
political, but never anything I thought was like for hair.
Okay, so this is a video that was put out by Turkey Tom. If you guys haven't seen it, I would highly recommend it. If you get into a lot of the Tyler Robinson conspiracy theory shit, this is the group of friends that are all like in the Discord group that we've all heard about with Tyler Robinson and Lance and all of them. And they all played video games together and all did a bunch of shit, right? This is them sending Turkey Tom a ton of information, like a whole fucking email written out about like what Tyler was like, what Lance was like, the fact that Lance was like losing his fucking mind over the last year, and that like they all went over there on a weekly basis to play like Dungeons and Dragons and shit like that and play video games. They played card games, that they were all in a Discord together, that they were a very close-knit group of friends, and that they were all constantly talking to each other. These were like their best friends, and they went and like reached out and just gave him tons of information about this shit.
And wear mascara every once in a while. He also hated too much of it, since Lance would get super cuddly every time he got drunk, which is how I think they got together, because I'm pretty sure Tyler was a virgin when he moved in. So probably when Lance was in the cuddly mood, probably something happened, but that's just my guess. This is where a lot of things start clicking together. Tyler, an introverted gamer who, as far as anyone could tell, had no prior relationships of any significance, spent 4 months living with his best friend, Lance, who apparently got overly cuddly with everyone while drunk, and simultaneously had the proclivity to drink too often. It's not surprising that this was the outcome of a touch-starved virgin gamer living in the same house as a touchy-feely, seemingly manic trans person. However, a while after Lance had
They don't sound manic. I mean, some of it sounds manic, but a lot of it sounds like they're on meth. I don't even think they explore that option, but he sounds like he's on meth.
Gone back to normal, things started to intensify again. I started noticing changes in Lance's political views as the presidential election got closer. He amped up the complaints of old people staring at him, which probably was because he dressed like a stoner and not because he was female presenting, because all he did in that department was grow out his hair and wear mascara every once in a while. He also hated that the construction workers would misgender him, which I thought was weird since he said he was fine with any pronoun. Tyler wouldn't really
see, they're calling these political views. Even they're referring to him wanting to be like addressed correctly and gendered correctly and all these things. they're calling these political views. Like, this is fucking stupid, dude. This is not political.
Really get political until after the election. He'd sometimes just casually bring up the latest thing Trump had done and complain about what it'd do to the country, but in a very level-headed way. Before the election, Lance's friend group was the quirky LGBT group with a lot of mental illnesses. Not saying the two are linked, but that's how my friends knew them. They're the people who are
So Lance hangs out with a bunch of trans people or gay people, LGBT people.
in Lance's server for the most part. After the election, they became a lot more political, but not to an extremist level. By this point, I could safely say Lance and Tyler were some flavor of left-wing, while I'd become tired of politics and mostly apolitical, but never anything I thought was like dangerous. At some point, they told me about their relationship and were pretty open about it after that. It became very uncomfortable for me because while I don't think of myself as homophobic, seeing two dudes constantly make out was a bit much. Also, since Lance's room was always super messy, they would bang in Tyler's room, and I didn't like hearing it. I cannot imagine how much it sucked to be in this guy's shoes. While this is a bit out of character for Tyler, who's been consistently described as reserved, it does match Lance's behavior of being overly transparent and letting other people, even people who randomly visited him, see into his intimate life to a point where it's concerning. It's also fitting that Lance's pre-existent paranoid behaviors were now manifesting in correlation to his gender, as despite not being particularly female presenting or being concerned with being seen and treated as a woman, he still took issue with anyone who perceived him as a man. People who are paranoid often assume others look upon them negatively, no matter how asinine the reason may be. Clearly, Lance's mental state was deteriorating, and whether intentionally or not, he was dragging Tyler along with him. And this became increasingly transparent over time. Their mutual acquaintance continues. Lance started becoming more and more erratic again until at the end of December, he just had another nuclear meltdown after having another argument. Also, a couple months before, we noticed Lance had been growing breasts and said that he'd been taking black market HRT, which I did not know what that entailed, but I think it was making him very erratic. So he basically shut down for like 2 weeks, not talking, just hitting his vapes in the living room in the dark. So here we have the mention of possibly one of the most concerning details about what kind of substances Lance was on at this point in time. Taking synthetic hormones of any kind, whether the kind and quantity your body already produces or not, is extremely dangerous and can cause pretty much every kind of health issue imaginable, including mental. Even if you're a guy and you take just a little bit of testosterone, you can suffer all kinds of side effects. So obviously, in Lance's case, the risks are much greater by default, and it's made exponentially more dangerous given the circumstances. This is someone who has proven himself to be delusional, chronically sleep deprived, and prone to overdoing substances. There is simply no chance he was mentally well enough to manage and administer dosages of any kind, let alone procure or produce untainted bathtub HRT. While studies on this stuff are hard to come by, there have been a few documented cases of people in similar situations to Lance. For psychosis, so wrong. I had another magic night at the end of January, so even though Lance wasn't completely fine, I just kind of did it to test the waters. I should have guessed because the nest was starting to form again. He was watching Doctor Who in the living room, and so I thought if he was just doing that, he'd be fine. But people
So yeah, so this is when he says the nest is starting to form again, they talk about the fact that like he would have just like a mess of shit just gathered up. Like he would just have like tons of wires, and he was just taking clocks and shit apart, and would have all these like screwdrivers and scissors and all sorts of crap laid out, and he would act like he was doing something with it, and he would have these like weird little projects that he was putting together, and you could see it just got like really fucking crazy over time. And
fully on the table that things get increasingly bizarre.
Yeah, and then eventually he like puts together this this weird thing. Like he starts writing all over pages, and it's kind of like nonsense. And then he does this. And you can see like he's like glued a bunch of like wires and stuff to this cardboard thing, like he's making something. You can see a battery there. He seems like a meth head. He seems like a fucking meth head. Like that, honestly, that's what he seems
suspect
like.
He actually believed he was putting something together. And maybe some of these scribbles are, at least in his delusional mind, blueprints or rough sketches.
But yeah, like they act like, oh, they never even talked about trans people. Well, no, in this video, they literally talk about the fact that Lance talked about his transitioning. He talked about the fact that he was transitioning. He talked about the fact that he was taking HRT. He talked about the fact that he was growing breasts. He talked about the fact that people were misgendering him. He talked about all of these things. So when they say, oh, they never even talked about politics with gender identity and the LGBTQ plus, like that, No, that doesn't mean that they didn't, like, he wasn't transitioning. They didn't talk about it politically. They didn't talk about it as far as like other people. They didn't talk about the concepts. They didn't talk about the groups. They didn't talk about this category of people, but they talked about him transitioning. But that's not political. Him transitioning is his own personal fucking decision. The two of them kissing each other is their own decisions. But it's not political. They're not doing it for political reasons. Like, it's just so fucking stupid that they say like, oh, so they don't even talk about politics? Well, the whole narrative is broken down now.
A few issues, and he didn't talk to me about politics. And then suddenly he's killing a political figure that he never talked about to honor me. I mean, none of that makes any sense other than they were trying to stoke the flames in a war between the left and the right, as they have admitted. They keep admitting this, that they just wanted to unite the Republican Party, which was fractured after the Epstein files, and they wanted to get them refocused on fighting the left. That is disgusting.
I
have
totally
plenty of things, disagreements with the left. Left has done tons of things that they've actually done that we could talk about. You were gonna put like the biggest assassination ever on them just to like repair the party from some.
He's a scientist. I know you guys don't get it, but I totally do. You understood all that? Cool.
Something that the party should be upset about, like the Epstein files.
I mean, that's definitely a good point. And look, the thing is, they were already making these declarations before any real evidence was presented, before any case.
You know what? I didn't even think about, you know how, but tons of feminists talk about how the fact that they hate men. And now all of a sudden, oh, somebody just happened to kill Charlie Kirk, who is a man. You guys didn't think I was going to put two and two together. You guys didn't think I was going to realize what's going on here. It's not getting past me. I'm not fucking stupid like the rest of you, okay? I see people, oh, all these feminists, oh, I hate men. Oh, I hate men so much. Oh, I hate men. They should all die. They call them the patriarchy, right? And then all of a sudden, a man is dead. Nah. No. Nope. Not buying it. Not buying it.
Played out. And I definitely thought that even if, individuals who perpetuated that narrative weren't in on anything nefarious, it is kind of sick to politicize something like a political assassination as something that is politically beneficial to yourself, right? Like you're pushing a narrative in order to lead to more conflict among Americans based on political identity. I don't know, I thought it was sick, just like I thought it was sick that
political identity,
pushing a narrative in order to lead to more conflict among Americans based on political identity. I don't know, I thought it was sick, just like I thought it was sick that, a few nobodies online might have been like celebrating that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. That's not representative of the left. I was devastated. No. I disagreed with Charlie Kirk on a lot of political issues, but he was a guy who was willing to sit down and have those conversations and have those debates with us, and I appreciated that. Not a lot of people are willing to defend their views and engage in debate in good faith like he did with me and Cenk, both at the DNC and the RNC in 2020.
Not without getting paid $300,000 by a fucking moron. Then some people would do it in those cases.
Before. Okay, the final thing that I'll bring up are the text messages, because one of the things that gets cited by defenders of the official narrative is, well, the text messages exist. Lance Twigg said that Tyler Robinson confessed that he did the murder. What do you make of those text messages, and do you think that is enough to claim that there is overwhelming evidence that the official narrative by our government is true?
Absolutely not, because the text messages have not been verified yet. And that was one of the things that if you were paying attention to the case, they were saying, you guys are saying that these messages are real. And Kathy Nestor back in, I wanna say it was May, actually it might've been earlier than May, it might've been April. They had a hearing and she's like, we can't go forward because we haven't even been granted our discovery requests. I haven't even accessed my client's phone. You're telling me that Lance Twiggs is saying this. So something that your audience should know is Lance Twiggs was given use immunity for that testimony. What that means in the state of Utah is anything he says in that on that screen as he's giving his video interview cannot be used against him down the line. Like, why did he require use immunity to talk about something that actually happened? Why would he need use immunity? What is the fear here about this particular testimony that he was given this extraordinary use immunity to provide it? And so we do not know if those text messages are real. If they are real, by the way, we don't know where they came from. Like I said during the Andrew Wilson debate, somebody could be in my Apple login right now sending text messages from my phone, but I'm here live with you. That's why they wanted their discovery request, because it would allow them to see, look at the geolocation. Where is it coming from? Did it come from a laptop? Did it come from an actual device? Where was my client actually at that time? You're telling me that his boyfriend is saying that this is what his Discord said, and this is what the text messages said. Well, it tends to be that lovers share logins, right? That's how it goes. They live together, they share logins. Was he on his computer? Lance, to me, is a very suspicious character in all of this because the feds have bent over backward to attack him. And I am on the ground investigating this. I spoke to the Twiggs family, and they...
She's on the ground investigating this, dude. You know, there's a whole lot of people it could have been. It could have been so many people, dude. I don't even think people realize there's a lot of other people in the world besides Tyler Robinson. There's so many people. It could have been so many fucking people. Use immunity is the reason that you would give somebody like him use immunity is, one, because he's being compelled to testify. So like lots of times if you're compelled to testify, you'll give them use immunity, because if you're forcing somebody to testify that doesn't want to, then it's kind of necessary that they get some sort of immunity for that. One. Two, if Lance was involved in some way, they give you use immunity so that if you tell them, this is the hope, is that you'll tell them something that incriminates yourself. You'll give them some bit of information that incriminates yourself and lets them know, because you think you're immune, right? You're immune. So now you can just admit to things that they were totally unaware of. But just because they gave you immunity for your testimony, all that means is they can't use the testimony in your charges. That's it. That's all it means, right? They can't use the testimony in your charges. So let's say Lance happened to give his testimony and he says, yeah, I was in on it. Like I helped him plan the whole thing. I was the one pushing him to do it. I was saying, oh yeah, you got to kill fucking Charlie Kirk. I hate that motherfucker. And I finally convinced him to do it and I got it. So yeah, he went and did it. We planned the whole thing together. Like if he said that in the testimony, well, now they're able to go and build the fucking case against him. Now they know to like look, they know that this happened, they know to go and build the case against him. They just can't use that testimony as far as like, you know, charging him. But if they know the information, they're still gonna go and get the other evidence to make the case anyway. So that's like why you would give use immunity in a case like this.
They were the first ones who told me that they found it to be remarkably suspicious that the feds were not looking further into Twiggs, okay? He has a background, he's got anger issues, he's got, allegedly, he has drug abuse issues, I will say allegedly. He has been passed around the family because of these reasons. He's into weird internet stuff, allegedly. Again, coming from his family's direct testimony, they're going, I don't understand why they are not looking further into him. That's not a good vote of confidence to come from your family that's saying this. And on the other side of this, when I'm speaking to the Robinson family orbit, they're saying the exact opposite. This is not Tyler Robinson. This isn't what he would do. He's had great grades all through school.
When they say the family orbit, there's like tons of like aunts and uncles and cousins and, you know, like distant relatives that are all trying to get into the papers and shit and trying to give quotes and everything. And so they're the ones who are going around saying this shit. This is why every single time they always say relatives. They always say relatives because they don't want you to know, oh, that's his second cousin. Like, oh, that's his 5-year-old niece. Like, they're not going to tell you who's saying it. They're not going to tell you the relationship. They're not going to tell you because they want it to sound like it's his fucking parents or something that's saying this.
School, graduated with, I think, above a 4.0, but we're supposed to believe he texted the most thorough confession that I've ever seen in my life. I mean, walking you through everything he did on that day, down to they caught me on the surveillance cameras. I was hoping I would live this out. This is my motive. This is why I did this. Anybody with any sense would know, don't text that. Anybody would know that. Like on your iMessages, it's all just so ridiculous. And so
she's so dumb. Okay, listen. I robbed a bunch of houses when I was younger. I went to prison for it. I've talked about this a bunch on stream. Okay, not news to anybody. I ended up getting caught because when the detectives came to me. They kind of like emotionally manipulated me and pressured me to the point that I felt really bad, and I ended up telling on myself, right? That I had done it like months, the shit that they were even talking to me about, I had done it months earlier. Like, I thought I got away with it. I thought it was all done. I had even told people. I told my friends, I told my girlfriend, I told a bunch of people that I did this shit. Wasn't news to anybody around me. But like, when you do something like this, and I said this over and over, like, wait, he goes to kill Charlie Kirk. His plan was probably to just go kill him, get out, and just never talk about it again. He said that his plan wasn't to say anything about it until old age. And then once you do it, it's some fucking YouTuber that you killed. Like, oh no, there's going to be a bunch of people on Twitter who's super mad. Oh, whatever. Once you do it, and then you realize the fucking president is talking about this, the Netanyahu is talking about this, every fucking major news channel across the whole world is talking about this. There is a manhunt, including the FBI, that is looking for you now. Everybody in the world knows that Charlie Kirk was just shot. Everybody in the world knows this. And you're sitting there in your car thinking, oh shit, I just changed fucking history. That was not the plan. I thought I was going to piss off a couple people on 4chan. Apparently, this is a much bigger deal. That is not what I expected. And so, yes, now you, like, if you're human, right? You want to tell somebody, you need to tell somebody. The way that you plan it out in your head doesn't account for human emotion and how this is going to feel once you do it. And so you gotta feel like you can connect with somebody and talk to somebody and tell somebody, like, you need to get this shit off your chest. This is how humans work. This is how it is. And for her, it's just so like, oh, what? Why would you thought that you said you were gonna never tell anybody, and now you just tell people? Like, what? Who would ever do that? That's so dumb. Like, and then he fucking confessed and turned himself in. Like, it's not like the text messages are the thing that got him, right? That's the most important part. She always brings up these text messages like, who would ever do that? Like, everybody knows not to do that. That's not the thing that got him. The thing that got him is that he admitted to it and turned himself in. And you're complaining that he also said it in a text message. He admitted to it 4 different times in 4 different places. And you only look at the fucking text message and you're like, why would he do that? That doesn't make sense. It makes sense when you look at all of the other fucking times he admitted to it too. It makes a lot of sense. But if you just zone in on just this one time, then yeah, it seems so weird, so strange. He was going to get away with it. He thought he wanted to get away with it. Why didn't he tell anybody he's going to get away with it?
We have no confirmation about these messages because the prosecution, actually, they blamed the feds would not give certain discovery requests to the SBI or to the prosecution ahead of this probative hearing, which you just saw.
I was led to believe that Tyler Robinson was turned in by his own family. Is that true?
Lie. Absolute lie. His family took him to the police station. And actually, if you go back and look, Sheriff Brooksby's told the truth about what had happened. Essentially, they told him, you have no other option. They're going to arrest you one way or the other. We can do this peaceably or we can do this the hard way with people banging down the door, whether it's SWAT or whatever units would be doing that. And you would put your family at risk. And he agreed to go in peaceably, which is why you see, even in the little footage that they show, he's coming in. He's still got his phone and he's in his hand during the preliminary hearing. They showed him and he's got a bottle of water and he's obviously gone into a room that is essentially, we're gonna speak to you. This is.
What is she talking about? Why did she say it's a lie? Why did she say, no, that's a lie? What happened actually is he admitted to it and then his family was like, you got to turn yourself in. And then they took him and turned him in. So everybody's saying his family turned him in. That's an absolute lie. That's obviously not what happened. The sheriff told the truth about it, that they turned him in. So that's how you know it didn't happen, is when he said that that's what happened. What? Like, what the fuck? Did she say anything different? Is anybody else like understanding fucking shit for brains? Does anybody else get this bullshit language? Is there something different there? Did she just explain anything different from him going with his family to turn himself in? You just don't get it? I guess, yeah, I just don't get it.
It's us doing this the nice way, and that was what was agreed to because he had no other option. So obviously you can see.
Yes. So wait, what was agreed to though? What was agreed to, Candace? What was it that was agreed to? That he would turn himself in? That's it. So when you say the easy way or the hard way, what would you call the easy way? What would you call that? Turning yourself in, maybe, I think is what we would call that. Is just turning yourself in.
That his parents did not, there's no statements that they mentioned that the parents made a sworn affidavit, no signed statements. They did not. That was one of the first things I was told when I started investigating this and got in touch with the Orbit from the Robinson family, was that the media completely lied by suggesting that Matt Robinson turned his son in.
See again? The Robinson family. Again, we don't know who the fuck she's talking about. The family said.
No, he went with his son and drove his son to the police department because he had to.
It's amazing.
That's what turning him in means. That's what it is.
And look, I don't know a lot about what happened that day, but I do know one thing.
Amazing.
Aggravated murder.
That's amazing.
Carries an incredibly high burden of proof, and there is a lot of doubt in this case that isn't being addressed at all by your naysayers. And so for anyone who's calling you crazy, anyone who's gonna come at me for drawing attention to what you've been presenting on your show, how about just address the substance of the material that's being shared and the arguments that are actually being made? Not arguments that they are putting in your mouth, but arguments that are actually being made, but they're not. And I think that that is telling. But anyway, Candace, thank you for being so generous with your time and coming on such short notice, because I think this is important for people to know about. I want people to give you a fair hearing. So I know this took a little while, but I thank you for doing it.
No, I'm really grateful, and I think
you guys are fucking retarded. It is so sad that this is the state of fucking humanity right now. It is so fucking sad. Like, absolutely embarrassing that these people have platforms at all while being this fucking retarded. I hate my life. I hate my life! Okay. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then I think we're gonna watch Hutch and Pisco, I believe. So I'll be right back.
Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
Is Tom fucking retarded or something? Tom is honestly one of the most brain-dead fuckers that covers all this shit, okay? Just stick your fucking nose out of it, Tom, you retard. Tom fucking retard. Tom fucking retard.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Tom.
obviously, you are assuming. No, hold on, chill.
Tomfoolery. You need a tomfoolery.
Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
I will not put put up with tomfoolery in my classroom, children. Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom.
Foolery.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery. Tomfoolery. Retard. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Fucker. This isn't funny. No more tomfoolery.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Tom.
obvious.
That's
You are
descriptive,
assuming.
Tom.
No, hold on, chill.
Tom is fair. Tom is fair. Tom is fair. Tom is fair. Hi, bitch.
All right. Well, all right.
What's we can look at the we can I think I get it's been written.
Oh
right?
no way!
I'm a big fan of Gandalf. Yeah.
Yeah. What is the wisdom you most appreciate about Gandalf?
When he talked to Pippin about death before the Battle of Helm's Deep, or was that Was that
no?
in,
That's Minas Tirith.
Rohan? Oh, Minas Tirith.
Bro,
Yeah.
Fake fan.
Did you know that Tibetan Buddhists believe that you should think about your own death basically every moment of every day?
I didn't know that, man. Do you do that?
I think about death a lot. I do. Yeah.
Good.
Not every moment of every day, but when you think about, like, I get tripped up on the permanence of death. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I had a period in
Like, I get
college
really
when that
tripped
happened
up.
too. Yeah. It's kind of fucky, isn't it? But we all came from.
Pisco channeling Tim Pool. Yep. Tim Cool, maybe.
Stardust.
Right.
I don't mean Stardust the
It's fucking
streamer.
crazy.
I mean literal Stardust.
I might have to turn your levels up here. Hold on.
All right, I'll try to get a little closer to.
Is he still in Japan? The cold brick wall behind him would indicate probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hello. I'm trying not to upset my Japanese neighbors. Yeah, bro, you look.
I don't know that you need to specify Japanese neighbors when you're in Japan.
So handsome in your conversation with political punk. That was a wild conversation. Yeah, you killed it, bro.
What did you think of that?
I reviewed it. It just seemed like he was meandering everywhere, and you were trying to get him on one of two horns on prison abolition, which is either that like what you're proposing is something that like probably most liberals wouldn't object to, and it just has a fucking stupid name, or you're crazy and proposing actual prison abolition. He just did not want to walk you down those two horns, and you were very amenable, like you were going wherever he wanted to go. But when you hit him with like the Democrats, ideology and politicians are doing way better on his own terms, I don't know why he like was unwilling to give ground there. It seemed kind of like frustrating, but I thought you did very well, and you kept him. You tried to keep him as best you could on track.
Well, I appreciate that. He seemed like a nice person, and so I kind of. And he's been in recovery for a really long time, so I feel like kinship in that way. So I didn't go like scorched earth, but I felt like I was tough but fair.
I think you had the right tone there. I think he said his son radicalized him into not being a liberal anymore.
Yeah, that concerned me. That was like, okay, I don't think you should be getting your politics from your.
Did you see some
but
data?
I don't know. I guess
there was the Florida race happened recently, and in the Republican governor's race, like everyone was laughing because James Fishback got like 10%, came in 4th place. Byron Donalds kind of like did very well, but like it is true that at least from what I'm seeing, James Fishback did incredibly well among all the different college places and young people, and that's why I'm concerned about the Groypers for anything is the extremism on campus, huh?
And then also Dan Bilzerian got a really decent share of that electorate too. So I mean that's
It's very
that's pretty alarming.
concerning. What are how many Zoomers do we have in the chat right now? If you're like in that age range? Or do you find a lot of radical people in college and your different schools? What's going on with the kids these days, huh?
Everybody type your age in chat. I'm usually I got the fucking like 25 to 35 demo on lock.
Oh yeah?
I got the prime spenders. Yeah.
It's so interesting to me that
Oh, not me. I think I'm 35 to 45. It might be 25 to 35, but I think like I have like 0% under 25. Last time I checked, I've got like nobody under that age. I am not hip with the kids. Surprisingly. Strange, but they don't find me to be cap. They don't think I'm 6'7". There we go. Yeah, so 0% under 18, 18 to 24, 3%, 25 to 34, 39%, and then 35 to 44, 39%. So, okay, so yeah, so it's about the same for both of those. Thank you. Thank you for the jewels. Chili. Yeah, I'm not skibbity with it. Let's see, that's the last 28 days. Let's do last 90 days. Yeah, last 90 days. It's a bit more of the 35 to 44. 41%, 35 to 44, and then 35%, 25 to 34.
That like Josiah's demographic numbers are such a departure from like certainly mine and yours too. It's like middle-aged women.
Yeah, bro. Listen, I got a lot of respect for his game because he's, the infuriated like Gen X, progressive liberal market. They're hot right now. Their stocks have never been so high, because
and I
Trump
I feel like
horrifying.
Josiah is becoming a little sassier too to account for his demographic. I feel like he's trying to lean into it. He's like he's doing all these like little winks to the camera now that he's got I think either full-time editor or more oftenly used editor. He's just going a little different with it. He's changing up some of his usual slogans. I think he's trying to adjust things for this demographic. I don't know, a little weird.
He finally, have you been hounding him too? But I've been hounding him for like the last year to get an editor because he makes way too much money to be doing fucking his own editing for 8 videos a day. That's insane. But it took him way too long. But he actually picked up our old editor, or my old editor. I don't know.
We recommended him, and guys,
that's crazy. It really is crazy that it took him that long to get an editor. Like I've had 3 different editors in the past. My editor right now is by far my best editor. I like my editor currently, but yeah, the fact that he was putting out that many videos and has a channel with like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, that's fucking crazy that it took that long to get an editor.
You want to talk about people pulling the strings, okay? You understand this is all kayfabe, right? And this is all just a highly orchestrated dance. James was editing both sides of the Live and Learn wars. He was doing clickbait for Hutch and for me. And so you guys were all pawns in this sinister game.
Yeah, I got a new editor that's doing the fucking same thing times 10 right now. So
yeah, I'm sure this conversation is going to be like Pisco endorses Hassan for Prime Minister of America or some shit like that.
Well, let's get into, I just wanted to check in with you about like the state of things now that we're done with the primaries. Like, how do you evaluate the current? And then I want to talk to you a little bit about your conversation with Vanguard. But
yeah, the meta.
How do you evaluate the current state of things for the Democratic Party, for the prospects for the midterms? Yeah,
I'm extremely excited. So I don't think anything is in hand yet. I think some people are a little bit too optimistic, but I'm genuinely excited. I think that we have competitive candidates in most of these swing states. I think Florida was out of reach anyway, and I don't think Vindman was, just based on what we're seeing in the terms of the numbers and the blowout, even in primary voters among Florida, something has gone wrong in that state. Deeply
just not
wrong.
he's just not a very exciting candidate either. And it sounds like he got a little complacent in that race. Because Angie Nixon being outspent by 30 to 1 or 20 to 1 or something like that,
it's crazy. But like that state always seemed like a huge reach to me, but everywhere else I feel really good about the potential for us to win, and there seems to be a lot of pickup opportunities, but the margins are still not, like, to me, that comforting that we can keep our eye off the prize. And so despite my optimism, and I'm even more optimistic that we'll be able to resist authoritarian moves by Trump, not that he won't try anything, just to be clear, but that's kind of my mood right now, is like generally positive and wanting to hit the ground running and just start constantly shitting on MAGA and Trump. How good will it feel, guys, to kick out some of these bastards out of Congress? How good would it feel to unseat Mike Lawler out of New York? How good would it feel to like kick out Mike Rogers from ever having an opportunity to be in the Senate? And so that fuels me. That's like my tackling fuel, to quote Waterboy. I just really want to win. Nothing is better than winning, and that's my focus. Is just like, these guys gotta go.
I share your optimism about the current moment. There was another state legislature seat that got flipped the same night, a couple nights ago, I think. And was it
was
Texas,
like a house?
I think?
Yeah, it was like a house seat or
Kansas.
something.
No, I think it was in Kansas, and it was like a D plus like 20 or 30 seat or something insane. So
there was one poll in Arkansas that had the Democrat ahead, and okay, grain of salt or whatever. I think it was Arkansas, but that's wild. I mean, that is crazy. And Trump's numbers are so low. I mean, they're getting to what I think is their nadir. Some of these polls, I don't know how much lower he can go than like 30%. Because I truly feel that there's like a cult devotion that's anywhere between 28 to 32% of the country, the voting country.
Well, I think the second term is going to definitely inform us as to what the basement is, because he's just becoming more and more unhinged and indefensible by the day. And it's just, I think he really didn't want to be president a second time. He just didn't want the stink of having lost.
Yeah.
I think that's what mattered. I think it was just his ego. And now that he's, president the second time, he's just doing everything he can to fill his coffers and fill the coffers of his loyal sycophants. And I mean, he's literally falling asleep in every meeting. I mean, it's like, not a joke. He's literally like dozing off in every single meeting. It's pretty wild. But,
yeah, and that also is one of the reasons why I don't think. Oh, sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I also don't think that, like, because of that, or I do think that because of that, it's not going to be like a clean separation from Trump in my mind. I think that there's going to be at least attempts to do some stupid shit. Perhaps not in the midterm, but I just don't think that these people, when they have control of these institutions, whether that's, by the way, in the media with some of the Republican influence there, or whether it's in the government itself, the federal government, that they're going to give that up so easily. That's what I think the black pill is. It's that I think they will try something, but I just think we'll be able to resist it. So yeah, the self-enrichment stuff, it's bad on its own terms, but I also think it means like it'll be hard for them to resist giving that up, and then all the implications potentially of democratic vengeance.
Yeah.
You had a question?
Yeah, I think I've been very bullish on America, especially like in the era of Trump, which might seem paradoxical to some, but I kind of understand like why he won. I think it's a very complex like situation with a lot of moving parts and a lot of variables to consider. But I've also just watched the reaction to Trump, and he definitely has way more appeal during a campaign, and then both times as he's been president, the American people have rejected his version of governance, which it doesn't make sense because he got reelected. So that might seem like a glaring contradiction, but
yeah, no, it's what's it called? Recentism? What is what's it called? Where like I'm blanking on the term that we use, but recency bias. That like for some reason, every time Trump leaves office, all the Republicans hate him. And then, like, I say every time, but yeah, the first time that he left office, the Republicans hated him. Like, he lost the election and then did January 6th and attempted a coup and then denied the election. Like, they were all so fucking done with him at that point. They were all so fucking done with him at that point, and then somehow turned around and elected him again. Like, it made absolutely no sense.
You know, for people that were and still are maybe concerned that we're slipping towards fascism, I kind of see the opposite. Like, I kind of see him showing his true colors, especially during the second term, and then that being just flatly rejected by voters. And it's happening in a really extreme way, I think, during this term, because we're seeing these insane flips, like Democrats flipping R+20, R+30 seats. That's pretty wild. And so, you know, that's a pretty resounding rejection. And so, you know, I think a lot of people were, you know, duped by this guy. That kind of pisses me off sometimes from time to time. But I also think that, you know, people had their reasons for wanting change, and you know, he just. Anyways, I think while some people feel like this moment is marked by like America sliding into fascism, I actually see it the other way. I mean, I think we're witnessing America like reject that kind of fascism. And
no, I do not see that. I do not see that. He lives in a different world. He lives in a different universe. No, I do not see that. That is not what I see. Do you see what I see? I see us moving closer to like Christian nationalism sort of fascism, though, like the Nick Fuentes, Andrew Wilson, they literally just like mentioned how afraid of groypers they are. Like, yeah, because their sort of brand is taking over. Their brand is starting to like it's starting to gain legs.
And I think once we get past these midterms, and I do think we're going to have a crazy night in November. The House margins are not going to be what I wanted them to be, just because we just lost like 10 to 12 seats because of the redistricting stuff.
Right.
But I think we're going to fucking flip Iowa and Texas blue. Like, I think it's going to be that bad.
I'll believe it when I see it. I have a couple cynical responses to you, but sorry, finish.
Well, just I mean, I feel really good about Peltola. She seems like a really strong candidate in that race.
Yeah.
Sherrod Brown, his numbers look pretty terrific in Ohio, which was, I think, a R+10 state when Trump won in the second term. And Texas, man, I've just been so bullish on Tallarico since literally the first time I just think he's got a big future, man. I think he's literally going to be president one day. But yeah, go ahead and
don't put the curse on him, the Hutch curse. If you guys don't know, I'm just joking. So my cynical responses to that is, the first is, yes, there have been times when the country has sorta rejected Trumpism, but it's never been the kind of emphatic repudiation in the national elections that I've wanted to see. I think the closest maybe is 2018. But there we lost ground in the Senate, if you remember correctly. And in the context of the 2020 presidency, that was the slimmest. I know it was an emphatic win in the Electoral College and all that, and Joe Biden, in terms of the popular vote, did very well. But that was depressing to me. The fact that it took...
What seat flipped? What Senate seat flipped? Are you sure we lost the seat in 2018? I know we did in 2020.
In the Senate, we lost ground, yeah. Believe it or not.
What state did we lose? I don't
in 2018, I think we lost... I don't know if we lost Claire McCaskill then. That might have been 2016.
This is a job for Claude, my friend.
Yeah,
are you using Claude yet?
Nah.
Are you using Claude yet?
Not really. I use Grok every now and then I tell it to find me sources. People say Florida, Ohio.
Claude's pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
What Senate seats did Democrats lose in 2018? I think you might be wrong, Pisco.
All right. Test me.
I know we lost a seat, maybe 2 seats in... Wait, no. 2020... Actually, no, you're right. Hang on. 2020, we won Senate seats. We lost House seats. Democrats lost 4 Senate seats in the 2018 midterms. North Dakota, Indiana, Missouri, and Florida. So that's that.
North getting a shout out.
It says Kevin. Claire McCaskill lost in Missouri. So this is that realignment. You know, there's certainly been a realignment in the era of Trump, but
that's what I mean. I would have wanted to see a more forceful repudiation in 2018. Yeah, it was an emphatic win in the House, but that wasn't satisfying for me for that reason, right? I wanted to see in 2020 an overwhelming victory from Biden, an overwhelming, just crushing defeat, and we didn't get that. We got a very narrow, in the seats that would have made the difference, win from Biden, and that to me was so blackpilling. And here's the second part of what I was going to say in terms of my cynical responses, though largely I'm optimistic and I agree with you that we'll get through this. We got to get through this, and the patriots in the chat are going to lend their support to our cause because we know you're all in it with us too. But the second cynical response is, well, what do you think those numbers would be, Hutch, if oil prices, if inflation, and if the war didn't occur? Like, let's imagine that economic conditions undeniably improve in the next
Well, and that's also the same question of what if COVID didn't happen in Trump's first term? You think Biden wins? Probably not.
Period. Small as Trump would say, small period of time. And
I think I understand your question.
Yeah.
I understand your question. I think we'd still be whooping him, but it would just be by less. And if we want to look at a moment in time where the economic conditions were good under Donald Trump, it was 2018. I mean, I was a very, very, very strong. I was one of the strongest economies the country's ever had.
True.
And so, and he's they obviously the Senate went that way, and maybe if gas prices were higher at that time, maybe we don't lose Senate seats. Maybe we pick some up. But
all I want to say with that is that they're not principally. I don't think that many independents, I think Democrats are, but I think that there's a lot of people in this country who are not principally objecting to the mass corruption, the kind of self-serving statues and beautification projects in DC. I think that there's less objection to that and more about some of the you might say economic conditions, and that is,
well, it's self-serving in the other direction. They're these people are looking for something that's going to be beneficial to them, and in all the things that would be beneficial to them, it's not beneficial. The war, the gas prices, the inflation, the tariffs, all of these things are hurting them. And so obviously this is that's all anybody really cares about.
Is what is frustrating to me. And the fact that it's a question whether we would win the House. Yes, it's probably 80% or something, either in the betting markets or if you look at the average of polls, 80 to 85% chance that Democrats take the House. That's so much. 10 to 50% is too much for me. And can you imagine if Republicans win the House? How horrible would that be? How deflating.
They're not going to.
I know, but the fact that
they're not going to win the House. No.
You're calling it now?
I know. I'm just saying, pollsters, they have to cover their ass, and they can't make these kind of declarative statements because so anomalies do happen, and when it does happen, everybody dunks on you for years. But they're not going to hold the House. We're going to win the House by 15 to 25 seats. I'm saying.
I want to believe.
And
I trust you.
I do, and I do think we're flipping that Senate, but.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious we're winning the House. I think that's I think it's pretty obvious we're winning the House. Probably by a good margin of 15 to 20 seats. That seems obvious.
Pisco, and maybe we can dive into some spicy conflict here. I do think it is entirely possible that we run the entire board for these Senate races. There's 7 races that are considered close enough to be competitive.
Georgia, North Carolina, Alaska, Texas, Maine, Ohio. You don't even consider that?
I think Georgia?
You think Ossoff has that?
You say Georgia?
Okay.
Yeah, he's up by fucking 10 points. And the guy, you talk about bro, that guy has sexual aura unlike any man I've ever known. He is so powerful. I can feel my cock move a little bit when he just looks into camera. Have you seen some of the clips of him where have you seen the clip of him the person's running down the issues and asking him, do you support Medicare for all? Do you support this? And he's saying no. Very casually. Have you seen that clip?
I think I saw like 10 seconds of that clip. Yes.
He knows what he's doing. The way that he's looking at her, he knows. He's weaponizing his.
What does he know? His aura. He's vlogging.
He knows that every homosexual man or bisexual man and heterosexual or bisexual woman who's in his presence wants to fuck that guy. He knows, and he knows.
I know your point before you made it. Your point is they run the board except for Michigan.
Yes, I am concerned about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are that El Sayed is running in a very competitive race. That Mike Rogers is a minimally effective candidate, more so than people like Dr. Oz or who was out of Georgia? Holy shit, Walker. What was his full? Herschel Walker.
Oh God.
Yeah. These names.
No, Mike Rogers he seems like a stronger candidate. When you watch him on camera, he comes across like a serious person, and yeah.
Yeah, and Rogers like narrowly lost, I think, against Alyssa Slotkin in the last election, if I'm not mistaken about that. And so it's a close race. I mean, it's a competitive race in a time in which Democrats need all the edge they can get. But I think it's a very winnable race for El Sayed, and I think that the national conditions are such that, to me, it's not like Rogers is favored to win kind of thing. And I think right now he just cleared Rogers in the average of polling as well. And so I think that as time goes on, as there's consolidation, I think he'll be in a good position to win. But is it possible that he loses Michigan? Yes. And I think it's a big test for the DSA because they never had something like this before. It's always been a theory of the case, right? Where Bernie Sanders, he would have beaten Trump in 2016, or it would have been easier in 2020 for Bernie. And so there has been this constant refrain from more lefty places that the more moderate candidate isn't necessarily the more electable candidate. And this is a true test because this is a true purple state in a competitive arena where it actually is favorable to Democrats. And so, yeah, I think this is critical for them.
What, if you force me to put money on it, like $50, if you force me to bet $50, I would bet that El Sayed is going to win. I think it's going to be close. It feels like it's going to be a close race. That's just vibes. I have no data to support this, but it's just a purely vibes-based analysis. But I think it says something about the state of things that I feel more confident about Alaska than Michigan. Like I might even feel more confident about Texas than I do Michigan right now. And there've been a couple of non-internal polls that have come out in the last week that show him slightly ahead. So I'm glad to see that. I am certainly not rooting against El Sayed. I actually think he's a much better on paper candidate than some of these other like DSA people. And to be clear, he's not DSA. I mean, listen, I think he is essentially DSA, but he's eschewing the label because he's running in a competitive.
I don't know if he is. I mean, he's straight up. There was one clip of him that I really like, it wasn't a clip. We watched the entire interview, but he actually talked about capitalism overall and why he thinks capitalism is a better system and that it's better at like directing goods and the efficiency and like all of this. I think that he's very different from these other candidates
for a competitive race, and that label is, I think, going to be toxic in that kind of a race. But he's very capable at navigating adversarial interviews in ways that some of these other DSA people are not. Like sometimes there's just clip after clip I'm getting inundated every day of like a DSA co-chairperson or this or that, like going into a space and then just getting fucking demolished because their answers are ridiculous. And he's very good at deflecting, which is like a necessary political skill.
That's what you got to do.
You need redirect the conversation to something away from weaknesses and towards things that are positive.
Like Republicans do, by the way, which they get really good at doing that shit. And also, by the way, some Democrats are very effective at deflecting as well. But yeah, no, I agree with you. A lot of these DSA people, the leadership shit, they're like horrible on camera and they just have shit ideas and shit answers.
But I won't lie, there is a part of me that entertains. I'm not fully committed to this position, but I'm going to tell you something. Might be a little controversial, and you tell me what you think, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There is a part of me that thinks that maybe the best outcome could be that we run the board, win back the Senate, but also lose Michigan, just to fucking gut check these people. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's crazy.
I know it's fucking.
Man.
Listen.
I was about to say here comes the sweep. Brooms in chat. Here comes the sweep.
Doesn't make any sense. We need every seat that we can get. That's like 55% of me, or 60 or 65% of me. But there is like a third of me that's like, well, maybe they need a little fucking gut check.
Yeah, no, like that. I couldn't disagree more with that sentiment, because the margin in the Senate is going to be vital for all the next president's agenda. These are 6-year terms, and
especially with Fetterman.
With Fetterman, we need a Fetterman-proof, a Democratic majority. By the way, Josiah just super chatted, DM'd you both Cook political report from 45 minutes ago, all moving towards Democrats. Texas and Iowa Senate are now toss-ups. Texas governors now likely are instead of solid. Iowa governors now lean Democrat. Thank you for that, Andre and Josiah. So,
who's running for governor in Texas? Wait, governor?
It starts with H. Is it Hinosa? I don't know if that's her name. I don't know.
That race was not even on my radar.
Against Abbott, I think. But
Pisco,
yeah,
get in here, Pisco. Come on, get in. I'm sorry, not Pisco.
Josiah.
Get in
Josiah.
here.
Get in here,
Just get in the call. Come on.
Just get in the fucking
Just
call.
get in the call.
He know he wants to get on too. There's someone's like fixing his shit or something. Yeah. He's like, I can't record right now.
Just do it for 10 minutes. Just that's all it is. That's all. And you can do. And you can stop anytime. You can.
They know. Yeah, they know. If he gets in the call, he'll be there. He'll be there for the rest of the fucking conversation.
Stop at 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can stop. Josiah, come on in here, bro. Get in here.
But do you understand
no.
like? But do you understand like why I would have that view? Even if you don't agree, do you understand where that comes from?
I think you think the DSA is a real big threat to Democratic outcome.
He doesn't. That's why I want to debate him on it. He doesn't actually think they're a real big threat. And for those who were unaware, there's apparently a conspiracy against me. Why, dude, Twitter's being weird, bro. I have to keep refreshing it to get my latest posts. Oh, we're on photos. Okay, never mind. Shut the fuck up. So I posted this video of me, like I made a song of Pisco.
I just bit your bullet. Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet. I just bullet bit.
So I made the song, tagged Pisco. He didn't like it. He didn't repost it. That was a sped up version. I have everything sped up right now. So, but he didn't like it. He didn't repost it. He didn't nothing. I told my mom that I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into making the song for Pisco, and that he didn't even comment, retweet, or even just hit the like button. And she told me this is why I should kill myself. And somebody commented, Wick said your mom is reading this tweet, shaking her head in shame. But Icarus, LED Icarus said, I used the super chat to tell Hutch to listen, and it was the only super chat he ignored. This is a Tom Spearsy. I said there's a Tom Spearsy to stop my song from getting out, and Icarus said greatness can't be stopped. That's something they'll have to bite the bullet on. So there is a Tom Spearsy, and Hutch is part of it. He can't be trusted.
And so,
wait,
to Democratic outcomes, and so
outcomes.
Do not come. Do not come.
So, if you can kill two birds with one stone, there's like that part of you that wants to do that.
Why do we? Yes, but like, why do I think that the DSA is a threat to? I don't know about democratic outcomes, but they're a threat. The threat that they pose is they could rat fuck the party. Like, I'm not a Wick person where I think the DSA can take over. And I was arguing with DGG a little bit in my chat yesterday. There's nothing to me that indicates that DSA has broad national appeal. There's nothing to me that indicates that they, number one, have a vision that is palatable enough and appealing enough to voters to actually win a sizable chunk of the Democratic Party, seats or whatever. And number two, I think that they're so undisciplined and arrogant right now, and that's just like a very bad combination. But I do think that the possibility of
the
them
candidates.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not just the candidates, but like the entire kind of operation for DSA, and to a lesser extent, like the broader kind of like anti-establishment left.
You think Mamdani is undisciplined and El Sayed is undisciplined and
no. But they're outliers. That's my point. Like the reason why we talk so much about Mamdani is because and the reason why, the online populist left focuses so much on Mamdani and AOC, and to a lesser extent Abdul El Sayed, is because they're exceptions to the rule. Like they are actually polished in a way that the rest of them are just like not. But yeah, I think the real threat is they could win 10, 15, 20, maybe 20 seats, and then rat fuck the party, and then like block legislation or
yeah.
Yeah.
So I am just in terms of track record, and you can say that it's not like it is now, and so I'm just going off recent track record. I'm more concerned by Peltola. I'm more concerned, like all else equal, from an individual like Sherrod Brown, right? I'm more concerned with certainly like a Fetterman type or a Kirsten Sinema type. I'm more concerned with a Ruben Gallego type. And the reason for that is just the recent track record of capitulation from a lot of those individuals. Just really, right? Like in terms of who scuttled Biden's agenda from the Democratic coalition, by which I mean the voting members who caucus with Democrats, it was, the more conservative members. Here it's relative, right? More conservative. I'm not saying they are conservative. And when it comes to some of these, like even just signaling votes, condemning Kamala Harris as the borders are, or voting to censure Al Green, or voting in favor of dog shit legislation like the Lake and Riley Act. Like, again, I'm not saying that they wouldn't have been able to pass some of this regardless, although Lake and Riley Act needed Democratic support. I'm not saying that like I know the more moderate candidates are gonna rat fuck the party. I'm just like, that's the recent
why did
history.
You say Peltola? Why did you say like Peltola and Brown specifically? I mean, is it more
comparative,
just like the lane that they occupy, or their specific track record?
Yeah, no, not that. I just mean in general. My heuristic is, from the results I have seen, the people who are more likely to defect are the candidates from more purplish and moderate backgrounds. That to me makes sense. And the kind of history of defections we have from the far left parts of the coalition, by which I mean again the voting members, are places where it doesn't matter. Where it's like when Susan Collins defects, right? And so like on the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, or votes where there's plenty of margin. So that's all I'm kind of saying is, I'm not telling you that I am scared of defections from anybody, but if I were to be scared from defections, I think recent history suggests that it's more likely to be from the ones who occupy that lane, and that's who I think fucked over Biden.
But I think you should apply a different standard to them. And that might sound like bullshit, but I think you should apply a different standard to Democrats that are sitting in seats that are purple, or maybe even light red. Maybe seats that in a district or a state that voted for Trump in 2024. There's going to be so much, they have to contend with so many more political realities than like a fucking DAC type person who's going to be sworn in the next Congress, serving one of the bluest districts in the country. So like, are those, if DAC is sworn in and there's a trifecta again in 2029, and it's like President Kamala Harris asks for a bill and asks for like a public option instead of Medicare for all, is DAC really going to have public pressure on her to vote against that bill? I don't think so. I don't think that even those solid blue districts would want their reps to take that kind of a vote. But if you're, a Democrat that's serving in a red state or a red district that you just flipped or something like that, you're just dealing with political realities that DSA people don't ever have to deal with, because they just generally don't target those kinds of seats.
Yeah, if you're asking whether I have different expectations for people in more competitive districts and different windows of tolerance for such people, the answer is yes, I do. But I thought that your concern was about who is literally more likely to skullfuck a Democratic president's agenda. And I just think, regardless of whether there would be a better justification if the more conservative lane or the more moderate lane were to do it, I grant that they would be more understandable. I grant that it would be more justified. But I just think that they have shown a track record of being the ones who are stopping the Democratic president's agenda from fully getting through. That's in Obama, by the way, and that's in Biden. And that's just, I mean, you really can't find other.
But it's less so with Biden. Like, but Obama had way more internal defectors with the Democratic caucuses that he was dealing with in the House and the Senate.
Sure. Yeah.
And Biden, the overwhelming majority of the Senate, I mean, the House, like Pelosi did a fantastic job of like whipping the votes every time. The Senate, that was just a completely different situation because there's 50-50
I'm not saying anything more or less. Yeah, I'm not saying anything more or less than that. Given the track records, who am I actually more afraid will vote down a piece of legislation that a Democratic president recommends, and maybe for justifiable reasons, but the person I'm more worried about scuttling that agenda is someone in that lane. And that's not to say that they shouldn't be in that lane. I'm just telling you in terms of what the fears are. I'm not really fearful of El Sayed voting against like a public option because he couldn't get the best thing. I haven't seen examples of that being the case.
I agree with you there.
So then I don't understand really the fear as much. Maybe you're saying Daria-Liza Chevalier, she is someone you fear that from. Maybe.
I think Chevalier is going to be a massive.
I would just channel IRI
liability to the Democrats. But it's more than just the legislative agenda, though, Pisco. It's about the news cycles. It's about the perception of the party. I mean, that's another equally important factor in this discussion. And DAC is just loony, like just the worst. And Fox News is going to run 5 hours of programming a day on her the second the next Congress is sworn in because she's so bad. And I just what's give me when you think about like that kind of toxicity, I just don't think, when I think of like moderate members of Congress, I just don't think of like that kind of toxicity. Like I think she's going to be more toxic than Manchin. You know what I mean?
I mean, Manchin didn't endorse Kamala. Manchin said that was talking shit about Biden publicly. Manchin left the party. Okay, but I'm just like, Manchin to me, he really fucked over Biden in major ways and then didn't even run for re-election. And you could be like, well, he's more conservative. These were all like principled votes. But like, okay, I'm going to judge Manchin in terms of those defections, especially when he's not running again. And so the electoral outcomes, I'm going to judge him on who he is. And so like, okay, maybe you can grant in terms of who appears better on TV, who's more of a reputational hazard. I'm going to grant you every day of the week that, on average, I think many of these DSA members are
every day of the week
is more reputationally risky, but not always the case, right? Sometimes I think that we underestimate the degree to which some of our more moderate lane officials are like hated and disliked. Right now, again, I guess Mamdani is the exception, so let's exclude him. But AOC outperformed Kamala Harris in Queens. So it's just not intuitive to me that this kind of reputational risk thing should be enough for you to change your priors on feeling good potentially about El Sayed losing. That's all I'm saying is like, yes, on average, what I say my heuristic is that the DSA candidate is more of a reputational risk. Yeah, but it's kind of like middling evidence. And I would channel IRI, and IRI is like, give them a chance. Like AOC was given a chance. You might say, oh, well, Daria-Liza, she starts from a more crazy position. Okay, I grant it. But why is IRI wrong there? It just feels like, let's wait and let's not like throw the baby out with the bathwater and start like kind of hoping maybe El Sayed loses. I know you didn't say that fully. I just like the 30% in you.
It is like 30% because like 70% of me earnestly does want him to win that seat because I think every seat matters and we want to position ourselves as strongly as possible going into 2028. And like I think that
I want El Sayed to win 100%. 100% of me wants El Sayed to win.
The potential for Trump to be so catastrophically bad is so high that I'm not necessarily ruling out like an insane map that we can't even imagine in 2028 that might get us to 60 votes. Now that might seem insane, but like I just think that the ground is shifting like so much right now. But like I think your analysis of people like Manchin and Sinema are relevant within the discussion that takes place inside the Democratic Party. So like inside the Democratic Party, the highly engaged like voter base, the ones that are they're consuming the news every day. They're going to protest. They're talking politics on their social media feed every day. For those people, Manchin was deflating. And I can get that. Like I can understand that perspective, but only if I imagine thinking from just within the Democratic Party bubble. I think like when you know, what is the main reason that voters give right now? I mean, like all voters, not Democratic voters. What is the main reason that voters give right now for the Democratic Party brand being shit?
I don't know, weak and effective, not pushing back hard enough against Trump. Like, there's a bunch of different polling.
That's within the base. That's within the base.
Overall?
For the broad electorate, they're perceived as too extreme and left too.
Oh, that's
too
the
left-wing.
reason the brand is bad? I didn't know that polling.
Yeah.
I just thought that was like an independent question they would ask.
You know that.
Like,
Come on, Pisco. You know polling. You've seen the polling.
No, I've seen the polling of the following question is, do you think the Democratic Party is too extreme? And I know that the answer there is yes. I haven't seen the polling that it's the reason the brand is as bad, is the biggest reason.
What did I do? Uh-oh.
No, Pisco just cuts out. He didn't do anything. Yeah, it's not the reason, but it is part of the bad branding. So like obviously it is not the reason that we've lost. And I like a lot of times when I'm talking about this, a lot of times I try to explain like the logic behind why DSA candidates are detrimental to the Democrats. And a lot of times when I say like, you know, a lot of people said that like Kamala Harris is too far left. There's always these people who are like, you're saying that she lost just because she was too far left? No, I didn't say that. I'm not saying that. But I am saying that is part of the issue for Democrats right now.
I can't hear you. You're breaking up. Oh, no.
How about now? Testing, doesn't 1, 2, 3.
Uh-oh.
Hello. How about now?
Better.
Yeah. Right now. Hey.
Okay.
Okay. So what I was saying is, I have not seen the polling that among the reasons the brand is bad, relatively speaking, it is because they're too far left. I've seen the polling that says people think it's too far left. I'm not denying that. The polling I haven't seen, contrary to your implication, is that it's the biggest reason why the Democratic Party brand is so bad.
Well, sure, that's fair. I don't know if I've seen that polling either. I mean, but that's my sense of things. I think like the problem of the party being perceived as too extreme is a really big fucking problem. And when you think about Joe Manchin, did he contribute to that problem? No, obviously not. The only reason why he fell out of favor with West Virginia voters is because he supported Biden's agenda. Now he obviously stymied some major provisions of the legislation that they passed, but his numbers fell off of a fucking cliff when he supported the infrastructure bill and the IRA, because that's coal country and there were massive subsidies for renewable energy projecents in those bills. That's what that's when his popularity tanked.
I grant that.
I just think Pisco, and then I just wanted to say one more thing. I think you should judge
no
Manchin
more saying things
in the context of him having been a senator from a state that voted Trump by 42 points. That's a different analysis than someone like AOC or DAC, right?
Yeah, I think, I don't know if you heard me. I said I would, right? Did you hear me when I said that?
Maybe not. I don't know. You were cutting out a little bit.
All right. So to reiterate, I would give different justifications and a greater window of tolerance for people to defect given where they're from. I said that very clearly just now, before. But I said...
That's why I think you should be more concerned about... Sorry, I keep interrupting you. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, like, I thought the question was, I'm fearful of them fucking over our agenda. I didn't know that you were like, I'm fearful for them fucking over our agenda for unjustified reasons. Now, if you say that, then like, okay, then granted. But you, as you sort of stated the fear, I thought you were just stating the fear in terms of the absolute effect and not the relative justification sort of priced into that.
Well, I just think you should expect that senators and representatives that are serving in more conservative regions are going to have a more conservative track record, and they're not going to support every provision in the legislation. You don't have to like it, but I think you should accept it, and I think you should treat it as inevitable. Like, you can't avoid that.
I'm not putting in like any normative or like judgment on it. All I'm saying is, if you fear a given thing, right? If you fear fucking up legislation, in terms of who the risk is, it's some people more than others. That's all the point is. And you gave the perfect explanation. Yes, people from more purple and conservative areas are likely to vote more out of conformity with the Democratic president, all else equal. So yeah, I think that's just granting my point there. In terms of the overall, I don't know if you're now affirming though, that like you think among the Democratic the reasons for Democratic brand issues. Is it or is it not your affirmation that like the perception of being too
yes or no
left wing is the most impactful reason? That I wasn't clear on.
I think it is for independents, because like when you look at independents specifically, you know, obviously Republicans are going to have their highly partisan bent, but independents overwhelmingly feel, I think, I'd have to double check the polling, but I'm pretty sure it's like between 60 and 70% of independents think that the party is too extreme.
No, I grant that, but just from a relative perspective, you're not saying that it's the biggest. We don't have the data for that, right? That's what I was saying. I don't know the data about. I just want to be clear. Like we haven't seen that. Both of us haven't seen that. Okay, yeah.
No, that to me that's intuition, so I could be wrong. But I don't think that like independents have a negative view of the Democratic Party because they wanted the Democratic Party to do more.
Yeah, I'm not
or go faster or be.
I'm not sure either, right?
That's
why I think that like that's an interesting polling question to ask people who do have a negative view of the Democratic
I'm on
Party.
it. I've got Claude on the job. Okay,
Yeah.
Opus 5.0. Let's take a gander here. But
the only thing I'm trying to do, like, the only reason I'm bringing it up is like, I haven't seen that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not lying that I haven't seen that polling. Like, I've seen the polling that the people perceive the party as too left wing.
Sure. Yeah.
That's the polling I've seen.
Yes. Yeah. Well, so I don't know. Like, when I look at the type of candidates and the type of like people that are running as Democrats and winning in Democratic primaries and who are very well positioned to become a member of the Democratic Party in the next Congress, when I look at moderates versus like these DSA types, the rhetoric is so different. Like when I listen to these DSA candidates, it's very obvious that they have just unbridled contempt for the Democratic Party. And that to me feels like it's a liability in a very material way. It's like impossible to quantify, but
not any Senate candidates, right?
No, I think El Sayed, I don't love his rhetoric a lot of times, but he doesn't go as far as these other people.
Yeah, he's like embracing the Haley Stevens in the he's like not he's trying to consolidate support. You know, he's talking to Obama, right? It's not like he's going out of his way to make enemies, right?
And like, listen, I get it's a different standard, right? Like this might seem a little slippery, like very convenient logic, but I think there's a different standard here, because I am in favor of candidates just tossing the Democratic Party under the bus.
Yeah.
If you're going for like an R+5 seat or an R+10 seat or something like that, it's fine for them to, you should welcome and applaud when you see a candidate saying, you know, the Democratic Party has forgot about the working man, blah, blah, blah. That's smart. That is smart if you're targeting a district that maybe like we lost. It used to be a part of the coalition at some point, you know, during the Obama years or whatever. And we lost it during the Trump time. That's fine. But if you're running in a safe blue seat and you're talking about how like the party is this abysmal failure, that's when I get a little, like
Ossoff does?
Ossoff, I think it makes sense again in Georgia. Like those are competitive races. Like he, you know, I don't like hearing it. There's a part of me that's like, fuck these guys. You know, Democratic Party is actually pretty good. But then there's another part of me that's like, I get it. You know, I get it. Like you're dealing with a hostile electorate that have a very negative view of the Democratic Party. And it's become somewhat ingrained during the Trump era. You know, it's calcified into this really negative opinion. We've talked about it on the pod, but I keep going back to this. There's been polling done where they poll like different policies.
Talk about it.
And the support for the policy went up or down like 10 points. Depending on whether or not the pollster asked, you know, included the fact that it came from a Democrat. So just like being tied to the Democratic Party is so toxic that it can drive support for a policy down 10 or 15 points. So that's a real brand problem. And I don't think you're going to get around that problem running in a competitive race by telling people, oh, no, all the things that you thought are wrong, actually. You know, I think you do kind of have to affirm people's like feelings, their negative feelings in that kind of a spot. But what's the value of doing that in a fucking D+30?
What's the harm of doing it in a D+30 district?
What's the harm of undermining the party and like?
Yeah, that it actually makes it to where people are less likely to support the party, less likely to support the candidates, more likely to make it to where independents see the bad branding and that everybody hates Democrats, and they're more likely to continue voting for Republicans because they think that Democrats are the do-nothing Democrats and that they suck and that their own party even hates them. I don't even like Ossoff doing it. I don't like, my annoyance with it doesn't stop with Ossoff. I am still very annoyed with Ossoff when he does it too.
Like,
playing into.
You don't think that the
like,
poster children of like the DSA aligned or DSA endorsed candidates are doing this, right? You don't think AOC is doing it. You don't think Mamdani's doing it. You don't think Al Sayed's doing it. I don't think that you would that you think.
But you keep going back to these outlier kids.
No,
but
but
you're focusing on the outliers.
Yeah, who is doing that among the candidates?
The far left understands money and politics perfectly well. We just need to push for Democratic PACs to not pay for any DSA bullshit or get rid of PACs altogether. Every conversation that I've had, I will admit openly, I don't know shit about PACs. And generally, like, leftists who come in here complaining about PACs and complaining about money and politics, I would say that I know more than them almost every fucking time. Like, even streamers that we watch or political pundits that we watch that will talk about this shit, like, incessantly, somehow don't know very much about it. That has not been my that has not been my experience, that like the left knows much about it. I do know that they are told that money in politics is harmful, and I know that they're told that they should be against it. I know that they're told that, you know, AIPAC is like this evil doer, but whether or not they actually understand it, I don't think so. By far the majority of the time. But yeah.
The candidates I've seen,
like even like Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian and Crystal Ball, like some of the people who talk about spending more than anybody ever, I feel like a lot of times I know more than them. Like I think wasn't Crystal Ball one of the people last week, or it was 2 weeks ago? She was one of the people who was like pressing this guy about getting rid of fuck, what was it? Like independent expenditures? That like it just, and she was saying like, yeah, Democrats can just get rid of it. They can just make it to where it goes away. Like, no, they can't. It's literally a part of the law. Like, you can't. It's Supreme Court. Yes, PACs and super PACs are a big problem, and we wouldn't have to hear about it one only. Well, the problem is the, like, I don't think there's much that Congress can do about it. Like, once the Supreme Court has ruled that this is considered free speech, it's literally in the First Amendment that Congress shall make no law. So it's like, now that the Supreme Court has ruled, there's literally nothing that we can do about this shit. And in order, like, if what we're gonna do is just limit what happens in the Democrat Party, we're just kind of making it to where the Republican Party has a massive leg up on us.
Valdez engage in this kind of rhetoric. Maylott is a little more chill than them, but she kind of does it too. And certainly DAC, you know, like DAC, I think literally like viscerally hates America and the Democratic Party and capitalism. And she's, you know, on her little Marxist project because she thinks the revolution's still coming at some point, and it's all very silly.
I do think that, like, you can say that, okay, you understand the shitting on the party stuff when it's all told.
DAC, that's Daria Eliza Chevalier.
Or when it's us up because they're in more competitive places, and so you understand it more, and you think therefore it's a risk not to. But like, I keep going back to, like, what is the risk in these very, very safe places?
Because I feel
understanding politics starts with understanding that any Democrat who believes in the good causes is a useful idiot, and there are endless Democrats who know they are full of shit. Okay. I have no idea what any of that meant. That's just like, that's just populist word salad.
I feel like in those safe places, those are the people that are best positioned to make the affirmative case for Democrats. It's necessarily the case, right? Like if you're going in an R+10 state, you don't have the same kind of latitude to just be a full-throated cheerleader for the Democratic Party because it's just not going to fly with those voters. But if you're in a D+30 district, those are the people that we need going out there, you know, highlighting Biden's many wins, you know, his many legislative accomplishments, like what they were able to do with executive power to really improve people's lives in material ways. Like those are the people that we need to be the strongest cheerleaders, I think. And instead they use that for their own pet project.
Yeah, I mean, like I think that's also something, you know, to use your phrase, like to be expected.
Well, no. So this is, I think it's an issue that people are taking the discontent with the Democrat Party, and instead of like correcting it and giving people facts and educating people, they're just using it to their benefit. Like that is fucking grifting 101. Like they're just lying so that they can benefit from it. That's fucking disgusting. The Democrat Party has been insanely efficient and effective, and like looking at the system, like the system that they're in, the circumstances that they're in, the standards that they have at the time, they are fucking gods. They are fucking gods over the last decade to be capable of doing what they've done. They are fucking miracle workers for actually achieving the things that they achieved. And people who don't say this, like they or disagree with this, they normally just don't know. And I will agree that like this is a problem that people don't know. This is a problem that people are unaware. But that's why this is bad. That's exactly why I'm upset with people who do this, is because people don't know about how much the Democrats have actually achieved, and instead of people educating them, they jump on the very top of the dog pile where it's nice and comfortable. Meanwhile, the people who have been fucking sledging it in the mud are sitting at the bottom of this fucking dog pile like, oh, cool. Thanks, guys. You're welcome.
In places that are the most, you know, in the places that are most centrist or most purple, right, or most moderate, whatever term you want to throw in there, you would expect to see more pushing to the right. And in places that are the most left-wing, you would expect to see most people pushing to the left and saying that's not enough, and people in the purple saying that's too much. On the expectation ground, I feel like it's mirrored, right? Like that's what you would expect, and those are the people that in those seats are gonna naturally account for. So maybe you think like, well, it makes more sense because they have those kind of pressures in the general for the Republicans, but those Democratic candidates have pressures in the primaries, right? And they want to win their primaries. And I'm just going to tell you, right? Like there are a lot of people who think, I will say, it was close to majority at some point, who thought that the Democratic congressional leaders had net disapproval among Democrats, that their leaders in Congress net disapproval. And so this sentiment of being exasperated at their own party is not like an isolated phenomenon, and it's one that you're aware of too. So, and just in terms of expectation, I would expect to see that in these areas, and I just don't.
I wonder if Pisco's using the shit. What was the name of the mic thing that I was using back in the day that would always like it would blow out of nowhere? What was that called again? It's like a color. I think it's the name of somebody in Gone with the Wind. It's like a reddish color. No, it's not the mic, it's the interface. The one that I used to use. That would always blow out. You guys remember, I would be in the middle of talking and then all of a sudden, Scarlet, yes, thank you.
I don't know, like, what's the...
I think he might be using a Scarlet because it keeps blowing out and his audio keeps going out.
Huge harm. Where has that been felt? Where are we seeing like this existential thing such that we feel like glee at El Sayed, like potential 30% glee at El Sayed losing? Like I'm just not seeing what the issue is there.
I think the glee would be because these people very openly, actually, before we unpack that, are you using OBS right now?
Yeah.
What bitrate are you streaming at?
Yeah, it's only 2800. It's Japan.
Could I ask you to drop that down to 1500 just to see if maybe it improves the Discord connection?
I think it'll
still look fine.
It'll cut the stream. I had it low at like, so I kept having issues until I upped it to 2700. The internet will literally cut out on the stream.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. You can.
I mean, it's workable. It's workable.
I'm sorry.
I think the reason why I might feel like a little bit of glee if we ran the board and took back the Senate but lost Michigan is because I just very simply I don't trust that movement at all. And maybe we can use this to like dovetail into the Vanguard thing because it's related. I just don't I don't trust these people. I think they have a fairly delusional view of like where the country is at, and so that skews their expectations of where things should go, and it also plays into their grand narrative that I've talked to you about before. The grand narrative being that they're these like salt of the earth people that just want the best for everybody in the country, and they would alleviate most suffering in the country if the Democratic Party stopped corruptly stealing power from them or corruptly blocking them from power. And that informs their entire worldview, and some of them go more explicitly like Marxist with it, and like even more populist with it. But that general view, I think, is like one of the most destructive thing in our politics right now, because I think we'd have a lot more consensus. We would be a much stronger movement against like MAGA and Trump if that delusion wasn't so prevalent. And I think people like Vanguard like perfectly kind of represent that thinking.
Yeah, I just like I don't see that represented in the elected officials. Like I don't see this kind of destructive lack of willingness to work with people in the elected officials. I mean, I grant it with the media influencers, no doubt. TYT is an example, Vanguard's an example. In your conversation,
people like Elon being able to do massive advertising campaigns can overshadow the voices, needs, and concerns of everyday voters. More what I'm getting at. So Elon Musk and the amount of money that he spent wasn't the real issue with what he did. He did a ton of shit that should be illegal, and I think some of it is. He did lose some court cases over some of the shit that he did, but who cares? Like, he made way more money off getting elected, and so the fine likely isn't going to be as bad as, or isn't going to be as much as the benefit he's getting off this. But I've gone over this a couple of times, and I have a video on this on my channel. Elon literally pretended to he had PACs that were pretending to be Kamala Harris. He had PACs that were pretending to be Kamala Harris so that they could put out ads as though she was like advocating for open borders. It was called Progress 2028. So just the way is like Trump had, what was it called? Project 2028 or Project 2025, whatever it was. They put out Progress 2028. And it was this whole fake ad campaign where they would show like a bunch of immigrants piled up at the fucking border. And it was all like, it was meant to be like terrifying. It was meant to be terrifying for Republicans. I had like my sisters, my family, like my people who were getting these in text messages to them. Never signed up for anything. They were getting these in text messages to them. And just like they would go and find like blue or purple areas and just flood those purple areas with with these sorts of ads where it shows the picture is of tons of immigrants flooding a border. At least that's what it's supposed to look like. You don't know what it is. It's very cropped, but it looks like tons of immigrants flooding a border. And then it says, imagine a world where the American dream has no borders. And then at the bottom, Kamala Harris has, see her vision for our future. And you click on it and you go to the page and it's a bunch of shit where it's like trying to make it look like they're going to ban guns, trying to make it look like they're going to have open borders, trying to make, they use like buzzwords that Republicans all use. So there's this, there was this video that we were watching the other day, and I think I forget who it was, but conservatives always talk about equity versus equality. It's a nonstop fucking conversation for them. It is a nonstop conversation for them. Equity versus equality. And we were watching some conservative the other day that they were talking about the fact that like Bernie Sanders didn't know how to answer the question of what he thought the difference between equity and equality was. And it's like, yeah, because nobody else talks about that shit except for you guys. Like, you guys are the only ones who freak out about this shit nonstop. But yeah, it says, we want to build an America where everyone, regardless of where they were born, has the opportunity to thrive. And Kamala Harris shares our vision. Drop a comment to thank Kamala. And it's like the comments are just only fucking conservatives. Like, this is fucking outrageous. We have to stop this fucking commie. Like, this is the type of shit that's a problem, right? It's not just spending money. They were at like straight up fucking lying. Pretending to be Kamala Harris, pretending to be an ad campaign from her, by her, and just making it, finding all of their worst fears and pretending as though she was running on those things. Transing your kids. We want to make sure kids are able to, identify the way that they need to. Like, it was just, imagine a world where we get, so this is this is a DM that was sent from them to my sister. This is not a DM, a text message. Imagine a world where we get dangerous guns off our streets for good. For good is highlighted in red. And it shows a picture of a gun disappearing. And it comes with a text message. It says, you and I know that fewer guns means fewer tragedies. And gun buyback programs work. This is bullshit that like conservatives, again, they talk about this all fucking day, every day. This is all over conservative media all the time. The left thinks that gun buyback programs work, but we all know they don't work. They've never worked before. Or the left thinks that fewer guns means fewer tragedies. But look, here's a city here where they have way more guns and they don't have as many murders. Huh. So stupid left. This is all the fucking shit they do. They do this nonstop. So anytime somebody sees this shit, they say, like, they're literally, you and I know that fewer guns means fewer tragedies and gun buybacks work. They're literally feeding them the shit that they are then going back, to their media corporations and just say, hey, remember to repeat these fucking talking points so it's in everybody's head. And it says, you know that these work and Kamala Harris knows it too. Like, so fucking disgusting. This is fucking nuts. I can't really read this one.
People are like,
yeah, here it is. Kamala Harris believes the LGBTQIA youth deserves access to gender-affirming care and safe, inclusive schools in union. Kamala Harris will ensure minors can access the care they need without fear of parental intervention or discrimination. Dude, it is shameless. It is shameless, dude. This is shit that she straight up said she wasn't in favor of. And they don't give a fuck. They will put out shit immediately and act like, no, look, she's in favor of it. Look, she's in favor of it. Just shameless, dude. Help make our schools as trans-friendly as possible. Like, holy shit, dude. This is a conservative nightmare. Every single one of these messages are conservative nightmares. Radical Coder, what it do, homie? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, there were so many of these, dude. And we went and we looked at the fucking comment sections. We went like looked at how much money they were spending on Facebook ads. Imagine a world where being undocumented doesn't mean being uncovered. And then it shows a bunch of immigrants next to a big van holding a sign that says undocumented and uninsured. Is just the most shameless shit you've ever seen in your fucking life, dude. We're gonna trans your kids. We're gonna open the borders. We're gonna take your guns. Like, it is just, oh. Yeah, that's the shit that's a problem. But let's see. Progress 2028 is not a lawsuit, but rather a conservative-backed political advocacy group and digital campaign managed by the nonprofit Building America's Future and funded heavily by Elon Musk that surfaced during 2024 presidential election and subsequent judicial races to publish deceptive, faux progressive ads targeting voters. The tactic, the group masquerades as a pro-democratic progressive organization mimicking a counter-effort to Project 2025. Misleading content, it circulates targeted ads and text messages misrepresenting progressive policy positions or candidates to dissuade undecided or moderate voters. Beyond the 2024 presidential cycle involving Kamala Harris, the group deployed similar deceptive message strategies in high-profile state contests such as Wisconsin Supreme Court election. No, the deceptive campaign tactics used by Progress 2028 were not illegal under current U.S. campaign finance and free speech laws. While the ads were designed to look like they came from progressive groups supporting the candidate, they legally circumvented existing penalties through specific protections and technicalities. Political deception and protected speech under the First Amendment, lying, exaggerating, deploying creative political messaging in election ads generally legal. This is fucking insane, dude. This is fucking insane.
With Crystal and Kyle.
Cory Bush, Jamal Bowman, DAC.
Yeah, they're on.
It reminds me of the, what was the Progress 2028. There was like a old Trump campaign ad with like a grandma like dying on the floor while the phone is boop 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 boop. Like, and I remember just like the whole thing was an absolute lie. Like the whole thing was just them trying to lie. This is it.
This is one of the latest ads put out by the Trump campaign for his reelection.
Seattle's pledged to defund its police department by 50%, even including a proposal to remove 911 dispatchers from police control.
Joe Biden said he's absolutely on board with defunding the police. Listen closely.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello, you've reached 911. I'm sorry that there is no one here to answer your emergency call, but leave a message and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Crime will rise.
You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. Like, this is such fucking bullshit, dude. This was such bullshit.
On their ass. They're out on their ass.
Yeah.
But like, hang on, Valdez and Chevalier haven't ascended to seats yet. I mean, they're not members yet, so I don't think we have a track record.
They could surprise me, but I just, I take them at their word when they say the things that they believe. And
wait, but what about it indicates lack of willingness to cooperate?
I think that they're explicitly Marxist / leftist / socialist in a way that like even AOC wasn't, even though she's been a dues paying member of DSA for a long time,
voting Karl Marx and Rosa Luxemburg.
Yeah, and this is just a feeling, I can't prove it, but I think that she has become like much more pragmatic in her politics and probably doesn't identify with DSA as much as she used to. There's some reporting to back this, by the way. There's
She just got 4 DSA members elected to the assembly. To the New York Assembly. She endorsed them, she campaigned with them, like she did all her shit.
She's been privately complaining about like her own explicitly leftist base of support online, kind of like tossing her to the wolves and rejecting her over stuff like Israel votes or whatever. Or her general stance on, does Israel have a right to defend itself? And I think this new crop, they are a different kind of.
Yeah, but have they indicated? Okay,
like,
they may be like Marxists or whatever, and leftist, and more leftist than Mamdani, and more leftist than AOC, and more leftist than Bernie or whatever. But
I think Mamdani is just as leftist as them, but he's playing a different game than them. I think he's just
right. So he's
way
more
savvy,
right?
Yeah.
And do you like Bernie? You think that Bernie is meaningfully different in terms of ideology than them?
I do, but I don't love the fact that Bernie is like helping to elevate these people.
Okay, but like Bernie is a reasonable approximation, right? I mean, it's not so different, Bernie, right? You're not going to be like, he's a moderate, but these people, they're so out there.
No. I think I would, like, in the context of DSA, specifically as an organization, just, the median viewpoint on capitalism or liberalism, I think he would be considered moderate if he was a card-carrying member of DSA. I do think that.
But relative to, okay, but you would grant that the people who are the people like Bernie, mid or so September, guys, just refresh.
What are you doing there? Are you just on vacation? Or are you there for work?
No, I'm here visiting friends and family for like a long time. I've never done a trip like this before, and just like totally trying to experience the culture in like a longer time horizon without pressure. And I had the opportunity to do it, and so I took it. Yeah, you guys should just refresh.
Awesome, by the way. I'm jealous. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I do want to go to Japan at some point.
You should, dude. It's fun. We should. Hey, boys trip. Real quick. So what I was saying was, and sorry for the cutout. Grant that they're more radical than Bernie. Grant that they're like either mask on socialists or not even mask on socialists or whatever you want to say. I'm just like not convinced that makes them uncooperative, because the track record we have is at least some radical members of our Congress and have been cooperative for their own ends. And so like, have they said anything like, I'm not going to vote for Hakeem or I'm not going to cooperate? Like, do you have a reason to expect, notwithstanding their extremism?
I actually think all of them. I think all of them have withheld any kind of support for Jeffries. The ones that I'm talking about, Maylot.
Maybe you have votes for that. I mean, that's possible. I'm not saying that I know, but like, what is?
I'm pretty sure all three.
Okay,
all three have said that they're not committing to like supporting Jeffries.
Okay, I believe that. So that if that's true, right? Like, I think we've also had indications, and we've also had those kinds of statements of will withhold before, and like there was a whole like force to vote thing, right? There was a standoff for a while with Pelosi. It wasn't like that long or whatever, but it existed, and so those kinds of things to me haven't been portents. Like, we're just not, they're going to be totally unworkable and just essentially become the equivalent of Thomas Massey, but for the Democrats. That's just something that I'm really, and maybe I should be, maybe you have greater insight. I'm just like not that scared of it.
just taking them at their word, and rhetorically they're I would say much more hostile than, you know, like even people like Bernie and AOC, who at times have taken jabs at, you know, leadership or the establishment or whatever.
It's kind of mild, though, right? Like it's not really that. It's kind of soft. They're kind of softies.
I'm agreeing with you. But I'm saying, like, I don't. Listen, I could be wrong. My intuition could be wrong. I don't feel like it's intuition. I'm just listening to what they say and making deductions from that. And so drawing certain conclusions about like what we should expect from these people. And I mean, do you even disagree with me that there is a growing element of people, well, really like a firmly established kind of not so tiny group of people within the Democratic Party coalition that subscribe to this grand narrative, like that their policies, the narrative that they're these like salt of the earth champions of the working man who would make everyone's lives better if the Democratic Party would just stop corruptly blocking them from power. That's basically what their whole
Yes, I think that there are such people. Yeah.
Do you agree that that's like a very destructive foundation?
When you ask that, are you saying that it will lead to destructive results, or that I agree with it?
Yeah.
Or I'm not convinced it'll lead to destructive results, because I haven't seen evidence of that. I've seen evidence of it in like other countries. Like it has happened in other countries where, you know, the left wing will screw over or won't unite in certain coalition governments before. But I haven't seen evidence of it leading to destructive results in America in Congress. But maybe it will. I'm not convinced of it.
I mean, I feel like I saw destructive results of this narrative in 2016 and 2024.
Based on what?
You know, the constant negative coverage of Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. Like just the framing of them as being
from
a
the
part
influencers.
Of this. From I guess we're kind of conflating a few different things here, but like it's all related. And when I think about the politicians and then like the media ecosystem that sort of prop up those politicians, you know, they're like separate things to unpack, but there's a lot of overlap there in terms of what I think is destructive.
Yeah, so they're destructive again. I think is going to have to be cashed out in terms of some results, right? And so in terms of what they're saying, is it destructive? 100%. And oftentimes ill-informed, yes, 100%. In terms of it causing any harm, that's something.
I think it's obvious. So like obviously, again, the Democrat approval rating has gone way down, which means people's faith in the Democrat Party has gone way down. Now, currently, like this is because of just a populist bent that is currently going through the country to where where like, you know, it just so happens that the Republican Party has the same approval rating as us, and so there's not like really a huge L that we're taking from this currently, and it's currently not as big of a deal. But within their own party, like Donald Trump still has like 80% approval rating and is doing really well, and that's like kind of what matters at the end of the day. And meanwhile, yeah, the Democrat Party just kind of gets shit all over. There aren't really many Democrats that anybody likes, and I think it is just overall destructive to being a Democrat, being part of the Democrat Party, and even, again, getting any sort of credit for like the wins that we've gotten over the last decade, and really getting people to understand like how much the Democrats have done for this country.
Something I don't have a strong intuition for. Like that is something I would want to see evidence for.
I don't know, man. To me, it's almost like self-evident, the harm, because I can't think of a more. That's a little condescending, but I'm direct with you. I like you. I respect you.
Self-evident is another way of saying it's something you assume. It's something that doesn't have a justification. It just is a truth that we just need to accept.
It's so obvious that you don't even really need to spend that much time talking about it, because like when you think about the combination of a broad electorate.
Well, I mean, I agree with that, but I also think that if that's the case, then Hutch should be like listing them off kind of the way that I am.
That have the perception that the Democratic Party is too extreme. And then you combine that with roughly 20 to 30% of the Democratic Party base thinking that the problem is that we're not left-wing enough or not extreme enough. that's a tension that is going to cause obvious problems in terms of electoral outcomes, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not obvious to
like,
me. Like this is something where you'd want like some kind of exposure test where you back people who are watching Kyle Kalinske or watching TYT or something, and then you see their responses later. Like this is something empirical, right? And if I don't share your like, it's obvious, bro, I'm not sure. Like I have another intuition and story I can tell, which is despite that is to say, notwithstanding like this kind of cynical coverage and sometimes bad faith coverage, that just having left-wing influencers online and activating people politically will do the bare minimum of just moving people who are...
Whoa, oh crap.
Would you go on Fox News to have a legal commentary on
where the Democrats are negative? Yes, I would. Or not politically active.
I feel like you can just ask like, hey, do you think it's beneficial to Trump that he has just a list of fucking independent content creators who are nonstop just sucking him off all day, every day, and just talking about how great he is? You think that's beneficial to him? You think if there's a bunch of other Republicans who go and do the same thing, you think that's beneficial to them? You think that like these people are benefited by having folks who sing their praises within media and talk about how much great things they do? Because this is the problem for Democrats, is that like they are the ones who are actually doing the great things, and then Trump will even turn around and take credit for shit that Biden did. Trump will turn around and act like he's the one who achieved things that Biden achieved. Like he's so good at taking credit for shit, he'll take credit for your shit. Whereas Democrats are so bad at taking credit for shit that even the shit we do, nobody knows. Like this is one thing that like we get into all the time. It's just the other day I had a socialist guy come on and he was like, you know, what I was like, what is something that like you think Democrats should have done better? And he's like, Biden should have gotten he should have gotten the, oh yeah, Pisco is using the Scarlet. Fuck. Yeah, Democrats suck at even claiming the W's that they actually got. Like, even the things that they actually achieve for people, people will still deny it. So yeah, the other day somebody was saying, why didn't he get college, what was it, college forgiveness, school loan forgiveness? He's like, why didn't he get that? I was like, well, he's like, he didn't even try. I was like, no, he did. It went to this fucking Supreme Court, and then they turned it down, and then he did it again and just went and did it a different way for federal employees because that's all he was allowed to do. And he's like, really? I was like, yes. He's like, well, why doesn't anybody know that? I'm like, what? Because the fucking media refuses to talk about it. They all just want to talk about the shit. They just want to shit on them. That's all they want to do. It's like you consider all of these different, like all of the major left-wing channels, their entire fucking brands are how much they hate the Democrat Party. Like, even if they wanted to give them praise, they probably wouldn't, because it goes against their brand, their whole fucking thing as being on the left. Is I'm on the left, but I hate the Democrat Party. Like, it's their whole fucking thing.
Activated to politically activated, and the trend is if you're politically activated, more on the left, you're more likely to vote for the left-wing candidate. I just am not sure, right? Like, that story to me seems plausible too, that these people are activating people politically. Yes, they have some bad coverage, whatever, but the mere activation of non-activated people will have a greater tendency to vote for the left. I'm not sure why I should accept your story or my story, except unless there's like data, right, to negotiate. You know?
Yeah, I guess, listen, I guess the only way to resolve this disagreement that you and I tend to have
is evidence.
We would have to like we would have to like pay a pollster and, you know, like commission a poll to like look into this stuff, because, you know, we are dealing with a lot of like vibes-based assessments. It's just, to me, it just seems like, I think the big problem, the source of the destruction that I'm talking about, which I think results in less votes, like net, for the Democratic Party because of like more apathy, is this is a tension that is impossible to resolve. That's my issue. Like, you can't, like, just try to give me a way to resolve or reconcile the perception of like 20 or 30% of the Democratic Party voter base who thinks that the problem is like we're not extreme enough, or we're not left wing enough, or we're not whatever, and like the median voter who thinks that the party is too extreme.
How to resolve them with policy?
That?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I just asked Pisco, I said, did you see my song? And he goes, no, is it good?
Yeah, they're in some sense mutually exclusive, right?
Well, no, wait.
Remember when Obama got that Peace Prize for getting elected? That's the way that the Republicans told it.
Wait, the only way that you could resolve that with policy.
Okay, all right. He said it's a banger. All right, we're good. Pisco's on the good list again. Okay, we're good. He said it's a banger.
Policy is if you got all the left-wing policy that you're talking about to satisfy the 20 to 30% of the Democratic Party.
No, what I'm saying is I'm recognizing that perhaps there is no way to thread that needle if people have like literally mutually exclusive goals. I'll grant that, but I view that as like a different thing than like what effect are the influencers having?
Give me something concrete. Give me like something specific. Like
on what? I don't really know what we're examining.
Well, you said do policy. So like give me a policy. Like what would have to happen for?
I'm like asking you what you're asking, right? Like so you're saying like how do you reconcile this tension? And I'm asking like, do you mean reconcile it via policy or reconcile what, right? Like I'm kind of confused about what you're asking. I'm not trying to be difficult.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to be thoughtful. But do you agree that the tension I'm talking about is real? Where specifically the median voter thinking the party is too extreme, and the median like Kyle Kalinske viewer thinking the party is not. They would be more successful if they were more extreme. Like, do you agree?
That's my strong intuition. I haven't seen specific data on that, but I share your intuition that people who are likely to watch Kyle Kalinske probably think the party is not far left enough. So is that a tension? And by tension, you just mean ideological incompatibilities or directional incompatibilities? I think the answer is yes to that.
Well, you can think that the party is not left wing enough, and I don't even have a problem with that. The problem is the delusion. The problem is the delusion that the median voter is where they're at. And that delusion, I think, is they have to maintain that delusion. Otherwise, their whole narrative just crumbles. And, to me, when I think about the framing of the criticism of the Democratic Party from these types of people, it's just like so beyond criticism. Your conversation with Vanguard was like a really good example of this. And the most telling part of that conversation, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did watch the section where you pushed him a little bit on the Shapiro.
He's like, I'll look into it. I'll look into it when they're the nominee or something like that, right?
That gave the whole ball game away for it. That was just like a throwaway comment from him, but to me, I
think he doubled down on it a little bit more too. Yeah.
That was him saying, we will knowingly or unknowingly smear
without
any
sufficient
politician
research
that doesn't pass our purity test. That to me is like a pretty big problem.
You think? Yeah, 100% it is.
That was him saying, we will knowingly or unknowingly smear
without
any
sufficient
politician that
research
doesn't pass our purity test. That to me is like a pretty big problem. That's
Yeah, 100% it is.
Wait, okay, I didn't hear this. I gotta listen.
It's just like so beyond criticism. Your conversation with Vanguard was like a really good example of this. And the most telling part of that conversation, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did watch the section where you pushed him a little bit on the Shapiro.
He's like, I'll look into it. I'll look into it when they're the nominee or something like that, right?
That gave the whole ball game away for it. That was just like a throwaway comment from him, but to me,
I think he doubled down on it a little bit more too. Yeah.
That was him saying,
okay,
we will.
Yeah, they'll spread misinformation. This is like a thing I say often, is that like there is this real like common tactic of how do you put it? No bad tactics, only bad targets. There's this like real concerted effort of no bad tactics, only bad targets from leftists that is infuriating. Excuse me. That is absolutely infuriating.
Knowingly or unknowingly smear
without
any
sufficient
politician
research
that doesn't
on
have our
that.
purity test. You know, that to me is like a pretty big problem. That's
You think? Yeah, 100% it is.
That's a force that we're up against. That's a force that we have to contend with. You know, those kinds of statements.
Do we have to?
Suggesting that Josh Shapiro covered up a murder. I mean, this is something, as you know, that is.
Yeah, I share your position.
You could fact check that in 30 seconds with a Google search. It's just ridiculous.
I think you should. The circumstances are bizarre enough that I took the time to like go through a bunch of autopsy analyses and to.
Yeah, I'd never even heard of it and didn't know anything about it until they talked about it there. I still haven't looked into it or really know anything about it.
Okay, like I agree that you could just look at Claude or whatever, or you could just do a Google search and shit. But the Wikipedia page on that, at least the last time I checked, it was kind of unhinged. The Wikipedia page kind of like strongly implied that this was a murder, and I just don't think the evidence is strong there. So I might contend with you a little bit about how much it takes to actually run it to ground. But,
wait, but that's not what you could fact check in 30 seconds. The thing that you could fact check in 30 seconds is that, now correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah,
Shapiro was the attorney general at the time, right, of Pennsylvania?
No.
What was he?
Was so. Are you asking when the suicide happened or when the investigation happened?
When the pressure campaign happened to reclassify the death as a I can't say self-unaliving the word because it got demonetized yesterday. So don't use that word. I don't know if you did. Did you?
I did.
Wait, no, I don't think you did.
I did.
But he was in some
murder. I don't think I ever get in trouble for murder.
Position of authority, and the family started like a PR campaign to pressure him to like reclassify the death from a homicide from a unaliving.
They were pushing for some time. They were pushing for some time.
Is Hutch your brother? My brothers have hair. Actually, no. One of my younger brothers is just now starting to get used to shaving his head regularly.
And yes, they one of the times in which there was a big push was while Shapiro was Attorney General in 2019.
Right, and so, but the thing that you could fact check in 30 seconds is the Attorney General can't do that. That can only come from the coroner. They are the only ones that have the authority to change that classification. That's the thing that I think. I don't know what you dove into in terms of the details of that death, but
yeah, I think the logic is not that Shapiro himself would change the determination there, but that they would like do more investigation and like see what the faults were. That the that like in other words, retake the investigation substantively and to head off like a good investigation. I don't think that the ask was so sort of limited to we just need to change the report. I think what they wanted to see was a new investigation that came to different conclusions and like ultimately charging and like finding the person who they believed murdered or unalived their daughter. I think that's the thing.
But when I looked at it, I could be wrong, but when I looked up the whole genesis of that claim, it was that a lot of people did have the assumption that, because my understanding was like whether or not he could reopen an investigation or whatever, I think hinged on the classification of the unalived person. And
no, I don't think it did. So what happened was they transferred the case to Shapiro's office because the person who became like district attorney or whatever the attorney position was in the relevant jurisdiction used to be a lawyer for the parents. And so they transferred the case over, I believe, to the attorney general's office. And so there was a push for them to like investigate harder. And in fact, just recently, last year, sorry, in 2025, they released a new medical examiner's report from Philadelphia. And listen, it's the attorney general and the governor of the state. I mean, they have influence, and they absolutely could have run like a different investigation. And there were allegations of conflict of interest as well. So I don't think it's like this categorically easy thing. Oh, because he's AG, the request was like innately delusional. Like no, they had jurisdiction over the investigation after it had been transferred, and Shapiro's office was able to do that. But like, they're just wrong on other facts. They're just wrong on like some of these conflict of interest things, and they're just wrong on like it being an actual murder.
I think it's been a minute. I got Claude on the job. It's thinking for 40 seconds now. But when I looked into it, I did find that there were a lot of people claiming that he should have reclassified that unalive person. And he
maybe there were.
not to.
I'm not denying that maybe there were such people. I think that if you're taking them in like their strongest form, if you steelman it, which is always what I'm apt to do, is like that hero should have been more on it, and the investigation was like shoddy and bad, and they should have put more resources to get in this person. I think that like that's like the strong version of it.
But that's already way too substantive for what the Vanguard was doing.
Yeah.
Like what the Vanguard is doing, obviously, they don't like Shapiro.
Yes.
You know, he's pro-Israel guy, and that's like the big issue for them. So they have an intense bias against him, and something showed up on their Twitter feed, and they just credulously reposted it. It was obvious that they didn't look into these claims at all.
Yes.
And scrutinize them with any kind of good faith effort whatsoever. It was just it confirmed some prior that they had about Shapiro.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
Some bias, and then they, but the fact that they just owned it in that way, I just thought
was shocking.
So instructive.
Well, when I say shocking, I just mean it's depressing. But yeah.
Now, I understand that not every conversation has to be blood sports, and I understand pulling your punches in some conversations. I have to admit that in that moment, I think I wanted you to harp on that for a minute and sit on that, because like that approach to politics that they demonstrated in that moment is fucking ubiquitous in that space.
Yeah.
I'm giving Pisco the W on that conversation. While obviously there are things that I would like him to push more on, that's not like special to Pisco. That's not special to this situation. Like every debate that anybody else ever has, this is something that all debaters will go through and feel and think. Like this is just part of the game. Like it's something that I was talking to Mantis the other day, and I was like, we were talking about somebody as like a moderator, and I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would want them because they're not really good at like pinpointing where the disagreement is and like understanding where to probe. And she's like, yeah, but you literally say that about everybody. And I was like, oh yeah, I do. Okay, yeah, you're right. I do. I literally say that about everybody. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, it's not even like a worthwhile fucking criticism at this point if I literally say this about everybody. So yeah, it's like I think anytime I watch somebody debate, like this is a really annoying thing. If you guys remember, I fought with Pisco a while back because he was upset about my debate with Rob Noor, and I was upset with his review of my debate with Rob Noor. And so I was like, dude, you come off like a fucking hater. Like you come off like you're on his side, and like you're not giving critiques of what I said. You're not saying, hey, like this is like Tom's right, Rob's just being dishonest here. Like you don't say any of that. You just say like, oh, Tom, fuck, you're an idiot, dude. You like, why didn't you say this? Like blah blah blah. And really, like the whole issue was, to me, the whole issue is that he has like his pet topics that he talks a lot about, that he makes a big deal about, that I don't, and that I like in that conversation did not matter at all. It wasn't like part of the conversation or part of the debate. It wasn't something that like needed to be touched on at all. And that's like the thing that he's getting mad at me for not hitting on. And so I'm like, okay, well, that's fucking stupid. I don't care. Like it wasn't part of the fucking debate, so I didn't need to. He could have been right or wrong. It made no difference. So whatever. Like that's how I felt. But that's how everybody feels. Like whenever I watch Destiny debate, I'll sit there and get annoyed. Like, dude, why didn't you bring this up? Why didn't you say this? Like, shit, he doesn't know anything about this fucking topic. Like, why? Fuck. Like, I get so annoyed listening to anybody else debate because they don't say the things that I would say, right? Like, I'm thinking of like, if I was debating, I would have said this and I would have said that and I would have replied with this and I would have gotten him so good with this and Destiny. Oh, fuck, he's not even saying this. Like, and it's what every debater does. Like, it's just what every debater does. So while, yes, I have those moments listening to Pisco talk to the Vanguard, of course. In this case, I think that he did a really good job. Like, I think for the most part, he did a really good job. He was balancing all of the different things that he could balance. And he was the one who brought up things to push them on, right? They weren't just saying things for him to start challenging them. No, he just started bringing up issues with the left and like what the left says and what the left does. And like, he brought those things up and started arguing with them about it so that he could push them in those moments and fight with them on those things. And so I think he did a really good job, and he was going out of his way to do that. Like, obviously he's getting a lot of shit right now. They're calling him anti-Semitic. They're calling him a fucking sweeper. They're calling him all this shit. And so he went out of his way to like bring up shit to fight them on. And I already like had a whole fight with him. Man, what, like 6 months ago about the Vanguard and about the fact that he didn't push back on a lot of the shit that they said.
Like, just a lot
video?
of Biden hate. Like, they do just not.
The farthest
Like, just a lot of Biden hate. Like, they do just nonstop Biden hate and nonstop establishment Dems hate, DNC hate.
So in this sense,
so that's me. I'm talking about the Vanguard, and I'm talking about his conversation with the Vanguard.
sense, I should have let the audience know, as applied, that I genuinely thought Biden was the best president of my lifetime, right?
Yeah.
Why is it the case that I ought to, in that debate, say, and by the way, guys, Biden is the best president of my lifetime. He was a good president. Why is that a prescription that makes sense?
Again. So yeah, like this is I already went and fought with him about like him not pushing the back on the Vanguard enough, and like things he should have said and things he should have brought up, and the fact that he's like letting them get away with a bunch of bullshit, like just, you know, Democrat smears. And I think in this one he did a good job, and I think anybody shitting on him for this one is got Pisco derangement syndrome.
Again, because the argument is
Shut the fuck up. You sound like a bitch, dude.
I wish I pushed for a concession. So I did express, and not just on that, on the chorus thing, on the claim about Shapiro working for the IDF. I did say the truth. I did say what was going on, and they kind of be like, oh, it doesn't really matter. We just don't like him because he's a Zionist and this kind of shit, and they rush it apart. And I do think I should have pushed for a concession there. But in general, the reason I was going on there was I'm trying to convince their audience to like slowly and surely to scrutinize some of these claims, and slowly and surely just get us to a place where you know, there's at least some channel of communication where we can try to reach and debunk some of these narratives without like all the, like in that moment, right? Like some of these people are incredibly sensitive. My guess is, and it's the same as probably yours and others, is that, and it's not true of every lefty, right? Like there are people like Prime Kai that I'm able to push hard, Ogre Boy, I'm able to push hard, Vadim, I'm able to push hard, and I know that they're not gonna like be crazy or whatever. And what I mean to say is like just like totally go nuts. But I think that there's a value in trying to reach people who think differently, and I think I got the calculus a little bit off this time, in that if I would do that conversation over, I would push for a concession. I would do it respectfully, but I think be more firm on that. But in general, that's why it's informing my approach, and why I think I'm more careful than like when I'm with Wick or you, because I know that if I yell at you or Wick, you guys are going to be chill, right? If I'm doing debate, and it's also different than when I'm like,
they fucking took out my tank while I was there. Fuck you, bitches. No. How long ago did they take out my tank? Oh my goodness. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm starting over. Fuck that.
Inviting specifically for a debate, or if they're a shitter in my fucking in my chat, like it's just a different kind of, just like if I went on Fox News, or if I went on Joe Rogan, or honestly when I go on Tim Pool, that these are different forums that I behave differently on. Sometimes I get the calibration right. I think I got it wrong here. I think I should have been more firm and push for the specific concession. But yeah, I'm just trying to do my best to convince people.
Yeah, so I think it is. I'll just reiterate. I think that using a different tact, depending on the platform that you're on, is smart and effective. And so,
I mean, obviously he's correct. Like me and Pisco will, you know, scream at each other and call each other fucking idiots and shit every time we talk. Like that's obviously true. I do think I don't ever call him a fucking idiot. I don't ever call him that. I don't ever say that. Like I do think he takes it a little too far sometimes, but like that's his thing. Like he's a condescending prick. So, you know, lawyers, what are you gonna do?
You know, I have seen the people that just jump to the conclusion that you're like rushing to sweep for these people, and I think that I've always had a different kind of sense with you, and like your biggest haters call me naive about you, but I do think that you're operating from a calculated kind of perspective, even if I have disagreements about like what that calculation is. I guess like I sometimes I want to go into my so you're saying, like, you know, you brought up
it's how all people operate. Yes, all people change the way that they talk and code switch and everything. Yes, but not all people scream and yell at each other and like fight each other on like personal issues. Like that's where it's a little bit different, right? Like even with people that you're really close to, it's probably rare that you'd call them fucking idiots or some shit like that, right? So it's just not the same.
Wick. Like some people make the observations or ask the question, you know, like why do you go like 0 to 100 on people like Wick or like even me sometimes? I'm not saying you victimize me. I like that you do that with me and we have that kind of banter, and I don't want you to stop doing that, like literally. But some people, I guess, get curious when there's like a very aggressive, hostile tone towards Wick, and then there's a very conciliatory tone towards someone who just told you that they're, you know, essentially have no moral qualms with smearing Shapiro, who, you know, whatever your opinion about him, there is a non-zero chance he could become the nominee. Like, I don't think that he's the best position right now, but he is very
popular incumbent governor.
He was when Joe Biden dropped out, I think he was the like #1 name that I heard people say that they wanted to run. Like I think Josh Shapiro was like the most often cited person that people were like, that's who should be running now that Joe Biden's gone.
Well liked. People are underestimating him because he's a very, very, very savvy, competent politician. And so, you know, it is a very non-zero chance. And so, and it's not just with Shapiro though, bro. Like, they engage in MAGA levels of conspiracy brain rot at the same frequency. And they do it with every fucking candidate that doesn't pass their purity test. With Kamala Harris, they were repeating this lie that she was, you know, mass incarcerating black men for marijuana charges because Tulsi Gabbard said that on the debate stage. It was bullshit. And, you know, like anybody could have fact checked that, but they were they would call her.
Yeah, that they like Donald Trump and all those people lied and said that she like locked up an innocent man, and that she was there's like this out of context clip, this very out of context clip that people play of this guy being like, dude, and when they gave me the when I won the appeal and I'm in there like fighting for my life, I look over and she's smiling. And he's like, it really rubbed me the wrong way. And like, it's so fucking out of context because if you go watch the actual clip, he's like literally saying the opposite, where he's like, at the time, it just like, it really upset me because I was like fighting for my life. But I understand that's probably not what was happening. I was just really in my feelings at the time. He's like literally saying the exact opposite, and they all clip it and get rid of like the caveats that he makes to make it sound like, you know, oh, she was just like maniacally laughing at this guy who's fighting for his life, trying to get a pardon, and or trying to win an appeal, and like he just said that like he just looked over and she was just like smiling and laughing, but it had nothing to do with him, and he was just like in his feelings about it. Like it's so stupid.
Cop Mala, you know, they were mad at her for targeting parents of truant kids. You know, that it's like with Pete Buttigieg, like it was super conspiratorial. I don't know if you remember the Iowa caucuses in 2020, but there was a whole conspiracy theory about this thing called the Shadow app. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I don't think I remember that. Maybe at the time, but I don't remember now as I sit here.
It's crazy. It's just this app that this company built to report the results of the caucuses, and there was like a loose affiliation with Pete Buttigieg, and or maybe he helped to like finance them, but
he did. He had like given them money in the past, and so the idea was that Bernie Sanders won that election, and that they all like manipulated all of the data. It was the people who were like they had the Shadow app is what they used to count the fucking votes for caucusing, and yeah, the lefties all ran around saying that Bernie Sanders actually won, and that Pete had them manipulate the data and change the numbers of the votes so that he could win. It was so fucking wild. Like, it was so wild. There was nothing behind this. Like, literally nothing behind this. The MAGA had more of a reason to deny the fucking 2020 election than they had for the Shadow app conspiracy theory. It was insane.
The other candidates had like helped as well. I think like even maybe Bernie Sanders. And if you remember, there were some problems with the reporting on the night of the Iowa caucuses in 2020. There was some like, some people forgot to report it. There's some of the, and it was like, and so anyways, like there was like, they're intentionally fudging the numbers, which is just, it's so nonsensical that it's fucking absurd, because these caucuses take place in public with witnesses. You know, like it's literally impossible to rig this kind of a thing. I mean, it was just a software error. But you know, I could go down the list of like every kind of quote unquote centrist, whether or not the label is appropriate. And they have all these conspiracy bullshit stuff that smears that they throw at these people. And so it's not just about Shapiro. It's just like their whole mentality is like, so sometimes I just get in my head, I'm like, I think you should treat those people like MAGA. I don't think they're reachable, bro. Like, I don't think that they're.
Well, the reason that you can't treat them like MAGA is because those guys are blue no matter who. And so like they get like way more credit than like a Hassan type, or, you know, somebody like that, like people who are actually saying outwardly that they voted for Kamala, that everybody should vote for Kamala. Like that is a very different, that's a very different animal. Now this is again though where my issue comes in, is just the amount of like lies and conspiracy theories that they spread about Democrats. That again, I would love to make a video essay on this, because I feel like actually having all of this compiled in one place, like, so that, because every time people are like, what, Emma Vigland? Like, what are you talking about? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, well, like what? What's the misinformation? Like, to just have like a fucking whole just video essay of just going through all of it. I think I just think it's funny they called it the Shadow app. Oh dude, it sounds so sinister, doesn't it? It sounds so fucking sinister. It looks touche. It does. Like it literally sounds like the cartoon bad guy app the fucking Shadow app, dude. I remember at the time, I was like, well, they chose a really bad name. They sound guilty. I'll give the lefties that. They sound guilty.
Them, the creators, or their audience?
We can be precise for the purposes of this.
But yes, if you guys want that video essay, if you guys would like for me to make it, I gotta get a lot more donations. Every time I've explained this 1,000 times, most of you guys already know this, but in order for me to take off time from streaming, I make my money streaming. That's a full-time job. I have to be able to stream in order to pay my bills. And I've got a very expensive girlfriend. She is a fucking absolute gold digger, and I love it. And so I need to make a lot more money, but every time I take off of streaming to go make a video essay, I am losing, you know, hundreds of dollars a week, and it'll take normally a week or two to make a video essay. But then on the video essay, on the ad revenue, I'll make like maybe $5, maybe. Like if we go to like some of my more recent videos, you can look at like how much I'm making on this shit. I will show you guys. I will show you exactly how much I'm making. Let's see, content. It doesn't show it anywhere? Okay, there you go. All right, so most recent video with Destiny. So far, that's made $4.33. Okay, that's for almost 2,000 views, 1,700 views. Now, that's normally about what I get for a video essay. I get about 1,000 to 2,000 views for a video essay. So I'll make about $5 for a video essay. The video before that, Hassan used me to attack Destiny, $1.55. DGGer confronts Jola, 2,000 views, $12. This one has a lot. Mantis triggers Destiny into jumping on, that's $75 with 8,000 views, but 8,000 views on that video, that's like the most I've gotten in like 2 years, ever since I got canceled and lost my audience and everything. That is by far the most. So yeah, it's you know, conversation with IRI, $3. Heated debate with Jola, $1.53. Debating the two MAGA lawyers, $30. Like for most of these, it's around like $4 or $5. I hyped it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. So yes, I can't just hit goals. I can't just hit the goal in order for me to do these video essays. I have to double the goal. Like I literally have to like double the goal for like a week straight. And then if I double the goal for a week straight, then I can take a week off. But I rarely even take a day off. I stream, I think it's like 27 days out of a 30-day month. So, yeah. Yeah, wasted. Most of my video essays are not scripted. Almost none of them are. Most of my video essays are not scripted at all. And are pretty good. Like, yeah, this one wasn't scripted. This one wasn't scripted. This one wasn't scripted. Like,
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I gotta disagree a bit. There are people who rep Balenciaga who publicly won't anymore.
Is that shareholders are happy with this. Balenciaga is owned by a $15 billion conglomerate named Kering. Kering owns a bunch of other fashion.
yeah, none of it's scripted.
Debate and just say like Vanguard specifically. Like, I don't understand the purpose of like being conciliatory with them.
Yeah, it's
Just don't,
so I can address the kind of like double standard thing first, or
Yeah, anyways, the video essay would be about like the kind of lefties who just put out nonstop misinformation about Democrats. That's what it would be about. That's what a lot of people have been asking for. But yeah, I have to have the money and time to do it. So.
or do you want me to address like the conciliatory thing or try to, you know, unite them?
Oh, whatever you.
Okay.
Whatever flow you want to do. That's fine.
So.
Wait, am I still live? Wait, am I still live? My power just went out. I just heard the transformer blow. It's been really bad thunder and lightning out there this whole fucking time. I just heard the transformer just boom, and I just heard another one blow. Okay, Google, turn lights blue.
All right, changing 2 lights to blue.
Cool. Cool. All right.
When I take someone like Wick or you or someone who's calling in, right? I am in a different kind of mode because I think that I can get away with, for example, going hard on Wick, going hard on you, and not like, I don't have to worry about you freaking out,
burning the bridge,
Wick freaking out, such that I can never like, such that it like fundamentally undermines either our relationship or that it makes it like, and by the way, if I did think that, I would absolutely change my behavior towards you, right? And I would not treat you the way I do, because I think that you're able to handle it, and because I think that you're basically chill, and Wick has like proven himself as well to be like basically chill. I checked in with him as well, just putting that out there, that I DM'd him specifically, be like, hey, I'm gonna go hard on you. I hope that you know that, and I hope that's chill. So given that, so the first thing I want to do is like, I'm not going out of my way to harm any potential connection, right? When Sitch and Adam like cut me off or whatever, they said they didn't want to talk to me anymore. I don't know if you remember that, but like, yeah. So because I had like tweeted at Adam, because he was basically saying, I went really hard on Adam because he was like, I don't know, I might have to vote for Trump. He's the lesser two evils because of the black box of Biden. Who knows who's running the show? It's so laughable now that you look at how Trump is behaving in office. But
he's a sensitive lad. He's a sensitive lad.
If you hear me when I go on to that show, I'm insanely apologetic. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, this is where I was coming from. Like, I don't think that it's. Are you sure? Like, we can't just like work it out. They had like invited me, I think, to talk about immunity or something, and then basically been like, you're like the frog and the scorpion or whatever. And if you hear me on that, I'm like, I can acknowledge this, I can acknowledge that. And people were upset that I was as conciliatory with them, because I am not trying to like, I'm trying to be myself, but I'm also not trying to like needlessly cut myself off from influencing people in the right direction. Now there, right? I miscalibrated, right? Like, I went too hard on Adam, and I've not been on Sitch. I used to go on Sitch and Adam more regularly. I don't go on Sitch and Adam anymore. And that, in a way, right? Like, I was myself, and sometimes you need to like choose when to have these like knockdown fights and shit. But the same thing, like in person with Tim Pool, I don't go as hard on Tim Pool as I could, right? I don't go as hard as, and that just has to do with like how I'm sensing. I'm always real in the sense that like I'm always giving my authentic opinion, but how I'm going to express that opinion is going to depend a lot on personal relationship. It's going to depend a lot on my goal, and it's also, to the extent that it's an emotional thing, it's gonna depend a lot on how frustrated I am in a conversation and how like absurd something is to me. So when Wick says the thing about Francesca Hong and Tom Tiffany, that just like literally does trigger me more than and maybe it shouldn't, right? Than like when they're the
I mean,
DSA
listen,
swap.
I get why you were triggered. I mean, I think that's everything you're saying. I think is completely plausible. So maybe I shouldn't cut you off because I know that there were two prongs to what you wanted to respond to.
No.
I just want to say like I get what you're saying. Like
maybe I shouldn't
don't
cut
think it
you
makes
off.
you a sellout. I don't think it makes you a
to.
hack. As creators, especially people like in a space like this, where collaborations actually matter like a lot. You know, it's like very, very difficult to be able to establish a livelihood for yourself doing this as a job, like when you're on a completely on an island. And so like there are just like practical considerations, but then there's also just like calculating what has the best chance of persuasion. And then also I think it's valid for you to go harder on people that you're friends with and you have respect for in a way that's kind of like maybe counterintuitively a sign of respect.
Yeah.
I mean, I think about things like the same way. I'm very direct with you in a way that I wasn't with like political punk.
Yeah.
You know, like you know me. So like I was very triggered in that conversation.
I imagine
but I kept but I kept it kind of frosty because, you know, I just made a calculation in the moment that it felt like the right call.
Yeah,
just,
and also there's a further specification on like what type of conversation it is. If Crystal and Kyle are bringing me on to interview me, or if I'm going on to give legal commentary on Breaking Points or on some other show, I'm gonna just come differently than if it's a scheduled debate or if I'm just bringing someone on, right? And just come differently than if
do not come. Do not come.
If it's a scheduled debate or if I'm just bringing someone on, right? And like that's just how like if I'm just giving like regular legal commentary, it would seem like really odd to people like, oh, here we brought in this guy to talk about the law and he's like, yes or no, Crystal, did you do the wrong thing by voting? Like I think that would seem like discordant with the purpose of what's going on there. Now again, in some way it's a little bit like looking at this all big picture. I'm not pretending that there's some like master formula that perfectly explains that I could you know, put on a piece of paper. But these are just like the kinds of things that are going on in my head. Is like I want to mention to these people that the Josh Shapiro memes are false. I want them to know, like in the back of their head, that you know someone is out there and has confronted them with this following truth. And now we have that clip, right? We have them saying like, oh, I'll look more into it. And that's a bad look for them, right? I'm not saying that I was trying to clip them, but that's something that you can hold people to. Now, imagine that I had no relationship with the Vanguard and that had just like basically wrote them off and be like, fuck you guys are just evil, you guys are doing that. Like now I think in terms of convincing people, and I truly, my goal is to get these fucking MAGA barbarians out of the White House and out of power. I promise you, if Trump had lost the election, I'm not even sure I would be doing this influencing stuff. Now, it happens to be the case that I like it, and but I'm just not sure about that. But that is my goal ultimately at the end of the day, and I think that like you're gonna sometimes I make mistakes. I do think I made a mistake on the Vanguard one that I just did. I think I should have asked firmly for a concession on the Josh Shapiro points and said, so as you sit here, you don't have good evidence, right? And that's a mistake. I'll grant that, but I'm trying to just do my best to like balance the need to be myself and to say my truth and to not like pull punches on my actual opinion, but then also how I present that opinion and how hard I want to go on someone in a given context, given the relationship, given if they're friends with me, given if I think that they can take it. A lot of these lefties, as you know, are soft as fuck and they can't handle like that kind of disagreement. That's just the reality.
It's not just lefties, but yeah, no,
a lot of people too. Yeah,
a
lot of people are too. Yeah, some lefties and also some people. Based fucking Pisco. Pisco saying lefties aren't people.
I think like what guides us in
I love that fucking song that was playing in the background here. I fucking love that music that I played in this.
$1 billion. Shareholders are happy with this. Balenciaga is owned by a $15 billion conglomerate named Kering. Kering owns a bunch of other factories.
Love that fucking song, dude. So good.
In those kind of conversations, it's not like, and I think you kind of hinted at this a little bit, but it's not like you're sitting down and you're before these conversations and writing down, okay, here's this, and here's that, and here's what, you know.
I knew I wanted to bring up Josh Shapiro. I knew I didn't want to get bogged down in drama, which they tried to get me to get bogged down on.
Topic. Oh. I didn't mean the specific topic list, but I mean like how you engage with people. A lot of it is just like an intuition, and or an instinct, and I think that those are guided by our base assumptions about our interlocutor. So like my intuition about political punk was, I do think he's persuadable. I think if you gave me enough time with him, I could persuade him to a lot of my perspective.
Yeah, a lot of people commented on the video with Destiny, where Mantis and Destiny are yelling at each other, and then Destiny and I get into it a little bit after that. Like, and a lot of people commented on it and were like, because Mantis says that she's a DGGer in there and that like she's part of his community. A bunch of people commented and they're like, I don't like watching DGGers screaming and yelling at each other. Like, we should be able to have more productive conversations with each other, guys. So, like, but obviously, like, Destiny didn't give a fuck. She didn't give a fuck. Like, show the comments. Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them. They're pretty easy to find. There's a whole lot of them. Oh my god, I have never heard of her, but Mantis says everything that I want to say to Destiny. I'm worried about him isolating himself into irrelevancy, and it's so depressing. Well, shit. There's too many fucking... There's 235 comments on here, so I don't know that I'm gonna be able to find it. This girl is in love with Destiny. True. True.
And listen, it's evidence of Kyle being persuadable too, by the way. Josiah convinced him on court expansion. Josiah, okay. We might disagree on that. You know, we might have a divergence on that, and you might be like coming back in, I don't know, 4 months or something, and saying, "See, told you, Josiah. See, told you, Pisco." All that shit, right? That's all good, right? Like, you have that feeling, I don't. But like, what I take issue with is like, and I don't think you're doing this notion that my goal is to do anything other than try to convince people that, you know, there's other ways to do it and channel them in the right direction. That is my goal at the end of the day.
I take you as sincere in that, you know. I don't.
And by the I'm so sorry for interrupting you. But I just have to say before I forget, I'm the one who brought Josh Shapiro in the first place, right? I knew that I wanted to raise these issues when I got on the stream.
Yeah, see, this is why I said, like, I'm not giving him shit, because he brought all of this shit up himself. He brought all of this shit up himself. He brought up the things that he knew were going to be contested. Like, he did it all on his own.
I knew I didn't want to get bogged down in drama. I knew I wanted to give an account for why I thought that there was this feeling against the left that was manifesting it in that way. And so we wouldn't have even gotten to a disagreement if I didn't bring it up, because I wanted to have a moment, a softer moment, and a moment that I think was, you know, in retrospect, too soft, where I could confront them somewhat with it and you know, start to push a little bit more and more and more.
Yeah, I do take you as sincere in that. I've never agreed with the claims that you're this fucking crypto tanky sweeper. It's just, I don't know. I don't want to get sidetracked on that. But I think the rhetoric around you has gotten so fucking out of control recently, and
it's okay, man.
You know, but
people get crazy about you too.
Like,
people attack you too. So it's not like you're not well experienced with this kind of shit. So yeah.
I can take their slings and arrows, but you know, going back to what I was saying, I think I think the instincts that guide you in your conversation, and maybe it makes sense just to focus on like Vanguard specifically here and not get lost in the weeds about every other fucking creator. But I think what guides your instincts in that moment is the same kind of a base assumption that I had about political punk, which is that I think you see them as like persuadable to your view, and I guess I would want to persuade you to a different assumption about them, because I don't see the strong evidence that they, or really any evidence that they're.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at 6 hours on the stream. We're still at $25. We didn't even make another dollar after the last goal ended, so. We're only at $25. I mean, normally, in a moment like this, I just get off. Like, if I haven't even made another fucking dollar after the last round in 3 hours, normally I just get off. I do want to hear what they have to say. I want to listen to this because I do want to talk to Hutch, you know, tomorrow or the next day, and I wanted to hear what he had to say about this. But I can do that on my own time, so I'll give it another 5 minutes. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. Otherwise, if we don't hit the goals, then I get off. So generally, I do the first 3 hours. I say for free, but I do it because we have a bunch of members, and so I'm automatically going to come and at least do 3 hours every stream. Then we do $25 to add 3 more hours, and then another $25 to add 2 more hours. So it totals out to a total of 8 hours. Eventually we'll likely flip it to where the first it's 2 hours at the beginning, but because that would make it make more sense to where 25 is 3 hours each time. And yeah, generally we've made it to where super chats don't count fully.
Silty_water tipped $10.
Silty coming in strong. All right, well that gets us to 35. Then we got Cannonball. He said stretch this dollar. He put it for $1.99. Let's go. So yeah, so normally we don't count super chats as full donations because they only count. I only get 2/3 of them. YouTube takes 1/3 out of every super chat. Yet the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat, I get 100% of that. So we but I've been counting all the super chats as 100% lately because I like you guys. All right, we're at $37. We got 13 to go. $13 to go, guys. been trying to get my snark levels up. Yeah, you gotta get some tips from Allie. You need the fucking snark queen to let you know how it's done. How the big dogs do it.
Math is hard.
True. Thank you, Trib, for the $5 dono.
$5 a month.
All right, that gets us to $42. We got $8 left. Who has the $8? Who's got it? Who's the man who's rich enough to dono $8?
Freddie Drongo tipped $10. This is a snark 10.
Let's go, Freddie! Coming in hot. Let's go. All right. Well, I'm here to snark and Pisco now. We're Pisco snarkers. No, I'm just kidding. Pisco's my boy. Thank you, Freddie. W's in chat for all the donors, everybody. Dubs in the chat.
That they could be persuaded away from, number one, their belief in the grand narrative about like their victimhood and the corrupt, blocking of power from the Democrats. And then, number two, I don't think they can be persuaded away from the kind of tactics that they employ.
FR though, I feel the person trying the baby lefties strat should also baby liberals and potentially Margar for consistency, but regardless, we need to see real progress with the far left or we bully.
I don't agree with this. I have
Silty_water tipped $5.
Thank you, Silty. Let's go. Let's fucking go, boy. Thank you, Silty. Thank you. All right, W's in the chat. Let's get those cheers in the chat. Flood the chat with those cheers. Let's fill the screen up for a second. Let's show some appreciation. Show some appreciation up in here. Fill that screen with some cheers. Let's show some foolery spirit. It's that time of year. Let's go. Okay, so Trip, I disagree. I don't like the way that people like do this. Like, oh well, if you went hard on that person and you yelled at them, then you gotta yell at this person and go hard on them. Like that. It's just, it doesn't work that way. And for one, Pisco's explaining one of the reasons for why it doesn't work that way and why that doesn't really add up in the way that we do these things. But on top of that, it's like, I feel like a lot of times people will do this thing where they're like, so like I had this conversation with somebody the other day where I was like, it's really annoying to me that people keep doing this, like, oh, Crystal Ball went hard on Slotkin. Well, now we have to expect her to go hard on a leftist person. And it's like, but why? Like, she obviously agrees with leftists. Like, why would you expect her to go just as hard on a leftist when that's somebody she agrees with? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And they were like, they said to me, the person that I was talking to about this, they're like, yeah, I mean, that doesn't make sense, but like, nobody would ever expect them to go just as hard on somebody that they agree with. Their issue is that somebody like Crystal Ball, if she's going to go hard on a Democrat when she's perceived as on our side, then she should also be going hard on other people in the same way. But I was like, wait, who the fuck perceives Crystal Ball to be on our side? Like, that nobody perceives her to be on our side. Like, that's they're fucking crazy if they perceive Crystal Ball to be on our side. Like, that's just not true. Like, she's not on our side. She's been pretty clearly not on our side. Just the same way as, like, if I get into it with a MAGA person, I'm not going to be expected to have the same demeanor and same conversation with them as I would with somebody like Destiny or Pisco or whatever. Like, those expectations are just absolutely ridiculous. Like, they make absolutely no sense to me and aren't realistic and aren't informed in any meaningful way.
Which is like, they will just...
I would expect Crystal to be professional. To be a professional is where I stood on it. Not that one got a hard interview versus not. One got a gotcha interview and the other got a spill their heart out interview. I mean, maybe. I guess, I don't know. You make it about professionals. I don't know that I consider one of them not professional. I think that I do think everybody kind of overreacted to the Slackin interview. I didn't think it was that bad, but that's me.
Say whatever about any candidate they don't like, and there's really no depths that they wouldn't be. I mean, that's a pretty serious thing to accuse someone of like covering up a murder, you know, saying nothing of accusing a Democrat of literally wanting to kill every Palestinian, which is just another whole other issue that been happening for quite some time. And so I guess I just don't, you know, where do you get your intuition that they can be persuaded, or what are you trying to persuade them towards?
Yeah. So a couple of responses on that. The first is, my engagement with them doesn't rely on my ability to persuade them specifically. I would engage with them even if I knew I wouldn't be able to persuade them specifically. I've had people message me and basically express, and I'm sure you have too, that, you know, they gave a certain issue a second look, or, you know, they found you and they thank you for, you know, convincing them of this or that, or that, you know, this that we should vote for Democrats, that kind of stuff. This is something that, like, if you're in this space, and if you are collaborating like that, these are things that you regularly get. So it's not sort of dependent on me convincing them specifically. That said, in subtle ways, and perhaps in ways that you can't rely on, I do think that there's been movement. The last time I spoke to the Vanguard, do you know what they said about vote blue no matter who? No. We would vote blue for any Democrat except Josh Shapiro. Do you know what they said this time?
No, I didn't see the whole conversation.
We'd vote for any Democrat except John Fetterman. Now, I view that as progress of a kind.
True.
I'm going to be honest. I view that as progress of a kind. And that might be subtle, and that might be, like, unreliable or whatever. But that fact to me...
Well, it's reliable that they're saying it on stream in front of everybody. Like, that's the part that's, like, important about it. Now, maybe unless they go back to their channel later and lie, you know, tell everybody the exact opposite, which, you know, is totally possible. I have no idea, but unless you see that, like, yeah, it should be considered reliable.
And reasserting it as a norm every time, saying, and by the way, you guys would vote for Kamala too, right? And they say, of course. It's muscle memory, Hutch. I'm trying to instill, every time I do this discussion, muscle memory. And of course, you would vote for Kamala, right? And of course, it was unhinged when Hassan said he would vote for Vance over Newsom, right? And right, so they brought up, and like, isn't this crazy that Destiny said AOC over, or maybe AOC, Vance. Maybe not AOC, Vance thing? And I'm like, yeah, I disagree with him, and I disagreed with Hassan. And what did I start with? I said, Hassan was wrong. Of course, Newsom is preferable than Vance, right? Of course. And the whole point is, I'm trying to instill both a muscle memory. That's why I keep repeating. I said, and that's why I thank you guys. I thank it that you guys recognize that you need to vote for Democrats. I appreciate that you guys are seeing this. I appreciate that Kyle and Crystal both said that, because guess what? Sometimes being an asshole to everybody, and I know it's rich coming from me, isn't the best way. Now, I am an asshole to people when I think it will, like bullying people will convince them more, when pressuring them more will have that effect. And by the way, I think that we did stamp out a lot of that shit when it came to this Francesca Hong, Tom Tiffany bullshit. And I did that by going hard. But the same approach won't work for everyone else. And so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing and why I'm raising it in the way I'm raising it.
I think if I had your same set of assumptions about these interlocutors, then I do similar kind of things. Like I will try to be tactful in the tone that I use and the kind of language that I use to sort of softly persuade them. I guess what I get confused about is when I look at the output from Vanguard and from Kyle and from Crystal, I don't think that their content style has changed at all. Like
I'm not saying it has.
You know, I think the only thing that's changed is them. You know, first it was Kyle that said it, and then Vanguard are basically just like pretty pathetic and just copy what he does, in my opinion. But all the content is the same, the tone is the same, the conspiracism is the same, the self-victimizing and the fucking
all of that is consistent with what I just said. Yeah, all of that's consistent with what I'm saying.
Right, but like if all of that is the same, which is to say, like if all that is still like very destructive, in my opinion, to the discourse and whatever, then I don't understand how them saying, "Oh, but now I believe in blue no matter who." That to me is like, okay, like I don't. First of all, it hasn't really been meaningfully tested. You know.
Yeah,
we'll see.
That's precisely why. You know? Like the question is, what's better? What's worse?
I want you to ask like Vanguard if they, you know, like. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Like the question isn't like, are they perfect or are they good enough, or are they? I know I'm going through them, Hutch. I'm not like, are they ideal? No. Are they good enough? No. Are they not conspiratorial? No, they're not conspiratorial. They're not. Anyway, insert all the things you said there, which I don't deny. I don't deny that at all. And it's all just consistent with my approach. And you're right. Some of this has not been tested in the way that we would want it to be tested. But I'm doing something that I think, will hopefully yield a better result. Not a perfect result, not an ideal result, not a good enough result. But I think that having people be more supportive of the Democratic Party, my intuition is, all else equal, right? This is where my vibe is that will be better. That said, right, overall, I don't have control of whether they exist or not, right? So when you ask me whether or not a given content creator is destructive, I'm comparing it to whether they exist or whether they don't exist, right? But I do think that all else equal, having them be less destructive in their rhetoric, my intuition is it will have better results. I don't know that for certain, but that's why I'm operating the way I do.
But they're not less destructive. Like I to me, when they say that they went from saying that they would vote for any Democrat except for Josh Shapiro, and now they're saying that they would. It's just meaningless to me.
Okay, that's fine.
Before they, it's like an alcoholic, you know, somebody in your life that's an alcoholic telling you, "I'm a changed man." You know, no, straight and narrow from here on out. It's just like, okay, well, we'll give that time.
But understand that's just one part of what I'm saying, right? Like the other part is their audience, and their audience doesn't necessarily share all of their, their different tendencies. And then the third is like, what's better? Is it better to me not have those conversations? Is it better for me to do what? What's better?
I think it's better. I think it's better for people like
their
that
heads
who
off.
engage in conspiracism and just proudly say that they're prepared to smear people that they think are political enemies, which just so happen to be, you know, very prominent, influential, popular, valuable Democrats. I mean, like, Josh Shapiro has a lot of value. Like, the relative value that he brings is just insane. Whatever issues you have with him, and so, you know, as such, it's just, I feel like, in my opinion, you would do a better job of hopefully persuading people in their audience
if I went hard on them,
frankly by making them look stupid and silly, by going fucking ham. That's just my opinion.
Why don't why can't we have a multi-pronged approach? You can do that, and other people can do that, and then it's called good cop, bad cop.
Well, they won't likely talk to Hutch though. Like I agree in the multi-pronged approach sort of thought process. I agree that like this is like what I've said a lot about like the way that Destiny's talking about a lot of people who aren't, you know, they're all sweepers and blah blah blah. Is that like, well, I mean, he's not going to get through to any of those people because they all consider him to be an absolute nut job, and these are folks who are actually capable of communicating with them because he can't. So, like, but it would be the same where we say, like, you know, they wouldn't talk to Hutch. Well, yeah, because he would go hard on them. That's why they're actually talking to Pisco, who's able to do the same thing without making them sound stupid or, you know, going off on them. He's able to actually engage with them because he's not going to go ham.
Cop. And I'm oftentimes the bad cop in different circumstances, but sometimes I'm the good cop. And I just don't know, like, why can't we divide and conquer?
You would think, Tom, but you're all just being played. Well, I mean, it's about, again, it's more about their audience than it is about them. Because I don't know that him going off on them is going to get a better outcome. I don't know that, like, when you say we're being played, like, I don't know that we are. I think that the way that he interacted there is probably the way to get the best outcomes, because yeah, doing anything else, like, I highly doubt that would have yielded like more people being happier with the Democrat Party or some shit. Like,
in that sense, if we have a goal, you can have some people who focus on embarrassment, some people that no, it's okay, just listen here, you're gonna vote for Kamala, right? Yeah, okay. Like, I just don't understand why these are mutually like incompatible different approaches. You have your lane, right? And your lane is you call out all the bullshit in the full force version, right? And all the time, right? Like, and I, by the way, I do think I criticize heavily when either stuff is presented to me or when I see stuff that's sufficiently offensive. I feel that I do that. You spend more time than I do focusing on it because I focus more on MAGA. I focus more on law shit and corruption stuff. So I just want to be clear. I do think I call out these people. That said, right, like, in terms of when I approach them, I do have a different approach to it, and I just don't understand why it's not great, right? We have some people who are going hard and bullying, and we have other people who are, you know, being a little bit more soft.
Well, let's wrap this up because
Okay.
I do appreciate the conversation. I enjoyed
Of course.
it, and but I want to get to something else before we get to the end of the stream. But I want to end with a question.
Yeah, hit me.
If we get to 2028, and I'll just make it up, Kamala Harris wins the nomination.
Okay.
And if we see
KKK.
that space, like all the cast of characters in that space, doing the same targeted smears, conspiracy nonsense, would that change your perspective? Would you shift after that? Be like, well, you know.
So my intention is to, when we get down to 2028, which is the thing that most matters, is when I start hearing that kind of shit, to begin to turn the screws incredibly harder, and to really force compliance at that point in time. Now, I can't do that if I've already screwed them all to Kingdom Come in 2026. You know, I can't do that when it's needed, in my view. Josiah has said much the same thing, that he would think differently about Kyle interpersonally, professionally. Now, is that a commitment that I'll never interact with him? No, I won't make that commitment to you. I won't. But I will tell you that I intend to apply pressure in the way I did against Adam, in the way I did against WIC, right? Once I start to see non-compliance.
When did he? I don't know the WIC debate. What are they talking about with the WIC debate? It's from a while ago, or is this recent?
On these norms, right? The norms that I think are that we should get these barbarians out of the halls of power. So you bet.
Oh yeah, it was a while ago. Okay, I remember the WIC debate now.
Your ass, right? If I start to see that shit, yeah, I'm gonna be more aggressive. Right now, they're all talking good, right? They're all saying, yeah, of course, we're gonna vote for the Democrat, and so we can be okay. Yeah, we have this is a difference of agreement. Yeah, you said this thing about Shapiro, whatever, and it's wrong, but you know, whatever. But like at a certain time, when push comes to shove, you're right. That's a critical moment, and I will think differently and apply different tactics given different statements that I'm hearing vis-a-vis the decision to vote or not vote.
Listen, man, you're a fucking tiger, okay? I've been on the other end of your fury, and tú me das miedo, okay? You're
no,
very,
hermano.
I
love you.
Mucha fuerza, you know, like. But I just and I want to see.
Arigato
If
gozaimasu.
the time, what did you say? Oh, is that Japanese?
Yeah, arigato gozaimasu.
When the time comes, and this is my assumption, I assume that they're going to do the same shit. And
Okay.
when that time comes, I want to see some Pisco fangs. But you know, I'm not gonna like. I obviously have a disagreement about your base assumptions about these people, and time will tell like how this plays out.
They're epistemically
And
cooked, Hutch. I just want to say they have a bad like frame of mind and like discovering information, and even sometimes I think like explicitly bad faith. I'm not telling you that they have like a good process by which they inform themselves or their audience. I'm just telling you that what my sort of approach is. But I think you understand that. Sorry to interrupt you. I want to make it clear that I don't think that there's like a good process through which some of these people apply, especially when their biases are turned on. Then it's like, yeah, you're right. They'll see something and just like assume it's true.
Well, listen. If I had the same base assumptions that you did, then I think I would be taking the same tact. And so, you know, I don't judge you too harshly. I just think that assumption is wrong. And so.
Yeah, and I could have done better. And I wish, I just told you, I wish I did better in that exchange by actually forcing firmly concession, at least to their lack of sufficient knowledge as to some of these allegations vis-a-vis Shapiro. That's something I should have done, and I regret not doing that.
But even right there, like when you say like lack of sufficient knowledge, I don't think it's like, oh, they just didn't have the right information.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
I think
a concession of that amount, right? Like a concession indicate to that. I'm not. Now you're saying that they're lying. You know that they're lying, right?
I'm saying they're malicious actors. I think
Okay.
they've demonstrated themselves like very clearly to be malicious and people of low moral character, in my opinion.
Listen,
So-
we interact with all
But
kinds
anyways,
on this platform, but I respect your view and listen. It is totally possible. I concede that I'm naive as fuck and this is just stupid or whatever. My intuition, I'll tell you, my vibe is that these people speak to a part of, you know, a segment of Democratic voters that are like.
I know what you're going to say,
sufficiently-
but they foster those type of voters. They create those type of voters with their
Yes,
smears.
they
is my point.
create
So it's
them,
like
correct. 100%.
It's like a circular kind of
It's a
thing.
chicken
They
egg
say like,
thing,
oh,
yeah.
we're just speaking on
No.
behalf of the people that are disaffected with the party.
It's not a chicken or the egg thing. This is the problem, is that like this is why I keep having to like explain this over and over, that I feel like I don't know if people actually understand how real this is. Okay, so it's almost like a determinist sort of thought process, but we're back in the day, people mention all the time, they're like, back in the day before there was alternative media, everything was a lot simpler because you only had like a couple news networks, right? You only had a couple of places that you were capable of getting news from, and everybody got the same news. Everybody believed the same things. You might have some different values, but they were slight differences because you all came to conclusions based on the same facts, right? So it's not to say that there weren't like real vigorous disagreements. It's not to say that like people didn't have real problems with one another. It's to say that they at least all came to agree on the same sets of facts. And today we do not have that. We do not have people agreeing on the same sets of facts. And so right now, when we're talking about these leftists that people are upset with, and because of the shit that they say, they're not upset with them because they disagree. They're not upset with them because they criticize. They're not upset with them because they say mean things. They're upset with them because they lie and they spread misinformation. And so when you get a bunch of these people who are all over alternative media, who have big audiences that they are spreading misinformation to. You're giving people a false reality that they do not actually exist in. And so the rest of us get really annoyed when we're constantly walking around and we're trying to make sure that our audiences are informed and we're trying to research our shit and we're trying to come to the correct conclusions. And that's not to say that I'm always right. That's not to say that I get everything correct. But I think that everybody knows that I do my best to come to the correct conclusions, that I do my research, that I try to make sure that I'm informed on things, and that that if I'm proven wrong, I will admit I'm wrong and say I fucked up. That's not the case with these people, and we know that's not the case because we've seen them proven wrong. We've seen them know that they're wrong. We've seen them find out that they're wrong and not give a fuck. And this is the issue, is that you can have the same people who have all the same values and believe all the same things, except they're correct. They are correct in what they say. They're not stretching things out to lie about people. Like, we have the clips of Vanguard saying that Kamala was the farthest right Democrat. She ran the farthest right on the border of anybody in their lifetime. One of the guys from the Vanguard said that recently. The Kamala ran the most far-right campaign of any Democrat ever. This isn't just laughably stupid for him to say. That's not just like laughably fucking retarded. That is as far from the truth as you could possibly be. Like, it's literally as far from the truth as you could possibly be. She ran the farthest left campaign on the border. She was by far the farthest left-wing Democrat, maybe ever, on the border. But definitely in my lifetime. And so for them to say literally the exact opposite, in the extreme opposite, that while she was probably the farthest left ever on the border, they claim she was the farthest right ever. Like, that has to be malice. Like, it has to be malicious. But the audience that's listening, those people are now listening and getting facts from somebody who doesn't give a fuck about facts. Like, that audience is coming to be informed on someone who does not give a fuck to inform them. And so for somebody like me, it's offensive. Like, for somebody who, for people who actually care about the facts, for people who actually want to get things right, it's offensive. It is very offensive to listen to this shit.
Party and think blah 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 blah, but then they use their platform to just relentlessly smear Democrats, and so it's like you're creating the problem that you say you're seeking to fix.
But they
like,
also smear Trump, and that's good shit. By the way, they do attack also TYT, who I think are like, at times
that's low hanging fruit.
I
mean,
know,
come on,
but
Yeah, I was about to say Trump and TYT are like, this is the easiest shit in the world, which, not to say that like I expect a whole lot from those guys. It's not to say that like I think that they should be like more intellectual or anything. It's the Vanguard. Like I get it. I'm not trying to get them to like get out of their lane or anything. I'm not trying to get them to be fucking libs. I'm not trying to get them to come live out over here with the rest of us. I just hoping that they stop fucking lying. Like I know that seems like a lot to ask for a lot of you, but I don't think it is. I don't think it's a big ask.
That's a little, yeah.
I know, but like that.
Vanguard could be better, sure. I don't disagree. So could everyone. The issue is saying that they create lefties. Wait, I'm not saying they create lefties. I'm saying they create the misinformation. They create the groups of people that hate the Democrat Party. They create the groups of people that are fed up with the Democrat Party. They create the groups of people who feel left out of the political process. They create the black pillars and the doomers who feel like there's no point in participating because nothing ever gets done, nothing ever changes. They create those things, those people, not that they create lefties. There's tons of lefties that are like active within the leftists. There you go. I don't like calling them lefties. I'm a lefty. I'm not a leftist, but there's tons of leftists who are active in the political process. Like that's not a thing that like I think is common with leftists, is to not want to vote or anything like that, or specific to them in any way. But it is in these online spaces. Like it is something that's common in the online spaces.
But I also appreciate that, Hutch. You got to say, I appreciate that. But I do thank you for having the conversation. I love having these convos with you, these catch-ups. I wish Josiah had joined us, but
we'll get him again. We'll get him again.
Josiah's scared.
Yeah, he'll relax.
No,
did he give you that talk too?
Conversation. He briefly mentioned it to me. Yeah, he's like, I'm not doing it anymore. Yeah. But listen, he'll be back. He'll be back in a couple months. But yeah, no, I enjoyed that conversation. I really hope you have a phenomenal time in Japan. And can I be weird and ask you to take pictures and like just send me pictures of Japan?
I got plenty.
Like? I don't know.
Yeah, I'll send you some pictures tonight or tomorrow because it's super late. But I'll send them.
All right, buddy. Well, you enjoy. Take care. And
thank you, bro.
I'll be on the pod on Monday.
Yeah.
All right,
consolidation
buddy.
on Monday.
You
Just
do
be aware.
that.
And if you have mods, Hutch mods, tell either Hutch or you DM me on Discord at Pisco if you want to be mods on Live and Learn, because we're consolidated mods, and so if you want that, and I told my chat it's probably going to be a much tighter ship. It's probably going to be like you guys can't go super duper hard. But yeah, if you're a mod on any one of the 4, let me know and I can make you a mod of the Live and Learn channel. But thank you guys.
I got some mods in here that have been doing the Lord's work during this conversation and keeping things civil in the chat. So I appreciate it. Yeah. So we're doing one channel. We're doing one.
So
channel
one
on
YouTube,
Monday.
one Twitch, all on one. And the idea is hopefully you guys all congregate there, and it'll be like a better product to like be like, hey, look at because when it's all scattered, it's like harder to be like.
Yes, I've always thought like, damn, it must be rough like inviting people on, because a lot of times when you invite somebody on, you have to like give them how many views you get and how many subscribers you have and all this other shit, and they have to like go and like get all of the shit from each fucking channel and try to like add it up, and you would have to message them that shit like in that way, like this channel gets this many views, this channel gets this many views, this channel gets this many views, this channel gets this many views. Just that would be fucking hell, dude. no. To the no, no, no.
You know, these high profile people, you have to explain, no, we have multiple channels, and so this is our viewership. Much easier if it's on one.
I support it. Yeah.
All right.
Do it. All right. Well, take it easy, buddy.
Much love. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This is a sop to criminals.
To criminals, that's right.
That's right.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Illegal News. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark. I'm still not a lawyer, but I probably should be by now after how much I talk about the law on this podcast, but nobody's just giving out degrees for this. I'm very happy to have my real lawyer buddy, Andrew Weissman, joining me today to talk about the news and hopefully forever. Forever, Andrew. I think we should be together forever.
Andrew Weissman. I know him.
Andrew, welcome back.
Where do I know him from? Chat. Tell me where I know this guy.
It's like Be My Valentine.
Yeah.
Tell me
And I'm
what's
loving you
happening in my brain.
particularly hard right now because you are one of the only people who have read my book from cover to cover who is not like actively employed by me, or like my actual publisher.
It's like people don't expect lefties to be pro-socialism or communism without having to lie about a whole bunch of shit lol. So frustrating.
Yeah, it's, I don't think that they, like, I do know, again, I've gone over tons of like leftists that I think are very like honest people and that are good at their jobs and that are you know, pro-democrats and give good messages and shit like that. Like I don't think that this is something that is necessary for leftists to do, nor do I think it's specific to leftists or any of that shit. Like, yeah, I just...
who are all like, oh, Sarah, it's so good. I think, wait, you know what? I did that the last time I was with you with all of the fake, you know, like adulation. Can I just, we're actually going to, there's a lot to cover news-wise. And I did start saying this off camera and Sarah was like, wait, save it.
Yeah,
so
save it for the show.
I got this advanced reader copy. And I was telling Sarah, I mean, this is like, you can see from, like, if you see, I dog-eared so many pages and then being
is
a
it
nerd,
you being
I also
like wrong.
And then I underlined stuff. And then I was dog-earing so much at the top, I had to start doing it at the bottom. And then I have all these, I was writing notes in it. I wrote notes on my, on this little piece of paper. It's a fantastic read. There's so many things to talk about, but I mean, one of them, just a big picture, is I felt like, even though it wasn't an audiobook, I could hear you saying all of this. Like it just is you.
I do write like I talk. And if you ever read something from me that doesn't quite sound like me, it means somebody else has had their hands on it, because I don't know how to do it otherwise. Like I write exactly the way I talk, including the periods and the em dashes and the interrupting thoughts to put in a thing. So it does. That is one piece of feedback I've gotten a lot, that it sounds like me.
It does. And which is remarkable given that you didn't write it. It's just amazing that it sounds like you. What's so funny?
It was, if you put into AI, write this in the voice of Sarah Longwell,
yes, right.
It's got it down. Yeah.
Remind me, you should ask me later when we talk about it after we do legal stuff. Like the part that I actually, with attribution, used it. I was on a Substack with Adam Klassfeld last night, and I used it at the end. And I'm going to tell you what sort of my favorite piece, which comes at the end of the book, is. And so let's save that.
Okay, we'll save it for the end. We'll talk about the news first, and then we'll do a little book talk. Although at some point, I want to do a real book talk where we go through all your dog ears. I want to get into it. I'm desperate to talk about this.
I actually have a lot of serious things that I was like really interested in getting your take on. So we may get some of that, but okay.
All right. So let's start with something that when I saw this, when my producer, who is actually a real lawyer, like a serious lawyer,
a really good lawyer.
She's a really good lawyer. And I was like, is this true? Is this really happening? Because I run a lot of companies. And so I'm actually quite familiar with IRS laws and like how you incorporate businesses, how you, different things that the IRS then has access to. And so this is going to sound maybe like a boring topic to people, but it is not boring. And so just rock with us for a second, because there's a new Treasury regulation.
By the way, you've already lost people. They're like,
no. But please stay with me. Please stay with me. And it relates to, you know what it relates to, just to get people interested, is there are a lot of small changes being made that in some ways look like sops to businesses, but actually what it is it is opening the door for a lot more fraudulent and corrupt behavior, which this administration loves.
Yeah,
yes,
this is
am I right?
SOP. Wait, this is a SOP to criminals.
To criminals.
Yes.
That's right.
Where do I know this guy from? What the fuck is a SOP?
Right.
Let's just, there's an actually big picture way to talk about this before we get to like the details, which is Congress several years ago in a bipartisan way wanted to make it harder to hide, for companies and humans to hide their criminality, and to make it, you know how everyone says follow the money?
That sounds
well,
horrible.
This was going to make it easier for prosecutors and regulators to follow the money and to not allow people to hide behind all sorts of corporate shells. And it was a bipartisan bill. And you know who was a big proponent of this?
Tell me.
Tell her.
Somebody who used to be in the Senate, who now is in the Trump administration. How's that for a hint?
Marco Rubio?
That would be it. Huge proponent of this. And what it did is really simple. It basically said that if you've got, I mean, there are lots of technicalities, but if you've got a corporations, particularly small corporations, LLCs, partnerships, you have to disclose to the government who the actual owners are. There was a technical term, the beneficial owner, but it basically is who actually owns it, meaning you can't hide behind shell, like literally a shell game. And so you can't find out who actually owned it. Now, there were lots of exceptions for like, big banks and reputable companies. And there were all sorts of ways that were like, we're not going to impose this on things that are already regulated. But this was a way of saying that we're not going to allow this sort of dark money. And it counteracts drug dealing.
Standard operating principle. Okay. Fuck, stop. I don't think I know what that is.
Tax evasion, foreign money laundering, foreign election interference. Did I mention terrorism financing? All of these ways that people use shell companies to evade the law. It's one of the reasons people are very, very wary about crypto, which sort of, that's like a perfect transition to who loves crypto? President of the United States and his family, and a lot of people around them.
Because it allows foreign governments and other people to pay them in ways
Don't tell me that.
evade sort of
That's
the
gonna
traditional
piss me
corruption
off.
ways. And that's why Don Jr., if you look, like that is where all their money is in right now. It's like tons of crypto stuff.
It's very hard to do the tracing. Now, this was a law that said that these companies and people in these companies have to report. And so this was a database that has been collected since the law went into effect of reporting people and reporting companies. And the database is not public to the world. So there were protections in terms of privacy, but it was a database that is available to the federal government, to prosecutors, to regulators, and to state regulators. So federal and state can dip into this. And it's the way money laundering rules in general work. It's the way FinCEN works. I, as a prosecutor, can tell you firsthand, this is exactly the kind of tool that you use to start putting linkages together, to start tracing wrongdoing. I can think of a whole bunch of personal examples that are not public, so I can't talk about it, of ways that this is incredibly useful. And it no longer is in existence.
Well, so this is it, right? And you said FinCEN. That's financial security. That's what that means. Yeah. So this new law basically makes it so people can set up these shell companies and no longer have to disclose ownership to the government. Is that right?
They can't get rid of the law, right? Because the law is Congress has passed the law. What they have given up is, and by the way, it may get challenged because it's not clear that what the government is doing, what the Trump administration is doing, doesn't violate the law, but they are not enforcing the law.
And is that law the Corporate Transparency Act?
Yes, exactly. The Corporate Transparency Act is what created, I mean, it's a good name for it because it created this database and this reporting requirement. And what the Trump administration has said is that except for foreign companies, for all domestic companies, which is this, huge out. It's like something like 95 or higher percentage of what was being reported, that it no longer is the case that individuals need to report to their company and the company no longer needs to report to the government. In other words, they don't have to keep on reporting into this database so people can use it. But here's the kicker, because this is the thing that's so nefarious. People were allowed to comment on the rule that the Trump administration put into effect. And people were like, this is outrageous, this is terrible. And the response before the final rule went into effect that said, we are not enforcing this and people do not have to report, even though Congress had said to report, is that the agency says, look, administration's changed. This is a cost-benefit analysis. Everyone has to agree that, yes, there's some benefit to having had this law, but there's a cost because we're requiring all these people to report, and a lot of the people who report are not criminals, so that you're putting a burden on a lot of people to go after the people who have committed crimes. All of that is fair, although let's just get real. Congress has done that analysis, and they were the ones who said that this is worth it. And we have money laundering rules precisely because that cost-benefit analysis is made by Congress, not by the executive branch, by the president. But here's the kicker, and how you know that that's a false debate, that the Trump administration is saying, oh, we just don't think this is worth the price, even though there's some benefit, is that one of the things the Trump administration did, and this is the tell that they are only there to help criminals, is that the database that has already been collected is going to be destroyed. So
really?
So
like everybody who's already registered under this law, they're getting rid of it.
Yes.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
So Sarah, so that's how you know that all of the bullshit That's a first year legal term.
Legal term. Yeah.
This is a cost benefit analysis, blah, blah. But you already have that database. It is already a tool. The only reason that you would get rid of that is because you are helping the criminals and you are hurting law enforcement and regulators from being able to use that to track them down. What I think is going on is you see about dark money in politics. This makes it even darker. It's like lights out.
Let me pull that apart really quickly, because actually there's the way that dark money is, there's money that has to be disclosed, like donor disclosure, and then there's stuff that doesn't. Now, there's a bunch of rules that so if you have a 501c3, it can't be political, right? You can't use it for political advocacy. If you have a 501c4, you can, but it's like partially you can. But there's not donor disclosure. That's often what people are talking about when they talk about dark money. There's a new thing, though, that is totally different and that's pretty new. And it's because we have people who are so rich like Elon Musk, where they set up companies. Normally, a lot of the political advocacy happens between PACs, C4s, and C3s. Now, these ultra wealthy people can just open companies that take money in and spend money on ads. It's why Elon was able to run pro-Palestinian ads in places where they thought it would help Trump, and pro-Israel ads in places where they thought it would help Trump, without people knowing who was behind it. Because, well, we did know because Elon tells us, but like this would make it so you don't need to know how much money Elon Musk is just putting in a shell company and then spending on ads in an election. That is completely different than anything that's been done before that might have been referred to as dark money. This is a totally different animal.
So absolutely. And so this is just making it that much easier. And even with respect to the piece that is ostensibly not being affected, which is foreign reporting. So if a foreign person or company is using an American...
He reminds me of an actor. That's who it is. He reminds me of an actor. I'm thinking of like some sort of movie where he gets like fucked up. Like he's like the fall guy over and over and over and over, and he just keeps getting like fucked up unnecessarily. But I have no idea what I'm thinking of. But I think I know, like there's something I'm thinking of. I'll tell you that much. There is a thing that I'm thinking.
Technically, the foreign company still has to report, but how are you ever going to find out that that they're in violation of that law?
In looks or his voice? In looks.
Because you're never going to be able to see into.
Definitely not his voice. The other guy doesn't sound gay.
To it. And you no longer have the American company feeling like they have the obligation to do it. So it's going to be very, very hard to, even in the piece that they say still exists, to have effective enforcement unless you can figure it out that they're violating the law through other means. But that's not how this database works. The database is something that is usually providing really interesting leads for law enforcement. Like that's how, when, I used to head up the fraud section, this is like a basic tool that you use to spot anomalies and red flags. That is the kind of thing that has been gotten rid of. This is in the national security space. People talk about this all the time about databases that are used for the initial information that puts something on the radar screen. And it's so important to have that. And it's just unbelievable to me that you would get rid of this. There's just no legitimate reason I can think of for doing this other than helping criminals, which, we have a convicted criminal in the White House. That's, no one can argue with that. It's happened. And you have him pardoning all sorts of people who you can't think of any good reason on the merits that he would have pardoned a whole series of white collar criminals and not prosecuting a whole bunch of white collar criminals.
I don't know. No. I don't think I'm thinking of him. It's fuck. Gonna drive me crazy now.
Just thinking about it, I could see, yes, it obviously aids and abets a lot of criminality, but it also this is actually how I would think about it, is that it also shields reputationally, right? So if it, like I was saying, Elon Musk before was able to spend all that money, but because they had the disclosure, we knew which company was his. Now we wouldn't, right? And so to your point, if a Russian oligarch wanted to open a company and then spend all that money on television ads in America, suddenly there's no mechanism for knowing whether this is an American buying it, if this is just a billionaire. Like, now, I wonder if the FEC regulations, I don't know, I'm thinking this through, but like, I can just see how much it could be used just to avoid, like, you can now do stuff and people don't know it's you doing it, and so they can't judge you for it, or like.
That's fair. I'm going to move to a slightly different issue, which is it's not totally clear, and I'm not going to get into all of the weeds, but Congress does have potential lawsuit here because the executive branch is saying, we've just created a rule that's antithetical, that's opposite to what Congress passed. Well, Congress passes laws. You can decide not to enforce it, but you can't just get rid of a database that they say is going to be collected. And so the administration has to rely on some vague language in the statute, giving the administration some leeway. But to me, it starts sounding a little bit like the way the administration tried to do tariffs, saying, oh, we're going to take some arcane language and try and drive a Mack truck through it. And that's why Senator Grassley and Senator Whitehouse, so think of that pairing, both issued a joint press statement saying this is outrageous and improper and, is really should not happen. And, if Senator Rubio was...
Okay, I'm not keeping up with any of this. It's too big brain for me.
We're using Scott's Miracle Grow seed for the lawn. And he goes, go figure that out. It's like, come on, man, it's got to the point now to where, he's just throwing this stuff right in your face like that. And then he said it again like a commercial. He goes, Scott's Miracle Grow. Look right in the camera like he's doing a freaking commercial. So it's all you can do. I called, I'm from Ohio myself, and Scott's Miracle Grow.
So apparently I'm really important, called into C-SPAN and talked to them directly?
He's based in Marysville, Ohio. So I called corporate headquarters, and of course I'm not going to be able to speak to the CEO, but I spoke to one of his assistants and voiced my displeasure at that and asked them if they were proud to work for a company that, where this kind of grift is going on like that. And then I called my state rep and the senator for that district, and well, it's not mine because I live in a different district, but anyway, I called and I was able to talk to at least a couple interns there in their office, because I'd much rather speak to someone in person and leave a message. So that's all you can do, really. So I encourage anyone out there, if they have a problem in their own district, their own neighborhood, go to your township, go to township level first, talk to a trustee, and go to the county, go to the state, because you can't make a big change on a federal level at all. You got to start where you live. And so with it, if you
oh, the C-SPAN guy came on his show. Okay.
Whatever. Start
this
there.
wasn't.
All right, Rod.
This wasn't time stamped, so I was. Okay.
We're now empty nesters. We have 2 daughters.
Other body. Yes. This is on the permanent record. Oh no, what did I do? I've got my teleprompter back, so I get to stare into the camera at you guys. All right, let me make sure there's no alerts or anything here. I think we're good.
Yeah, that's what you think.
So I'm just going to sit here waiting for
You'll find out.
Howard to join us. Oh.
Hey, Howard. Hey,
Howard.
1 second. I'm getting. Can you hear me,
Howie.
guys? Can you hear me okay?
I can't. You're a little low. I can try to turn you up on my end.
All right. Let me fix my. I have so many stories to tell you. I'll shout at my computer for a bit. The reason why I'm by my younger daughter who set me up down in my basement is we just dropped her off in college. And that explains why I'm on earlier. Let me explain. Okay. We're now empty nesters. We have 2 daughters. Both are now in school. And my wife and I are just each other now. It's like our timing is off. So now I have way more time than I thought I would. And that's why I can spend more time with you and your wonderful followers. So
heck yeah.
So that's that deal.
So this is bonus time from what we were going to do.
Exactly. This is the stoppage time, like in the World Cup. Exactly.
Okay.
On the front end.
Well, let me introduce you here, Howard. And if I look over here, it's because my monitor's here with my stream and my questions and stuff. But I got my teleprompter to stare at you too. So I'm listening. So guys, this is Howard Mortman. He is the longtime communications director of C-SPAN. I read, Howard, you've been there since February 2009. Is that correct? In that position.
Yeah, exactly. In this position since 2009, 17 years, which is a long time. Yeah, it's a lot of people at C-SPAN have been there much longer. I'm blessed. I mean, me, as you know, Guy, like you're a disruptor, you're an innovator, so you know how different the media world is. But I'm just very fortunate to be in a job this.
A disruptor and an innovator. My man. Let's go.
In a job that I love and passionate about.
Yeah.
And there's some stability to it. So yeah, no, I've been there a long time. Yeah.
I tell people, Howard, you are C-SPAN's biggest cheerleader. I thought I was a super fan. You are literally the biggest cheerleader for C-SPAN. I think that's awesome because I have a community of C-SPAN fans. We call them C-Stans. You're the king of it. You're the head of the fan club.
Well, I appreciate that. The difference is I get health insurance from C-SPAN and you don't. So my thumbs are on the scale a little bit. So you're like pure. You're a pure fan. I get a salary, so a little bit going on there. But no, thank you. Look, you are huge, and I remember you were with us in the 2024 convention and came up to the Skybox, and you blew everyone away by just seeing the future and everything you said that we should be doing. We're slowly catching up on, slowly doing. We're like a big ship. But I have to tell you this, Guy. I have to tell you this. Of all the things I've done in my career in the media and at C-SPAN, only one thing has ever impressed my kids, and that is appearing with you.
Really?
2 years ago. Nothing else has ever penetrated their world because they got messages from their friends saying, "Hey, was that your dad on with Guy on Twitch and all that?"
Wow.
And that, for me, that boy, Guy just has nailed it. So I'm an old man. I'm 84, 85 years old. I know I look great for that. But,
wait, really? You're 84?
No.
Okay, let's say. Come on now. What's the secret?
I have neuroses older than that. But no, anyways. So I still appreciate you inviting me on today. 2 years ago, it penetrated my kids. And so I just thank you. Thank you to your followers for watching us.
Guy penetrated his kids? Is that what he said?
My kids. And still appreciate you inviting me on today. 2 years ago, it penetrated my kids. And so I just thank you to your followers for watching us and being in our audience. It's really, really important to us. So
that's
you for
awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I just want to plug your podcast because you host a weekly podcast called Extreme Mortman behind you there. And it's going through the C-SPAN vaults and it involves humor and interviewing other podcasters and stuff like that. So can you talk about that briefly just so these guys can check it out and know where to find it and what you do?
Thank you. Yes. In fact, I think a friend of yours, Jennifer Briney, who is part of the world of Justin Robert Young, has been on, and all these people. I need to get you on to talk about what you do. There's a couple things happening. We have about 16 or 17 podcasts that we do out of C-SPAN, and many of them are showcasts, meaning that it's programming from TV that's stripped and just the audio is taken out. What I do is an original. We have a couple original podcasts, and my goal is to go through our video archives, our video library, and try to connect all the programs we have over 40 years and try to connect it with what's happening in the news now. And this is a dream because they've given me a lot of, I'm a product of the 80s, all right? So my sense of political history, mid 70s, late 70s, definitely the 80s and on. It's like everything I remember growing up lives in the C-SPAN archives. And so it's a great shot of nostalgia for me to go through and find old moments or new moments. But more important, it's not about me, it's about sharing with younger people, you and your audience, and helping educate them and saying, look, here's, you know what's happening now? We've seen things like this in the past, or here's a great story that, you know, that to round it out now in pure C-SPAN fashion, there's no opinion from me. Like, you know, I've had an opinionectomy. You know, I just, like, you'll never hear an editorial thought from me.
Sure.
My hope is to share and inform people who are true political junkies, historians, and demonstrate it through the video. So yeah, every week it comes out. It's the first program ever in C-SPAN's history to have the person's name, Mortman, attached to it. So that's kind of really pushing the C-SPAN envelope a little bit. But
well, I love that you bring those clips from the past up, because there have been some memorable, plenty of memorable things that nobody would know about if you didn't highlight them. And you do it in a fun, entertaining way, and bringing in the new podcasters to talk about it. Don't tell anybody, Howard, but we watch a lot of C-SPAN here as well. And one thing I do is I give a treat to my audience. If we hit a certain number of subscriptions per day, like people can pay to subscribe, I go back into the vault of Washington Journal. I say, we'll go back in time to today's day between 1996 and 2025. So we would go today, August 20th. And we'll see what was going on, because I want to show people that was the worst day in the world for those people, and they survived. And have
you seen Ryan Getty's soy pill video? Who's Ryan Getty? I've tried watching some of his videos. I think I fall asleep every time. Oh, it's or soy pills video. Okay. I don't think I've ever watched like a soy pill video essay. That's what you're talking about.
the callers are still similar, and it's fun to see the fashion and the hosts and some of the names. Oh, I remember growing up and hearing about this person, but now that I'm more plugged in, it makes more sense. So I do that, and I go to 1996 or so because I noticed that's when the Washington Journal videos are pretty consistent. So we do that for fun too here and try to show some vintage stuff, and it's a lot of fun. We go back to 1999, 2000, you name it. It's a lot of fun.
You know, it's really funny you say that, because as serious-minded as we are and policy-oriented, so many quote-unquote serious journalists go back to the old stuff and they look at their hair, or they look at their ties, or their glasses, and that's like as high-minded and highfalutin a reporter is. You show them an old picture of them from 30 years ago. First thing they say is, "Wow, I had hair, or I had dark hair, or I look at that tie." It's really amazing phenomenon. That's everybody's reaction. Let me ask you, Guy, or to your audience, are there any favorite moments that come to mind, or anything any eureka moments, or things that really gel with you?
Nothing. You know what's funny though, Howard? Every time we do it, a lot of time, not every time, but a lot of times, they're talking about the same stuff, even the same countries and same issues. It may be the timing because it's around the same time of the year, midterms, presidential election. But boy, sometimes like Trump will be talking about the border on the day we're streaming, and then we go back to like 2003, and lo and behold, that's the big story of the day, is immigration or the border. So it's wild how things connect like that.
You know, one of the most popular clips that we have in the video library is from President Clinton's State of the Union address. I forget if it was 95 or 96, where he uses the term illegal aliens, and he basically says we can't allow illegal aliens in. He doesn't say wall, but he comes pretty close to saying we need to build a barrier and beef up Border Patrol and all that. And it is a mirror image of language that you hear now. And so much of this aliens in. He doesn't say wall, but he comes pretty close. President Clinton's State of the Union address, I forget if it was 95 or 96, where he uses the term illegal alien.
Yeah, I've in the clip where I show the guy from the Vanguard saying that Kamala Harris ran the farthest right on the border, I play clips of Hillary Clinton saying that we need to build a wall at the border.
And he basically says we can't allow illegal aliens in. He doesn't say wall, but he comes pretty close to saying we need to build a barrier and beef up Border Patrol and all that. And it is a mirror image of language that you hear now. And so much of this, and this is why, I don't have an opinion on it, but I love the political history of when politics rhymes, something we're saying now. You go back, here's an example, a phrase that's very in vogue now, America First. Now, you can go through and hear Democrats use that phrase, America First, and when they ran for president. Doug Wilder, Virginia governor, ran for president in 1992 on an American First platform. So
it's very nationalistic. Like every nationalist group ever has done a this first, America First, or Germany First, or whatever. Like they've all done a us first sort of movement.
So my number one thing I love talking to young people, and you're like 50 years younger than me, guys. So that's why I love talking to you. But never use the word unprecedented. Take that out of your lexicon. Everything has happened before. Maybe to different degrees. Maybe the circumstances, the surroundings are different. But so much of this there are parallels to almost everything in politics and political history. So you just got to find it. A lot of my problem with
pretty sure Trump doing over 20,000 stock trades in a single year is unprecedented by every meaning of the term.
A lot of young reporters is that they treat everything like it's the first time, and it's all happened before in some fashion. So
one thing I like to show people too is that, a lot of young people have only grown up with a lot of chaos, since September 11th. I mean, it's just been one tragedy after another, one crisis after another, especially with social media, everything gets blown up. And so I show them a simpler time and say, it doesn't have to be like this, look how politics were before. And I think we can get back here. So I think that's reassuring for some people that may think that we're spiraling out of control and it's all downhill.
You look at, here's a great example. I love what you're saying. If you look at presidential debates from 2008, 2012, a lot of them were very policy oriented. A lot of them, there was not the personal attacks from both sides. You dealt with issues. Now, the funny thing is, you go back, you also hear them talking about the debt. And, we are a country that's $40 trillion in debt now, which is one of the things that keeps C-SPAN going, is that there is, like you and your audience, there is that sliver of the American people who take this stuff seriously, who want to see their politicians spending their money. That's why for us, the hearings are so important, the budget hearings, appropriations, because there are, as much as everybody says young people, they want to be entertained, don't care. I know this just from our audience surveys. A lot of young people look at the future saying, my God, what is ahead of us? Who's going to pay for these bills that old people like me, incurred on young people? And they want to see how the politicians spend their money. That's why the hearings are so important. But that's why when you go back and you see, they never solve it, but every politician says you can't have a debt. Okay, well, it was, 40 years ago, the debt was $1 trillion. So they haven't really solved that. Ross Perot was serious about it, and others, and you go through and hear his rhetoric. It's an amazing rhetoric. It's all been one rhetorical journey, but yet on this drive, this escalation toward a $40 trillion debt. That's at the core. That's what we're about, is showing the government spending the taxpayers' money. If you don't care about this, that's fine. Don't watch. We don't care. But if you do care about this, then you watch C-SPAN.
See, C-SPAN is so unique in that there are very few places that bring everybody together on a regular basis. There are silos that people have for their news, for the events, but only like a presidential debate brings everyone together to watch something. Whereas C-SPAN, every day, people are together, much to their chagrin. Nowadays, you hear a lot of grumbling on the Washington Journal phone lines, but they're together and they're listening. And I mean, that is amazing. And that's why I say Washington Journal is a national treasure, because it brings everybody together. And there's not many things like that nowadays.
We have taken, I'm so happy to say this. This is a really important point, that we have a staff of about 160 people. And you'll never hear us offer opinions, yet we are a network that's full of opinions, and that's of the people we cover and the callers. And we are the only place where the callers have no other show other than Washington Journal can the American people call up and express an opinion in a civilized, structured fashion without the pundits talking over you. You can talk to a congressman,
arguing with them,
and have the congressman, he or she, respond. And for 45 minutes to answer questions, I admire both parties, members of Congress and senators who come on and take questions. You know, there are many members who don't come on, who are not trained or comfortable talking to an American, talking to a human being, a citizen for 45 minutes and talking what's on their mind. The ones that do are great. So yeah, it's a forum for people. And that is, there's a lot of things we'll never give up. We don't have government money. We're not the government. We never want government money. We also never want to get rid of the phone calls and the audience participation, because that's the opinions. That's the American people talking.
Well, I echo everything you said. I have some questions, Howard, since you have the inside scoop. I want to ask you about some things that are going on at C-SPAN and hear your thoughts and what we can look forward to. So let me fire off a couple of these. So I wanted to ask you about the 120th Congress coming up in January. Do you think we will get the C-SPAN cameras freed? There was a bill by Mark Pocan, let me say, I have it written down here, Leave the Cameras On resolution, and it had 26 co-sponsors, all Democrats. I noticed Hakeem Jeffries was mum on it, but do you think this is finally the year that we get those cameras unleashed? Because you guys are like, you're like sports cameramen where you know where the action is, the C-SPAN staff, they know exactly where to look. And so I just think it would blow C-SPAN up because you guys know how to sell the drama and where to look. It would be fantastic. But what do you think? Is it going to happen?
Love the question, and I'm gonna spend 15 seconds going to a bit of the history, the background of what you're talking about. C-SPAN started in 1979, March 1979. That's when the U.S. House went on TV. The Senate followed in 1986 on C-SPAN 2. Their cameras went on. What happened was what happened was members of Congress were getting, representatives were getting recognized in the airports, and senators were not getting recognized in the airports. So the solution is easy: turn on the cameras. All right. So here's where it's a distinction. When you are watching the floor of the House, and you know this guy, but for the audience, when you're watching the floor of the House and you're watching the floor of the Senate, you're watching it on C-SPAN, but you're not watching our cameras. You are watching the government-directed, government-fed cameras, the video and the audio. They control what you see. And again, it's very important.
Fucking
we
feds
are not
trying to control what we see.
But we don't get any of their money. It's all privately funded through television providers. But we get the feed from the government. They will not allow our cameras in, and never have, unless it's an extraordinary situation. Example, the rare occasions, and we'll get into what you're talking about in a second. State of the Union addresses, we are allowed in. When there is a foreign leader, a State of the Union address is a joint session of Congress. A joint meeting of Congress is when a foreign leader addresses. The great famous example is a speaker, first day of Congress, speaker elections. We get in for that. Those take the approval of the speaker, and when I say we, it's not just C-SPAN. Independent media gets in. We are the pool. We supply our video. But
can I ask you, Howard? So the reason why you're able to do whatever you want during the speaker vote is because there's no rules yet, right? Like nobody's stopping you, right? Am I wrong?
You are wrong, guy. Okay. I hate saying this, and I want to clear this up.
Please.
A lot of people incorrectly. Okay, the famous example, and you're alluding to the Speaker McCarthy, the vote, 15 votes, 5 nights. People think that the reason why we stayed on the floor was because there was no rules package. That is incorrect. It actually had nothing to do with. It is correct that there was no rules package passed yet. What it was is that C-SPAN is allowed in to cover the speaker elections every time there is one. We still have to ask permission, but nearly always granted. So for us, it was an ordinary shoot. It was an ordinary occasion for us in the cameras. What was extraordinary about it is that it lasted 5 days. But that was what was different about it. But for us, what we do, it has nothing to do with the rules package. Just the fact that they lasted so long.
But who gives you permission? Because it's like the clerks that are running the House before the speaker's elected, right? So you're getting permission from the House staff?
We're getting permission from the outgoing speaker at that point. So, so whoever the current. Now, let's say, just for it to play out what you're asking, let's say the Democrats win, they get majority of the House, and Hakeem Jeffries, let's keep on hypothetically, Hakeem Jeffries is going to be the next speaker. We would ask the current majority for access to the floor, and that would be the Republicans. So I mean, they
gave it to you last time.
They gave it to us last time because yes, they did, right? So every time we've asked for it, Pelosi before, they've all said yes, but it's not a given. It's not always automatic. We do have to ask permission. They nearly always say yes. The minute, so they vote on the elections, they swear them in, and then soon as the gavel hits for the pure legislative session, we get kicked out, and that's when the government cameras go back on and we're done. And so for those glorious few minutes, you can see, You've been inside the House chamber, right? Have you been?
No, I've never been there.
Okay, so it's beautiful inside.
Yeah.
You would never know this because there's a beautiful ceiling. You would never, the
You would never
gallery.
know.
It's really, it's even someone as
You
cynical
wouldn't
as
know
jaded as
anything
I am,
about
having
that.
done this for so long. It's still an amazing sight to go into the Congress. You can't see that. You cannot see that on the fixed.
You can't
static
see
government
shit.
cameras.
Also,
You're not there.
Isn't there like a scoreboard of all the names and how they voted? Why didn't they show that? We want to see that. You know, we have to rely on reporters to tweet who voted what, who hasn't voted. What a joke.
There have been people, guy, who
What
say
a joke.
to show that scoreboard. It sits behind the rostrum. The press gallery is right above the speaker, and then the public gallery surrounds and so on. So you really can't see any of that unless the independent cameras are in there. Well, here is a great example. I'm going to use the word ludicrous, which is I normally don't use adjectives to describe things, but sometimes there are distinguished people sitting in the gallery who get recognized, like somebody's wife or husband, something, and they say, "Oh, up there is my wife," and I will, hello. You can't see that. You can't see who they're talking to because the camera's going to go up there.
No, I feel like we miss a lot of moments. And the reason why I bring it up and say it's so exciting is, as you said, we had like 4 or 5 days of drama, and that was the first time we'd gone beyond one ballot in like 100 years. So it was unprecedented, and it was exciting. And I just knew the C-SPAN camera operators, they knew exactly where to look. They would show shots of AOC talking to Matt Gaetz because they knew people who, were high profile and maybe the public didn't think they get along. And I thought like that moment was great because it showed 2 very loud, well-known people from different parties getting along. We don't see a lot of moments like that. We don't see our lawmakers getting along. We do see it on one of your new programs, which I want to talk about as well today. But I thought, so there's just so much opportunity for you guys to bring the American people into the process and tell the real story beyond just having a static camera staring at something, right? Like there's actual narration going on without saying a thing.
I want to hug you right now. You're saying so many great things, but I can't because there's a screen here. Here's one very important point I want to make. Our camera guys know what they're doing, meaning they know the storylines. They know our camera guys know who the people are. When AOC talks to a Republican on the floor, they know who to be watching. Now, you would not want C-SPAN camera guys to cover football or baseball. Right. It would be terrible. We wouldn't know anything. I mean, I'd like baseball. We'd have no idea where the ball is and all that. You don't want that.
Yeah, I was about to say they wouldn't even know where the ball is.
The House of Representatives in a hearing, and that's where I want to just explain as well. When you're watching hearings, you're watching the C-SPAN. Those are our individual cameras covering a hearing, and so like that's what we do. But and we just have very trained, very good people who cover this, who are political junkies who know the history. But again, you don't want them doing anything else. But just sticking in Congress, they're fine. Yeah.
So if you had to give 1 out of 10, 10 being very likely it's going to happen 100%, how likely do you think it is that if the Democrats win, I don't think the Republicans will do it because Mike Johnson has already turned down the idea. If the Democrats win, do you think this is finally the year that we could unleash the C-SPAN cameras?
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say it's a 10 that I am not going to answer your question because that involves a prediction, and that gets me on uncomfortable grounds. But I will tell you, this is an era of more transparency. Here's an example, another example as the country moves toward, this I am not. This is not my argument. Others say we have police cameras everywhere, flock and all that. Why can't we have a camera in the Supreme Court, for instance? Right. That's something we've been battling. We actually are publicly advocating cameras in the Supreme Court. That may never. I feel bolder and make a prediction that likely won't happen, at least in my lifetime. But there are people. But the court is allowing more transparency, meaning they provide live audio of their arguments, which is good.
That's huge.
It's better.
Big step forward.
Yeah. A big step forward. So incremental, good steps in the right direction for transparency. If that ends up independent cameras, great. But that's something that Congress. It's a Congress thing. We'll be there. We'll be there the next day with a camera. We'll bring you aboard and have you come with a camera.
Oh my God! Don't tease me with a good time. So, do you guys have the resources to do that? If you had, would you be able to scale up like that and be able to handle that?
We'll take care of it. Yeah.
Oh my God! I love it. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm hopeful. Okay. I'll just say I'm putting it out there.
How about a GoPro on my head? How about a GoPro on my head inside the chamber? How about that on my helmet there?
Okay. So that was my thing. Let's see. Okay, now this actually segues into Ceasefire. So this is an exciting new show you guys launched in October of last year, and it's bringing people together to debate on C-SPAN. I just want to ask in general, how's the show going? And how's the show going? How has it been successful? What are your thoughts on it?
The concept has been a lot of fun. The concept comes from our new CEO, Sam Feist, who's been around for about a year and a half now. He was with CNN for 30 years. And his vision is to create a space where people who want to talk policy in a friendly way and our friends have a chance. Let me step back for a second. We don't.
Some content for stream, maybe decoding the gurus, going over Taylor Lynn. This has been recommended to me a bunch of times. I don't know if you guys know. I reviewed that video when it came out. And I have this video here. The farthest...
Fuck you. Biden did better on the border than Trump did.
The farthest left.
Not even able
that's not true for all people who are at risk of COVID.
It's true for elderly people. It's true for a lot
no,
of
the vaccines are very effective for elderly people at reducing illness, serious illness.
Reducing, again, slightly reducing deaths, but we've known.
It is not true that it helps only slightly. It is a massive difference maker. No COVID-19 vaccine does not only slightly reduce deaths for the elderly. It reduces the risk of death dramatically. Multiple global studies show that vaccination lowers the risk of COVID-19 mortality in older adults by roughly 70% to more than 90%. I don't know where the fuck she's getting this from. It does not help only slightly. Adults aged 60 and older accounted for nearly 90% of those averted deaths. That's just a little bit. It slightly helps. 90% is a slight.
We are also not investing in next generation vaccine development.
What is she talking about? That's not true. Yes, researchers are actively developing next generation vaccines aimed at providing longer lasting immunity and broader protection against viral mutations. This one's in Cambridge. Okay, fair enough. But the other one's Harvard. Yeah, this is from Cornell.
And we shouldn't be throwing a lot of these people who can't get vaccinated, including babies, under the bus. A lot of the sickest people
babies
that are getting...
are at risk of
Yes, they are. A lot of the sickest
not
cases.
Meaningful risk of
yes,
very, very statistically rare.
You have very outdated info.
No, he doesn't have outdated info. It's still very rare for babies to get it.
Well, if we had air filtration, really meaningful air filtration in every single public school, the rates of disease transmission would plummet. Schools are so... I mean, I talk to teachers...
Weren't they given hundreds of billions of dollars under Biden in the legislation to spend on that kind of thing?
Unfortunately, a lot of that money was allocated, and then Biden ultimately gave it to other things. Surprise, surprise. Joe Biden is inept.
Yes, the Biden-Harris administration allocated billions of dollars to public schools that can be used specifically to purchase portable air filtration units, upgrade HVAC systems, and improve indoor air quality. No, the Biden administration did not decide to withhold the money. Rather, the administration aggressively pushed to spend and obligate as much of it as possible. Instead, the subsequent Trump administration took steps to pause, freeze, and cancel the remaining unspent portions of those funds starting in early 2025. They saw that the Trump administration was likely going to come in and stop the funding, and so they tried to get everybody to spend it as quickly as possible.
Not even able to respond.
That's not true for all.
So yeah, that's I went over the same. So I went over the interview, but the video from the gurus is them like debunking the shit that she's saying in that interview, from my understanding. So I pulled it up one day. We had it up for maybe like 30 seconds, and then I was like, oh, they're reviewing something I've already seen, like that I reviewed, so never mind. And I turned it off. But I've gotten it recommended twice since then. I think you're the second or the third. I don't. But anyways, so yeah. So maybe I'll still go over it. Maybe I'll go over it anyways, because yeah, it's still seems lots of people feel like it's going to be a good review.
They advocate. So. We don't. If the both parties hate each other and yell at each other all day long, that doesn't bother us. Meaning, we'll cover that. That's we are showing what politicians do. If all they do is hurl invectives at each other and insult each other all day long, that's what we'll show that, because that is what our politicians are doing. That said, there's not really a space for the politicians who are friends and who want to go on TV as friends and still disagree, but disagree on policy. We have created that safe space for them to be able to express those opinions.
The safe space.
We're not advocating. This is kind of it's a little trickier thing here, because we in the end we'll show politics raw as it is, but this is an opportunity that didn't exist elsewhere.
Yeah.
To give them a chance to go on and have a thoughtful civil discussion where we don't have ratings at C-SPAN. We don't have ratings because we are a nonprofit, and we're a nonprofit. We don't have advertising. So like a lot of the if what you ask, is the show going well? It's going great in terms of getting good guests on who have really solid civil friendly discussions. I can't tell you ratings because we don't have ratings for the shows. So the normal, I would predict if this were a regular, quote unquote, regular cable TV network, an hour of friendly conversation would probably tank. It'd probably, we get yanked in a week and a half.
Yeah.
Where we have the fortune of not having to be slaves to the ratings advertising game, where we have the opportunity to really experiment and try things out. And like anything else, if it doesn't work, I think it's working. If it doesn't work, we'll move on. But so far, we definitely think it's working really well. And
I appreciate that. It's a service. You're not going for, you're not farming clips, as we say. You're going to show people a different side of politics, and I think it's achieved that for sure. I didn't know that it was like people that are friendly with each other. That's interesting. Is that true? Like everybody, are they coming together as a team, or are you guys pitching it to different people? Like, hey, it'd be interesting to see you talk to this person. How's that work?
It's both. It's both friendly. It's both pairing up a Democrat and Republican in a friendly setting, but also we've had on members of Congress who are truly friends on the outside. A great example: Florida Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz came on with Tennessee Republican Tim Burchett, who are polar opposites ideologically, but are truly friends in person.
Wow.
And they came on and they brought their friends and they explained why they're friends. Our first show had Rahm Emanuel and Mike Pence.
Are they friends?
They are friends in person. They were both in Congress together, and they both had their offices close by back in the early knots kind of era. But so some of the pairings have been truly friends from both sides, and others just want to engage in a friendly conversation. So.
Yeah, I saw Fetterman and Britt. Those two are known as friends, so that makes sense.
Those are honest to God friends, absolutely, yeah.
So, I was wondering, can we expect actual debates? I mean, it seems like a perfect format to bring people in to have an hour-long one-on-one debate close to a general election. I mean, can we expect moving into that territory at any point?
You're asking such great questions. Let me back up a second. Debates are so important for us. I'm gonna move beyond the ceasefire and go to a true candidates debate. With the midterms coming up, one thing that's very important for us every election cycle is to bring in debates from around the country, from all of the key congressional, Senate, and governor debates. We always try to get like 100 debates that we can expose our audience to of all the key races and everywhere. We're doing that again this year. We're also getting.
But Howard, these are like local TV debates that you guys are rebroadcasting, essentially, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's trickier now because less and less we have the rights. Many of the debates, more of the debates we don't get the rights to, but many of the stations still share their video with us, and we're able to show it. It's phenomenal. And I as a fellow junkie like you, I love watching these debates because you learn these issues. So that's a feature of the congressional races.
Sure.
And then, as you mentioned, the presidential debates are coming up. We don't get in the business ourselves of hosting a debate. And the reason is because I don't want to say we're not good at it, but that is a very newsmaking. Like you are inserting yourself into the story when you host a debate. We're comfortable getting the feed. Like we want to show what others are doing. We definitely want to show the debates, but in terms of us hosting and all that, that's just not been part of our DNA to host our own. Not that we can't, but we want to provide the service of showing the feed. Now everything's changed. They used to be the Commission on Presidential Debates provided all the feeds, and we would go into that. But now it's all the networks drive the debate train, and so they share their video with us, and we show that.
Well, that's interesting to hear. I was hoping there would be a way moving forward that C-SPAN, who's well respected and known as a neutral platform, could maybe even bring in a third party to host a debate or something and not have the regular Washington Journal host or something. But I understand what you're saying. You don't even want to go there because you're right. The moderators sometimes become part of the story, whether they like it or not, no matter how hard they try to avoid it.
Exactly right. Right. I mean, and you could cherry pick examples from history where the moderator, the questioner became the story the next day, and we're not the story. We want the answers. So, I won't go down the road, but we all know some examples of reporters who were accused of going beyond the line of like instant fact checking. Like we don't fact check, fact checking is important, but that's not what we were set up to do. There are groups that set up to fact check. And in the debate, then the pressure is, well, this candidate's lying. How come you're not calling him out? And all that. So it becomes, which is a legitimate journalism journey, but it's not our mission. That's not what we do. Our mission is to give people a seat, and like you are there. It's not to insert ourselves into the story like that.
Yeah, you guys want people to lie.
So then we can't expect any like.
You like liars.
What about just like Friday night fights?
You
like
love
not
liars.
Two candidates, but hey, let's bring in a Republican and a Democrat to duke it out over an issue for an hour. Like we can't. That's not going to happen either.
Well, we didn't get the rights to the UFC fight at the White House, so that was I think that was on a Friday night.
Aw.
That was privately produced. If they want to duke it out, we'll cover it. Sure. If they open it to cameras and you get like a Democrat and Republican in the boxing ring and it's open to cameras, sure.
Well, I don't mean literally a fight. I just meant, you know, let's bring some people who've been making noise and get them in a room and have them have a normal conversation for an extended period of time in front of the American people and keep it civil. But I guess it bleeds into that territory where the moderation could hurt your reputation or something.
Yeah, here's an example. You go through, if you dig through our archives, you'll find, I think it was 1994, 93, when Newt Gingrich, not yet speaker, and Dick Gephardt, who was the majority leader, if I'm getting my history right, they engaged in Oxford-style debates on the House floor. And it was like during a normal session, but they carved out time and said, okay, now we're going to have debate. And they used the Oxford-style rules on the House floor and the House chamber on issues. And it was civil, it was fascinating, it was historical, it was policy. So they can do this. I mean, they have it in them. They are able to have adult professional debates that you can learn from. And if they do that, we will show that.
Okay, and then last question about ceasefire is, can we see it expand maybe in the future to more guests, like 2v2? Are we gonna? Is there anything in the works like that?
I don't explain more your question. What would
so
you
instead of just 2 guests, why not have like a CNN roundtable where you have like 4 or 5 guests?
Interesting. I don't know. Let me ask. Let me bump this up to Sam Feist, our CEO, and see if the guy wants to know this. Kind of like doubles in tennis, almost. Yes.
Well, I mean, it's working over on CNN. You know, hey man, why not tap into that? You know, I like the 1v1, but you know, it's always interesting to get more personalities around the table.
It is. Yeah, it is. And the goal is always getting more voices, just hearing from people. You know, an example is we soon we're going to announce our plans for covering the Republican convention, the midterm convention in Dallas, mid-September, and it's an example where we are going to show it in its entirety, and not talk over it. You know, just show every speech, every candidate. We'll also show Democrats too, who are doing campaign events. You know, not maybe on C-SPAN too. We'll work all that out, but we're going to commit ourselves to showing that convention in its entirety, classic C-SPAN style of of nobody talking over the speeches and just letting people hear for themselves. So, you know.
All right, that's cool. That kind of leads me to my next question about how can we get more C-SPAN streams on YouTube? It seems very selective.
True.
Why is that? Because first of all, it's HD, right? I can go up to 1080p, whereas the player on the website only goes to like 570. Number 2, I can pause it and I can talk, and then you can scrub forward and backwards. Can't do that on the C-SPAN player. But also, what about enabling the chat? Talk about bringing the community together. Imagine if you had a live stream with chat like we have here. Oh my God, I feel like there's nowhere for people watching C-SPAN to go hang out except my channel. But I'm very biased, so I'm not going to be a neutral place. But I can only imagine if you had live chat and you showed on YouTube, you'd have like 100,000 people watching some of this stuff, you know? But why is that? Why do we not have everything on YouTube?
So 2 things. First of all, at the end of this, I need you to write up a 20-point bullet point to-do list for us. And so far, you've thrown out 4 things we need to work on, and I want you to add this to the list, and I appreciate that. No, but seriously, it's interesting. YouTube, since we last talked, we're now on YouTube TV. So we're on, we are just like we're on Hulu Plus Live TV, which is great. You know, these are 10 million Americans who previously were denied the opportunity to see their congressman, and both streaming networks have now brought us on, and it's great. It's good for us, obviously, but it's more important. It's better for the country just to be able to see more politics, more government, more policy being developed.
Well, and just to clarify, that's because people have cut the cord, and C-SPAN's only available on cable. And if you don't have cable, there was no way to watch it until like October of last year. Now that it's available on YouTube TV, right?
Exactly right. Yeah. So thanks to those streaming companies that are now carrying us, exactly right. Those people who left cable or satellite and went to streaming, and for whatever reason, but now have access to see us, which is great. So that's the YouTube TV. We're very fortunate to be on there now, and we hope we're proving our worth to them. As far as the regular YouTube classic channels you're talking about, we are trying our best to put more and more of our content on there. We really are. Not everything goes on there yet. We know, everybody knows the importance of YouTube, the on-demand video
Everybody
archives
knows.
version of YouTube, the classic kind. And yeah, we are trying to put more video. Now, the point that you're saying, I'm unaware of the. Explain this one more time. The pausing and the quality. Of...
So, if I watch C-SPAN on your website, not on YouTube TV, but if I go to cspan.org to watch, let's say, a hearing.
On the website. Okay.
Yeah, because I can't. I don't know. I guess I could subscribe to YouTube TV and show it on my stream or something. But I'm just saying, even as a viewer, there's no real good way to scrub back. Let's say you want to go back 2 minutes and watch what someone said, or you missed the first half of the hearing. Unless it's on YouTube, there's no way for you to like scrub back unless you go to like that hearing's YouTube page. But if C-SPAN just showed everything they show on the website on their YouTube channel, I think people would enjoy that experience. Also, I can only go up to like 570p. I can't go to HD 1080p high def on your player online.
Yeah, we had this issue. I forget what it was that we were trying to watch on C-SPAN. It was the vote on the government shutdown, and it wasn't on YouTube. And so we had to go to the C-SPAN website, and it was just absolute shit. Like, it was absolutely shit. The player had a lot of issues. It lagged a lot. We had to keep, and we couldn't rewind or anything. It was so fucking annoying. So fucking annoying. What the fuck was that? I thought I just saw my laser stick out on something in the woods. Maybe not, huh?
All right, I'm going to have to talk to our technical people because it might be, I don't know if it's a policy thing or it's a technical thing. I mean, it could be a bandwidth expensive to get the higher. It could be that. But here's one thing. It's funny because I'm about to say something, but it doesn't help in the example you're citing. I was about to say, well, everything's on demand after it airs, and you can go backwards there easily. But you are talking about in your show an environment where it's all live, like an on-demand archived version of us. It does you no good because you're live and you're commenting live on programming. Is what you're talking about.
Like when you guys stream on YouTube, you do live events on YouTube. I just wonder. It's not that often, so I was wondering, it seems like it's somebody just clicking a couple of buttons, you know? It's not like you have to pay YouTube. I don't know, maybe there is some sort of licensing or something that has to be done. But when you guys stream on YouTube, it's wonderful. Because like I said, now it's in HD. I can scrub backwards. I can pause. If I pause the live player and talk about what's going on and then hit play, it'll like jump forward, you know? Like it won't cache that much.
Well, plus, if you ever have issues with players or shit like that, like the best solution generally is to actually just do it through YouTube and then embed the player on the website. That way you get everything without any issue. Like, and it'll be on YouTube now as well. But if you're trying to avoid it being on YouTube, that is like where a complication comes in, because sometimes people do want to embed something from YouTube so that they can use the player, but it won't show. Even like, and if you make it unlisted, now people have the link to the, like once you embed it, they still have the link to the YouTube video and channel and everything. So, you know.
So it's just kind of a weird thing, but I can imagine people watching at home wishing they could put it in HD on your website and, you know, being able to go back a few minutes if they miss something, not wait for the VOD afterwards.
So Guy, do me a favor. Tell me specifically what it is I should be asking our technical people. What would make Guy happy? And so I can go back to them and tell them this.
Number one, how can we is it possible to get everything that C-SPAN streams to be streamed on the YouTube page? Or at least all the big stuff, like more than what's done now. So, you know, C-SPAN will have like a special event, like State of the Union. You guys will stream that on YouTube. My question is, why? Why does that get on YouTube? On your YouTube channel and not other big things too, like a hearing or something?
Okay, so this is a partial answer. We don't have the bandwidth to do many events simultaneously. That's a bandwidth thing. We can do 1 or 2, I believe, but more than that. And I don't know if it's a problem on our end or on there. I'm not sure of that. But you're not even you're advocating for like at least 1 a day, perhaps.
Yeah, like the big ones. You know, almost every day there's something exciting that you could stream. I think like with the speaker vote, I don't know if that was live on YouTube. I think it was only on your website and obviously YouTube on cable, you know, if you had a cable subscription at the time.
Let me say 2 things. First of all, we really are trying to put more live events, live stream big events on YouTube. So we are moving in the direction you're suggesting. The speaker vote, I think, predates our going.
When somebody randomly says we really are like that, I started thinking, wait, so like, were they not really doing all of the other shit that he was telling me? Like, is this... Were they bullshitting me this whole time?
Live on YouTube capability. I think that was earlier. It wasn't earlier than that technology existed, but our adopting of that technology, I think, predated that. But no, but now moving forward, we are trying to, we are under mandate to put more stuff live streaming on the YouTube page. So hopefully, yeah,
okay. I hope so. I do see an increase in stuff being put on there, but I did want to ask you like why that is. But yeah, hopefully they just put more on there because it's just more convenient.
More. Guy says,
and also,
guy says more is what you
yes,
want, right?
But also there's an algorithm that will push you guys, you know, like unless people go to C-SPAN, they're not going to find it. If it's on YouTube, it'll put it in people's recommendations and search, and it'll just, you know, it'll bring more people in. So I'm also kind of selfish in that regard that I want to see you guys get promoted to more people. And, you know, there's people who, you know, you've seen the stats, more people watch YouTube than regular TV and any streaming service. Like YouTube is huge.
Yeah. And you have to really put your head in the sand like an ostrich and not see the reality of just what YouTube has done in the media environment. It's amazing. I mean, it's the biggest media television company ever right now. And I mean, it's staggering what they have accomplished. So you're right. I mean, that we want to be part of the search. We want to be part of the algorithm, and we're working hard on that. We are still a humble nonprofit with 150 person staff, so we're doing our best, Guy. I can promise you that. And
I'm sure you are. No, you guys are great at social media. Your Twitter and TikTok channels have millions of followers and get clipped and shared all the time. So you're doing something right. The last thing I'll say about YouTube is, I know this is dicey, and you're probably going to say no, but if there's a way to enable chat, can you imagine? Like, it's a way to bring the C-SPAN community together. They have nowhere to go. You know, imagine all the people just watching by themselves at home, and they'd love to chat with people and see the same names, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
It would be tough. You'd have to moderate it, you know, but...
I think you're right about that. It's the moderation is really sticky because...
Well, I think you could probably get an outsider to come moderate. I mean, I think that would really simplify things. If you're worried about having moderation tied to your actual program, then just get an outsider to come do the moderation. Like that seems sensible. Like, if you're going to get other people to come in and debate anyways, then just get a guest moderator each time.
Then you start that again. That gets out of our comfort zone of like who can and can't say something, and then it becomes a resource thing, a staffing issue because
sure,
you know, then you get challenges.
Hey, Jen Wink.
But like we have to be productive constantly, and if all you're doing is responding to angry people pointing their finger at others, that's just, you know, we're not.
I keep seeing counterpoints videos complaining about you not being there, or about you potentially not being there, or shit like that. I think, like, I've seen 2 videos over the last week of him either saying you're not there anymore and you wish you would come back, or that say I'm dead.
Giving you more great content for Guy and Guy's audience. Now, I actually do want to mention what's into. I appreciate you mentioning TikTok. This is actually an interesting phenomenon for us. This is one of the most surprising things, is that we do really well on TikTok and social media platforms because of this.
Jen's a snarker now? No, that's the problem. That's the issue, is that she's not a snarker. Counterpoints is a snarker. She's not a snarker. So
people incorrectly, I think that young, active, engaged people don't want long-form, serious video. that I think the assumption is everybody just wants to get sillied up and slopped up and so on. We have found through the popularity of our TikTok channel that the longer videos are better, and we get billions of views for our TikToks.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of videos that you put out in the first place. Like, for me, short videos don't do well. Like, people have lots of times said, like, dude, you should really do short form content. People would really like it. They would click on it a lot more often. Like, okay, I tried doing a ton of shorter videos, and the problem is that because the algorithm has already kind of told everybody my channel is long form, and those are the types of people that I've picked up are people who want long form shit, it just doesn't do anything. And I would have to struggle for a long time to actually get there. I'm already struggling to do fucking, to switch up my content to purely politics now. So I'm not ready for another fucking struggle. I'm not ready for another one. I'm good with the ones I got already. Okay. I am happy to just deal with my current struggles. Yeah, you got eaten by an alligator. Yeah, that's it sounds like what I say about sassafras. Every time somebody asks me, like, hey, where's sassafras? I'm like, she died. Yep. Yeah, she died. It's sad. Rough going. Just up and dying like that. It's crazy. Crazy shit.
And that's because the media, because so much is tribal. If you share a clip that comes from Fox, people, let me leave names. If you share a clip that comes from a conservative right-leaning media organization, you'll be discounted by half the people who don't like that media organization. Same thing from the left. If you share a clip
the fuck?
From a left-leaning media organization, nobody wants to see that. We hate
you guys can't be
we
here.
don't even watch your video because we already hate your source. But if
you guys
you
can't
are a
be
neutral
here.
source, you're more likely to watch it. Where we take ourselves out of those tribal, angry fights, and just let people focus on what's being said. That it's very important. If people want to share our video, our clips, our TikTok, and say, I hate this or I love this, that's fine. That's great. Fill up with your opinion. It's not ours. And we want to foster that kind of debate. But that's why both left and right have found a common home in our social media clips like TikTok to be able to if they want to narrate and illustrate a point they're trying to make, we are a source for that. And again, young people, your followers and others, take young people. And, that's where we share the common ground.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys are huge on TikTok, and I appreciate that. It's true. Like, you're a neutral source. And again, it's one of those rare spaces where people feel comfortable from both sides. I mean, there are very few of those kind of spaces and moments, and C-SPAN occupies that. And it's not by accident. Obviously, you guys have worked very hard to maintain that, and I applaud that. I think it's remarkable.
Tom watched Hutch v. Pisco, huh? I want to rewind and watch it. I couldn't pay attention when it happened because chat was being so unhinged. You mean like you were in the live version of it? Which chat? I'm assuming you were in Pisco's chat. You're in Pico de Gallo's chat. Hell no. No. Hell no. No. Hutch's chat. Okay.
Chilled. But I will keep pushing you every time I see you for live chat, because I just think that's how people want to watch stuff nowadays. They want to hang out with community, and that's why people come and they'll watch what some people would say is quite dry material like a hearing. With me, because they see their friends, they get the joke, and it just makes the experience better. But I understand.
I want your audience to know, when you talked to our executives, when you were up in our suite at the convention, you wowed all of them, and everybody gets it. And what you were saying is so true, and it's the engagement part of it. That's not just what makes us work; it's what makes America work. If people having those conversations, I will promise you, Guy, and we're now at number 7 of the list of 20 things that you need to tell us what to do better. That I'll bump that up to like top 3 when I report back what Guy says about C-SPAN.
I won't hold you to it, but that's awesome. I know that this stuff means a lot to you, and you want to tap into all this, so I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just...
What are your followers? Because I don't see the feed. What are some of the comments you're getting, and any questions or anything?
All right. Well, I gotta head out. Make sure you guys join the Discord. Links in the description. ! Discord in the chat to get the link. I will be back on tomorrow, most likely. Do me a favor. Follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord. All my socials are in the description. I post on all of these different platforms, but you get notifications for each and every single one as long as you join the Discord. Once stream ends, it doesn't mean chat ends. We all keep chatting. We just chat in the Discord. You're missing out. We all keep going. We're sharing videos. We're going into the fucking VCs and watching shit together. We're doing all sorts of stuff. Anybody who missed the fucking conversation earlier, you can go to the VC and y'all can watch it with Jen. And y'all can all enjoy the fucking review of the shit. If you couldn't pay attention because chat was unhinged. But yeah, I might be back on tomorrow. We'll see. Not sure. Not positive. But till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
The wind is bullshit.